House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Brown.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Representative Bacon,
Excused.
Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy,
Excused.
Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Representative Froelich,
Excused.
Garcia, Rep. Garcia. Garcia is excused. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Hamrick. Rep. Hamrick. Hamrick's excused. Hartsook. Herod. Holtorf. Judah. Judah is excused. Joseph is here. Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Lindstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Representative Mabry.
Excused.
Marshall. Martinez. Morrow.
Here.
McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Parenti. Rep. Parenti.
Excused.
Puglisi. Ricks. Sharbini. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Story. Taggart. Titone. Oh, Titone is here. Valdez A. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Rep. Weissman.
Excused.
Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 56 present, 9 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this week we've been doing a tour of the natural world, the living world. We've heard about wolves, we've done cauliflower, tarantulas, and energy for life is mostly derived from the sun. And I know that my good colleague from El Paso County loves to talk about energy that's coming from the sun. But did you know that there are entire communities on Earth that are not based on energy from the sun? They live at hydrothermal vents on the surface of the ocean, and things like tube worms and yeti crabs, arthropods, at the bottom of the sea, and they're completely detached from the surface. But do they have house journals? No. So today, vote to approve the journal and strike a blow for the photosynthetic world. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, April 27, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Wow. That was a long journey to that motion. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Announcements. Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, members. I'd like to welcome, if you could please stand up, my visitors from Commerce City. We have a superstar student from Adams 14, Aaliyah Acevedo, and we have the Adams 14 Board of Education President, Renee Lovato, and we have members of the Adams 14 staff, and we have Christy Douglas from the City Council of Commerce City. Please welcome my guests.
Members, I have two announcements. The Senate did not concur in House amendments and has requested a conference committee be appointed for Senate Bill 155. House conferees are Rep. Wilford Chair, Rep. Young, Rep. Bradfield. And for Senate Bill 60, the House and the conference committee for Senate Bill 60, House conferees are Rep. Doherty, Rep. Lindsay, and Rep. Lynch. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 9.
We are first going to introduce that resolution. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 9.
Senate Joint Resolution 9 by Senators Will and Roberts, also Representatives Lynch and McLaughlin, concerning the Colorado Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus and in connection therewith, designating April 27, 2023, Sportsman's Day.
Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the rules will be suspended for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Rule 9. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, can we have the tribute? Move it. Okay. Oh, God. I'm
Please.
forgetting everything. Yes, I move Senate Joint Resolution 23009. And please have it read out loud. Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas more than a century ago, hunters and anglers were among the first conservationists who realized America's natural resources were in peril and could not sustain unregulated harvests and habitat destruction. And whereas hunters and anglers took it upon themselves to support laws that stopped excessive harvesting of fish and wildlife, established a game and fish agencies to protect fish and wildlife and their habitats, and established special fishing and hunting license fees to help fund efforts to provide healthy natural resources for future generations. And whereas, upon realizing that license fees alone were insufficient to restore and sustain healthy fish and wildlife populations, hunters and anglers supported excise tax on firearms, ammunitions, and archery, hunting, and fishing equipment to raise additional funds to support the restoration and enhancement efforts of state agencies. And whereas this user pay public benefit system became known as the United States Fish and Wildlife Services Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Program that began with the passage of the Pittman-Robertson Federal Aid and Wildlife Restoration Act in 1937, which was bolstered by the passage of the Federal Aid and Sport Fish Restoration Act in 1950, and further expanded with the passage of the Wallet-Brough Amendments to the 1950 Act in 1984. And whereas today, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is funded in part by sportsmen and women throughout the American system of conservation funding, and this user pay public benefit system is still widely recognized as the most successful model for funding fish and wildlife management in the world. And whereas in 2021, Colorado's sportsmen and women generated over $136 million through this system to support the conservation efforts of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And whereas Colorado's more than 1.2 million hunters and anglers contribute more than $3.2 billion in statewide economic output per year while engaged in their pursuits, which supports over 25,000 jobs and generates around $187 million in state and local taxes. And whereas the stated mission of the Colorado Legislative Sportsman Caucus, a nonpartisan caucus formed in 2002 by the 63rd General Assembly, is to preserve and promote the traditional rights of American citizens to hunt, fish, and pursue outdoor activities. ensure that American sportsmen and women have reasonable access to public lands to enjoy outdoor pursuits, protect the investment of sportsmen and women in wildlife and fisheries management by safeguarding the integrity of user fee trust funds, support efforts to enhance multi-use habitat management for wildlife and fisheries, recognize the importance of hunting, fishing, and other outdoor activities to our nation's economy, support the maintenance and growth of outdoor-related industries and activities, and work as a collaborative partner with the agricultural community in providing and protecting wildlife habitats. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the General Assembly urges its members to join the Colorado Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus, that the General Assembly urges Colorado's institutions, both public and private, to work with the Colorado Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus as it strives to assist sportsmen and women to uphold their critical role in maintaining an economically vibrant and environmentally healthy Colorado. And that the General Assembly hereby declares Thursday, April 27, 2023, to be Sportsman's Day in recognition of the sportsmen and women of Colorado and in honor of their many contributions to conservation across the Centennial State.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please be seated. Well, we're kind of a day late on this, so you guys got to be the benefactors yesterday of a historically awesome event that we have here. There's no other way of putting it. Those guys bring all kinds of great food and feed us all, feed everybody in the Capitol. And I hope some of you got to have some of that smashed chicken that we had yesterday. That was really tasty stuff. But, you know, this group really focuses on the things that we try to tackle because we can't be out in the wilderness and can't be out enjoying the outdoors. This group does that job without any government interaction. These folks care about the lands, they care about our wildlife, they care about our water, they care about the interaction of those with our agricultural industry. These are folks that, without any prompting, without any government, go about conserving our lands and doing the right thing. They have been incredibly involved with keeping us here at the Capitol that are stuck here in Denver while the rest of the state, and the reason that the majority of the tourists come to this state, they're watching over those lands for us. It's a wonderful group that really appreciates the things that we do when we do things that acknowledge what they can bring to this Capitol to help preserve our fish and wildlife areas. And it's an honor to be the co-chair with my co-chair, Representative McLaughlin.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I am also honored to be co-chair of the Sportsman Caucus. You might think it's a little weird that I do this. I am not a hunter, but I do appreciate in my district and most of western Colorado, Western Slope, the amount of business they bring in. We have a lot of avid anglers and wildlife conservationists. They protect our public lands, which I think is very important to all of us. They want to protect our public lands. It's not a let's build first and then see what we've lost later. They are very big into conservation, to clean water. They supported my lead bullet bill, by the way, so I kind of like them for that too. But they're just, they work really hard for Colorado. They bring a lot of people to Colorado. They bring a lot of passion for our wildlife, for our fishing, for our clean water, for everything that I treasure as being a resident of Colorado. So I'm very, very proud to be a part of this caucus because they do so much for our state. And I think that's why we all live here in certain aspects, for the just to appreciate the people who give a lot and not take a lot. So thank you.
Members, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just also want to arise for a brief moment because certainly hunting and fishing is a big economic driver within my district. And to Colorado, I just wanted to drive home the point that was set up here at $3 billion from the hunting industry. That means that it's the second largest after skiing to our state on the tourism side of the equation, and that shouldn't be lost on anyone. And the ability to have those dollars go back and to preserve animal habitat, and to help keep our state as beautiful as it is, and the natural environment is truly important, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate how one of our resolution sponsors has both elements of sportsmen's covered today. So thank you.
That was good. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I'm down here today to just say that Colorado's hunting, fishing is world famous. There's very few people in the world that don't know where Colorado is and that don't have a goal at Sunday to be a hunter in the state of Colorado. The Hunters Caucus, they keep that out front of people. And we do things in Colorado to maintain and to enhance those kind of opportunities. I'm very impressed with the Sportsman's Caucus. You know, they don't brag about it, but they're always on the job. They do a great job of bringing us information. They bring us a great lunch a number of times through the year, but on top of that, they're out in front. They're doing the job that the state of Colorado is appreciative of. I want to thank you guys. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my esteemed colleagues. I want you to know how important hunting and fishing is to eastern Colorado. You see, in eastern Colorado, when we have pheasant hunting season, we have people that come in from all surrounding states. And the economic impact to my small rural towns is unbelievable. People from Nebraska, from Kansas, from Minnesota, from Wisconsin. And it's not just the pheasant hunting season, it's also goose and duck hunting. On our reservoirs and on our lakes, all across eastern Colorado, there is quite a diversity in wild bird hunting. This is important, not only to help manage, and those licenses are given out to help manage those flocks, but also the economic impact. Part of that, over $3 billion, comes to eastern Colorado in communities that don't get that kind of tourism impact. They don't get the dollars that you folks in the western part of the state get. But during these key seasons, we do get that economic impact. And you can really feel it in our small communities. And that's why I'm so strongly behind the Sportsman's Caucus. And I'm a member of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation because I support those things all across Colorado. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, we've talked about the economy. I think hunters are great stewards of the land. I know on our farm we plant food plots and we do different things to make sure the wildlife thrive. We know that the fees and license fees that hunters pay really help keep our state parks going. Hunters and fishermen really help fund our state parks so everybody can enjoy them. But the one thing I want to talk about is the heritage and tradition of hunting. I think that's one thing that's lost all the time. I mean, I could remember as a kid, my dad waking me up in the morning and, we had our routine before we'd go out hunting. I do that with my kids as well, so it's also a family building thing. It's something that families do generation upon generation upon generation. It's something that's passed from father to son, father to daughter. And it's really neat to see, especially in my rural community, when hunting season comes around, because it really is a family bonding thing. So as we talk about all the other things that are important to the state when it comes to hunting, let's not forget the family bonds it creates and the heritage that's carried on throughout it. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, fellow colleagues. Hunting and fishing is the backbone of society. It teaches children something very simple. My colleague, Ty Winter, Representative Winter, just wanted to reiterate one point. When I teach my children how to use a rifle, whether it's a pellet gun or whether it's an actual .22, the simple thing, when they start messing around saying they want to kill the dove in a tree or something like that, I turn to them and I tell them something very wise, which was told to me by my grandfather. If you're going to kill that animal, you better eat it. My son and my daughter quickly turn around and they don't want to kill or make harm to any animal because they understand in a small way what it's going to do and what they have to do in order to finish it. The hunters and fishing gatherers, where we come from, is a huge, huge asset. And I truly want to thank the Sportsmen's Association. Thank you for your time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 9. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 0 no, 8 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 009 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we have some business to read. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. House Bill 1065 as amended, 1146 as amended, 1189 as amended, 1198 as amended, 1283 as amended, 1284, 1291 as amended, 1294 as amended, 1295 as amended, 1299, 1307 as amended, Senate Bills 29 as amended, 31, 66, 105, 173, 186 as amended, 191, 205, 258, 261 as amended, 269, 276 as amended, 287, 290 as amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 14, 198, 253, 262, and 285 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 176, 274, and 284 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed
Signing
Senate
of
Bill.
bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 9:52 a.m. House Bill 1135, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 111, Senate Bill 290, House Bill 1294, Senate Bill 284, Senate Bill 276, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1189, Senate Bill 265, House Bill 1306, Senate Bill 29, Senate Bill 249, and Senate Bill 53.
The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 9:52 a.m. Representative Doherty? Okay. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Doherty will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1282 until Monday.
That is a proper motion, and House Bill 1282 will be laid over till Monday. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1135.
House Bill 1135 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Byrd, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning the offense classification for indecent exposure in view of a minor.
Representative Byrd.
I move House Bill 1135 and the Judiciary Committee report.
And the
Appropriations report.
to the appropriations report.
th-
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated funds to implement this law. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The appropriations report passes. To the judiciary report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we added 2 amendments. One of them was to make sure that whoever is accused of this crime knows that they are in view of a child as they are performing what they're doing. We'll be more express about this later, but as they're exposing themselves or doing other things, they have to know that there was a child in view of their actions. The amendment also specifies that the age of the victim needs to be under 15 years of age and that the defendant be at least 4 years older than the child. We also made an amendment to limit the felony aggravator to only adults. So those were the 2 amendments, and we ask for your yes vote.
Representative Epps. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wish to move Amendment L10 to the Judiciary Report.
Amendment L10 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, one of the stated purposes of this legislation was to make sure that children weren't being separated and groomed for future sexual exploitation. And this bill as it stands actually is very far-reaching and potentially catches up a whole lot of people who have serious mental illness or who are homeless. And this amendment just says that the act is committed, if it's committed in a public place, it's in a public place without an adult other than the person committing the act. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also would ask for a yes vote. Members, in Judiciary Committee, there were amendments added that were important and that we appreciate. This one is just as important, if not more so. The rationale for this bill entailed a lot of arguments around grooming. It's a word that's been used other times this session. When we use certain people or certain acts or certain experiences as a justification for enacting policy, it's critical that the policy we're enacting is actually attached to the reasons justifying that policy. A thing that we're all going to agree on is wanting to discourage behavior that is actually grooming. We're all going to agree on that. This amendment helps ensure that the nexus exists. Where an alleged offense and where conduct that is deplorable takes place and who's present are elements that relate to grooming. As uncomfortable as something may be, as on the spectrum of uncomfortable to devastating, it matters where and when and with whom, because something that may be broadcast in front of many folks or in a more public place is different in terms of assessing, is that really grooming? Can a whole room full of people be groomed? This is what gets at the heart of this. This amendment is much more important than its few lines of text can reflect. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to ask for a no vote, and I'll tell you why. I have several reasons. First, the crime of grooming is something completely separate from what we are trying to address in this bill. I want to talk to you about what the crime of indecent exposure is and just kind of describe this to you so you understand. Grooming is separate from this. We're trying to address a harm when indecent exposure happens when people expose their genitals to others, children in this case, in public, and this is done to sexually excite themselves. This is what this bill is about. What the offender is after is the shock value and the look of surprise. This is a crime that is about power and less so sexual contact, which that is much more of what is in the line of grooming. The other part I want to mention, members, is that if we limit all adults to be witnesses to this, we put a child victim in a position of being the only person who can speak for themselves. Many of these children, most victims are under 11 years old. They don't even have the language to describe what they have seen and how this has impacted them. So while I respect what has been raised, we are here to protect children. We cannot subject children and put them in a place where they are their only witness. They are put on the witness stand, and now they are subject to cross-examination by a criminal defense attorney. Already, a child who has experienced this is traumatized. This crime, we know, is already vastly underreported. If we add this amendment, there will be no justice for these children. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say very clearly that indecent exposure doesn't actually require that you reveal or show anybody your private parts. You can be fully dressed and you can be pretending to masturbate, and that is indecent exposure. You can be fully dressed and hugging and kissing a tree, and that is indecent exposure. And the penalty for that, for the misdemeanor crime, is at least 10 years of registering on the sex offender registry. And that means you can't live in most places. You cannot live in any kind of public housing, and you cannot work. These are dire consequences that are already part of the statute, and that is why I urge you to accept this amendment and vote yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion on amendments? Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it encouraging to hear the update that the reason for the bill isn't grooming. As a member of House Judiciary Committee, I assure you that was the context in which this was presented. It's important to recognize when considering L10 something that its amendment sponsor, is that a thing? That our colleague reminded in mentioning the misdemeanor. As uncomfortable as these things are to talk about, it's more uncomfortable to recognize the disconnect between what this bill does, as if not amended, the disconnect between that and actually preventing harm. I agree fully, without exception, period, full stop, with the sponsor who says we're here to protect children. And L10 helps us do the work of getting closer to the work that, as uncomfortable as it is to address, actually protects children. The behavior at issue here is and should be already illegal. It's already illegal. Our colleague from, at least in part, Boulder County, I feel like they might have some others, mentioned the circumstances of someone, I'm not healed enough yet to say those words, but someone pretending to commit an act and being clothed. These are the cases that are vile, disgusting, indefensible except for in a legal defending way, not okay, but these are the sort of cases that we see in our criminal courts in Colorado that are associated with this. L10 is a standing invitation, and other amendments might be as well, to push past the visceral reaction to conduct that none of us are okay with and recognize that there's a distinction between the misdemeanor and a felony for a reason. The goalpost is moving in terms of what the bill as unamended would have done. Whether you're looking at the criminal legal system and its role in regulating this conduct as being about accountability or about consequences or about punishment or about deterrence, in any of those lenses, it's important that we amend this in this way. We can't have a binary of just behavior we're okay with and behavior we're not. Within the category of behavior we're not okay with, and I'm comfortable in this moment speaking for all of us, within the category of behavior we're not okay with is a range of behavior related to circumstances, fact-specific processes. That's why we have the process. That's ostensibly why we bother to have the process of a trial or however a case is adjudicated, that it's not just the charge alone. The harm that awaits failing to properly amend this bill, passing it in either version, the harm that awaits folks who have committed acts that are going to fall within the purview of the conduct that we're attempting to regulate here, the consequences to them matter as well. And it matters for the victims. As long as I serve, you're going to hear me say it all the time, but survivors are not monolithic. We are not homogenous. And it is deeply disrespectful to suggest that we can't parse nuance and recognize many of us have been harmed, don't have the good fortune of just being harmed once. Many of us have survived many things, and we recognize that they're different, and circumstances can be different, and responses can be different. And where L10 puts in the language, right, of clarifying either the act is not committed in a public place, so a private place, or committed in a public place without an adult other than the actor present. This is critical. These are distinctions, and they're tough, blurry ones to make around the edges. They can be. But L10 helps give us factors. And when I say us, I mean the spectrum of victims, people who have been charged, lawyers, participants in the system. The language helps give tools to properly differentiate between conduct that is not as simple as we're okay with it or we're not. It's going to all be in the category of not. The last thing I'll say in this moment about L10 is that reflecting on this and this bill, particularly though L10, we who have been failed by adults are aware of moments where an outcome might have been different. And unlike other amendments that may come or other bills we may consider, where I understand that probably we all understand each other, we just disagree. This feels different. And this is me who has survived feeling like an adult who's going to fail, because I remain convinced that if I could somehow make you understand what was at the heart of this, that we would agree, unlike issues where it's just okay, we understand and we just see it differently. This distinction matters for victims. This distinction matters for people who are accused. Too often, those groups overlap. And it matters for their advocates, both on the court side and on the other side of on the prosecution side and on the other side of the adversarial process, to be able to make this distinction. It is uncomfortable to ask folks to do something different than incredibly well-meaning sponsors who care about children are asking. But that is what we're asking, and we ask that you'll adopt this amendment.
Representative Byrd.
Members, I'm going to renew my request to reject this amendment. I'm going to remind you, and I don't know if you know this, maybe it's not a reminder, but this indecent exposure to a child is the only sex crime against a child, and it is a sex crime against a child that is not a felony. All other sex crimes against children are felonies except for this one. We cannot put children who have been victimized this way in a position where they are their only spokesperson. Again, where they do not have the language in many cases to even describe what they have seen and what has happened to them. That is unfair. It is a second harm to compound what already has happened to them. We can't fail our children that way. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any more discussion on Amendment L10? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard this bill in committee, and an amendment like this was proposed, and there was a conversation around it. If it wasn't proposed, it was discussed. Sorry, it was feels like a month or two ago. We did move it. Okay. So, but in the conversation, there was a case that was shared about two high school students or two teenagers who were walking through a big box store parking lot when an individual exposed himself to them very inappropriately. And so the question was asked, well, there are folks that are in that parking lot. There are adults in that parking lot. They are bringing their carts to their cars, or they're walking around that parking lot. Would that then eliminate the opportunity for that individual to be prosecuted under this? And there were some who said yes, and there were some who said no. So in either way, it creates a gray setting. And so I just wanted to lay that particular fact pattern on the table, because I would argue that that kind of adult presence is not actually what is intended. Even, I mean, and I don't, I guess, let's just say I rise in opposition to this because of the way in which it would actually be implemented in practice. And I think it puts in question a range of fact patterns that otherwise should be captured. I do object to the underlying assumptions of this amendment. I want to make that clear as well. But for those who might be persuaded by some of these arguments, I want you to understand that it might capture more than you are otherwise intending for it to capture. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in extreme opposition to this amendment. I wanted to read you a story that goes to this amendment about a friend of mine that sent me an email about her and her daughter. So I'm just going to read it because this goes to speaking about a parent being with their child in a situation like this. I wanted to update you with the situation that my family experienced that has me scratching my head in regards to the bill that several Democrats voted to allow indecent exposure to a minor to be classified as a misdemeanor instead of a felony 6. This hit home for our family. Here is our experience. Several years ago, approximately 8.5 years ago, my daughter and I were victims of indecent exposure. As we were shopping in Target, and this is in Douglas County, one evening, we were walking down the aisle in between women's clothes and shoes. A man approached us with his pants unzipped and his privates hanging out, and he was gratifying himself. Yep, it was hanging out. She walked right past, hoping not to make light of the situation, praying my 3.5-year-old daughter did not see this. As I was pushing the cart directly toward a Target team member to contact security, a nightmare happened. My 3.5-year-old daughter asked me, "Mom, why did that man show me his private parts?" At this point, I went from confused to pissed. This man just took the innocence away from my daughter. This is her first experience with the male reproductive organ at 3. You may say, oh, she's 3, she'll forget, she doesn't know, etc. But let me tell you, my 3.5-year-old was wise beyond her years. And yes, she still remembers the incident over 8 years later. Her innocence has forever been taken away from this disgusting man who got off showing children his private parts. This is not something my husband and I talk about. We haven't really talked about it in front of her since the day it happened. We obviously explained to her that this behavior is not okay. She also knew at 3.5 what are considered private parts and what are not. We are not only the victims that day at Target from this pedophile. There was another woman with her young child that experienced the same thing. So this amendment would take both of those families out of this picture, and then the victims become the 3-year-old children. We're the victims in this. The victims are the children. The victims are the parents. She's walking through Target. She's not somewhere she shouldn't be. She's in a Target in Douglas County, and some person didn't just pull his pants down, didn't just rub on his pants, fully bared himself and gratified himself in front of a 3-year-old. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also serve on the Judiciary Committee where we had a long discussion about this bill. I appreciate where the authors of this amendment are coming from, but this was well discussed. This bill has really been tightened up and designed to be specifically targeted to those adults who really commit these egregious, horrible acts. So under 18, you're not going to be eligible to be charged with a felony. They've got an age separation requirement in there. This has really been well done, and it's not done lightly either, but it is a real loophole in our sex crimes towards children. And this amendment, as well-intentioned as it is, will just create confusion and make the problem worse. I believe the bill as now amended that's before us without this amendment is the best path to go forward. So I urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here in support of this amendment. As a psychologist, I have to tell you that too often we are inadvertently criminalizing those with serious mental illness and neurodevelopmental issues. Unfortunately, many times when you have an untreated serious mental illness, you express over-sexualized behavior because that is a symptom, and also when you have a neurodevelopmental disorder. I have one very concrete example in my experience. I have many others, but I'm going to give you one. I frequently worked with individuals on the autism spectrum disorder, and I worked with a young man who, as many individuals with autism, had sensory issues, and he was a teenager. He was 17, and so in a year he would have been impacted by this bill. He frequently disrobed in public. He would disrobe on the playground, and so we had to build a behavior plan to stop that behavior. But certainly when he was away from school without all the supportive adults that were there in school, he easily could have expressed this behavior again. So I appreciate this amendment as an attempt to really limit those individuals with serious mental illness and neurodevelopmental disorders being impacted inadvertently by our laws. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Weissman.
You know, members, there's a week, 9 days left in session, which is to say, if it's easy, it's probably done already. Maybe the governor's on the way to signing it, maybe it's dead, who knows. We don't tend to have the easy stuff hanging around at the end of session. We tend to have the hard stuff. And this is some of the hard stuff that we're talking about here right now. Because, because we're talking about some serious offenses that do deserve to be punished, including with felony-level consequences. We're also talking about the reality, and you may choose to deny it, but it is a reality, that our criminal legal system ensnares people with serious mental illness in a disproportionate way. Some of the evidence of that is that we are paying year over year over year $10+ million under a federal court consent decree because we are violating the constitutional rights of people who have been found incompetent to proceed in the criminal justice system. Now, serious mental illness and incompetency to proceed are not exactly the same. I don't assert that they are. But they run together. So we need to be on the lookout, particularly for offenses in our criminal code that might have a disproportionate impact on people with mental health conditions. Unfortunately, difficultly, I believe that we're talking about one of those right now. There was testimony to that effect in the Judiciary Committee. We did discuss it at great length. I do appreciate the work of the sponsors to bring other amendments that we discussed and adopted in committee. I believe that those significantly improve the legislation. I'm grateful for that. I'm up here commenting on this amendment at this point because even coming out of committee, I wanted to see a little bit more work done to get the line right between felony consequences for people who do things that deserve felony consequences and people who may be acting out of a mental illness. And members, what you have to understand here is the line is not between there are going to be criminal consequences or not. The line is between Class 6 felony or Class 1 misdemeanor. Class 1 misdemeanor means up to 364 days in county jail, basically a year. Class 6 felony starts at a year in DOC. So they appear to be very nearly equivalent, but there are differences throughout the criminal code and certainly in terms of how society reacts to what is meant by a felony or a misdemeanor. There was a comparable amendment, not identical, but comparable in committee. I struggled with it. I voted against it. I wasn't sure the line was quite in the right place because there are people that I am willing to see face felony consequences for this kind of conduct. But I was concerned the net was possibly just a bit too broad even after the other amendments that I spoke of. So now we have this amendment. It's written a bit differently. I believe it puts the line in just a little bit of a different place. We're talking about the hard stuff here, members. I think that when we work to mete out consequences, we have to understand what else we might be doing, even if we don't realize it, even if we don't intend it. I appreciate this amendment for trying to be mindful of those consequences.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you. Members, I'm going to say again, this is already a very underreported crime. This amendment will only make this worse. If we put children in a position where they are the only witness who can speak on their own behalf to describe what has happened to them, to hold an adult accountable for what has happened to them, I don't know how many people will stand up, how many children, how many parents would put their kids through that. And when the crime goes unreported, the victim gets no redress and gets no support, no services. All kinds of services come into play for a victim where the community and the state come in to support those who have been harmed by criminal activity. Again, what we are trying to remedy is a sex crime against children. This is the only one that is not a felony. I'll also point out that if an adult does the same behavior except to a child online, that's already a felony. Yet when an adult has a child in person, somehow that's only a misdemeanor? That's not right. It's inconsistent and it's unjust. Please vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye. Sorry, Representative Epps. Did you want to? Oh, I did not hear you. I'm so sorry. Division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L10. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L10, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L10 is lost. To the Judiciary Report. Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Folks who were present, either as our guests because they were bill sponsors or because they're members of House Judiciary, have spoken to what happened in committee. I disagree with my colleague who I don't see now from El Paso County in terms of the recap of certain things being fully vetted. And it is that important that we while I hope that the bill wouldn't have passed, is my recognition that in a world in which this bill could pass, it is that important that we narrow the language to protect our most vulnerable folks, those who are both victimized and those who commit harm, that I move Amendment L008 to the Judiciary Committee report for 11:35, and in 2 seconds, I'd ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L8 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned earlier how important it is that when we use certain experiences, scenarios, acts to justify enacting or changing our statutes, changing the status of Colorado policy about an issue, how critical it is that the arguments used to advance the proposed change are arguments that actually are reflected in the statutory construction of the change itself. We did begin a discussion of isolated place in Judiciary Committee, and what L008 does is clarify that this behavior that is already illegal, if you were hearing our discussion in a vacuum, you might think that we were otherwise condoning abhorrent behavior. We are not. It is already illegal. Our predecessors correctly assessed that it should be illegal. The discussion where L008 picks up forces us to consider if this is an appropriate space to be making a new felony. We've done a lot of that this week. This isn't a place where we should be doing that, where this is 1135. L008, in talking about an isolated place, the connection here to my reference about our arguments have to match the policy we're enacting, some of the arguments, I'll just address them preemptively, against it might be parallel to those opposing L010. L008 does not the quote was, put children in the position of having to speak about things they've endured, perhaps at an age before they have language for it. It is not us putting them in that position. You avoid that result, we avoid that result, members, if the law is left intact. It is not the change of L008 or 10 that would be putting children in that position. It's changing the classification. Indecent exposure is violating and already illegal. To justify making it a felony with felony consequences, to justify making it a felony, we have to be intentional and prescriptive that the language matches the behavior that is most abhorrent. The existence of classifications, the fact that they are stratified, the fact that they are entrenched in our statute books in tiers reflects that we understand all abhorrent conduct is not alike. If someone were to say to us about L008, a reminder about two other classifications of offenses that right now indecent exposure to a minor in this way is the only alleged act in this category of acts that is a misdemeanor, that's objectively accurate, but with appropriate reason, because we have long understood that there are degrees. I'm not opposed, I couldn't be opposed to appeals to emotion or rhetorical invitations to consider egregious conduct in making a decision, but I am opposed to falling back on that to justify creating an unamended felony. An isolated place. You all may know this in working on your own legislation, that often when we're working on a phrase, perhaps you go to look and see, has the phrase or the word already been defined in Colorado law? I've been surprised sometimes at what has been there and what hasn't. The possibility of this bill passing forces us to interrogate just what do we mean by an isolated place? We mean a place where no other adult other than the actor and co-participants are present. Yes, a member from El Paso is right that these are very similar issues, but they're distinct, 8 and 10, in terms of addressing private versus public, or private versus, public versus not public, and also the distinction of who is present. While victims are not monolithic, victims express that a thing that can be attached to the degree of harm is commonly having been alone. The presence of another adult can be a factor for safety, which should be something that gives us much more pause than a body with this composition should have about creating a new felony unchecked. The preferable amendment would be one that left the law as is. L008 speaks to an isolated place, speaks to who's present and where? I'm pausing because I see children. L008 speaks to who's there and where. And in doing so, it requires us to really understand what we are doing in making a new felony. I mentioned there were two classifications that were referenced. One was the objectively correct fact that indeed there is just one, as far as I know, sex offense against a minor that is a misdemeanor. How has that persisted to this long? Whether the legislature was controlled by either political party, a closer balance, because we've understood, and the folks in the adversarial process in the criminal courts have understood that it is appropriate that there is a classification that permits charging of conduct that we don't want, but that isn't a felony. It's been too many years since I took undergraduate and graduate coursework in deductive and inductive and symbolic logic to remember the exact term, but there's a term for what happens when, in thinking about or discussing L008, someone would say, as we heard about 10, that if a person exposes themselves to a minor online, it's a felony, and that it is, the words were, unjust for it to only be a misdemeanor. The exposure online is a felony because of a policy choice. That's not some written in stone, pre-existing, happened with the Big Bang fact. We chose that. We could have chosen, I wasn't here for the debate, so I can't say should have, but we could have chosen to align the offenses at the misdemeanor level. And we're being asked, members, as part of the justification to do anything other than adopt L008, we're being asked to consider that this offense, if done online, is a felony, but it's only, and I say only gently, because the consequences of a misdemeanor sex offense charge and or conviction are severe. But we're being asked to consider that it's only a misdemeanor for one and a felony for the other. It will happen again and again that I'll try to reframe this argument and fail, but I'll keep trying because it's worth it for victims and survivors and people who are over-prosecuted to try. But the calls to parity, the calls of that we have to be just, that the charging has to be the same, those calls are answered if we align the penalties at any other level. It should shock our conscience and make us deeply uncomfortable as a body that the only direction, let me edit that too often the most common direction in which we change a criminal level is to increase it. When we call for parity, the more equitable call would be to align these offenses at the misdemeanor level that has a decade minimum of forced inclusion on a sex offender registry, that impacts lives in ways that I dearly wish that you don't know. The consequences of a misdemeanor sex offense charge are dire. You achieve parity and equity in charging by aligning them at the appropriate level where we already had them. In the absence of L008, what we are doing, and it's natural and it's visceral and there's no motive to impugn because we all agree that we want children safe, but we're falling back on the demonstrably failed, consistently proven ineffective policies of generations. This is not going to be the year. Folks who know me know I say this all the time about hoping I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but this is not going to be the year when passing a bill like this without an amendment like 8 is going to keep us safer. I would be trying to figure out how to get my name on the bill if that was what it was going to do. L008, if adopted, would not make 1135 a bill that I could support. But it would make it a bill that becomes much closer to being philosophically consistent, much closer to being appropriately aligned with how we understand there to be different categories of behaviors, different motivations for behavior. It's a tool of harm reduction because our folks who fight, who do liberatory work to defend and support people accused of and who've often committed terrible acts, it's a harm reduction tool, L8 is, that will help them because their client's going to get a felony. You lose all the time. It's going to help them ensure that we're limiting this new felony that we're creating, this body, that the new felony is applied to the folks whose conduct is indeed most problematic. The opposite of most problematic is not problematic. This work of creating legislation is far too nuanced, has room for far too much nuance than to collapse it into these reductive binaries that do not help victims, do not help survivors, and most importantly, don't prevent new victims and survivors. If you are concerned about conduct to the extent, if we are concerned about conduct to the extent that we want to make it a felony, even though we know this is not the year, this is not the General Assembly that it finally works. This is not the time that the felony charge finally stops the behavior. But if we decide and act to create a new felony, surely it must be limited to the behavior that is most concerning out of a range of deeply concerning behavior. The examples that would be used to counter 10 and now 8 are examples of scenarios that are difficult for me to even repeat because of my admittedly where I am in my own healing. I don't like to think about those things. But my not liking to think about it is nothing like the child or the family who has to endure it. And so we who are removed from that situation are called to include emotion appropriately in our decisions. Of course we are. You probably don't wind up coming here to work if you aren't driven in some ways by passion and by emotion about whatever those issues are. But we who are a step removed from the harm are the ones who are called to make decisions that give appropriate weight to the emotionality and that frame consequences with both proportionality but also in a way that is directed to interrupt future harm. By focusing on isolation, we are focusing on, as L08 does, we are focusing on the situations that are most dangerous, where there's not a ready adult to intervene or to prevent or to respond or to know how to name the conduct that children can't. I will name that, unfortunately, I have the lived experience to know, and the professional context to know that children in the company of proper professionals, often do a devastatingly, heartbreakingly excellent job of telling us what happened to them. Whether it's drawing or using dolls or describing or pointing to things that reminds them of. We undermine their autonomy by suggesting otherwise, but we who are removed from that emotional moment are the ones who have to legislate based on facts, not fear. And not to be willing to create a new felony without also aligning the felony designation with the behavior that is most harmful. L08 becomes something. L08 is not going to, any more than the bill would, stop certain behavior or stop certain victims, but understand that when you limit the difference between a felony and a misdemeanor, the issue that underlies the necessity for L008, you have to understand the difference between the potential consequences. The difference between eligibility for what sort of probation, what sort of sentencing, what resources. We are talking about in a situation where, as disgusting as it is, someone who is clothed may mime masturbating and then face being sent to, with perhaps the exception of an active war zone, there is no place more sexually violent. There's no place on earth more sexually violent than cages. Colorado cages aren't exempt from that. There's a mention, and it's raised in the context of discussing this amendment, of things being underreported. We could not begin to tell you how underreported sex assaults are in Colorado cages, in Colorado prisons. When you felonize someone, when you create a new felony, this is we're considering an amendment in a bill that talks about what we do after something has happened. We have to be able to find, if not consensus, something close to it, that folks who right now can be appropriately charged with a misdemeanor. The example that was given about being clothed and miming masturbation, this is what we see. This is how this offense appears. And we have to be close to some sort of consensus of thinking that felonizing that abhorrent behavior is not the right call. I say close to consensus because I understand that some will insist it is the right call. L008 is the first time that I've ever brought an amendment that would be less than friendly. It is wildly uncomfortable, and yet not about me at all. And no level of uncomfort that compares to what our folks who are victims of sexual assaults or sexual offenses or decent exposure, my discomfort doesn't compare to that. Isolated place is important enough an element. The absence of it, if you're going to interrogate it intellectually, and if you're fortunate to not have the personal experience or perhaps otherwise don't have the professional experience, to call upon the folks who are doing this work and ask, what is going to be charged this way? Who now is not eligible for the misdemeanor? It could not possibly surprise you all to find out that it is common prosecutorial practice to charge the highest thing that you can. And yet we have countless prosecutors who act with discretion and discernment and when there's an appropriate lower charge, would charge it. The behavior being charged right now under this indecent exposure statute is appropriately set. And if it's going to be changed, it has to be narrowed. The arguments against narrowing the bill are arguments the arguments against narrowing the bill to the behavior we are most concerned about are arguments for leaving the law intact as a misdemeanor. L008 gives the opportunity to actually be much closer to enacting legislation. Clearly, the legislation is clearly designed and intended to protect children. But that's not new. And this construction doesn't get us there in the absence of L008. I don't know what numbers of people are going to be, I can't say with certainty how the charging decisions will all change in the future. But I'm certain that the absence of an amendment like L008 puts us in a position where we are further away from the work of regulating the conduct that is most abhorrent. We are further away from focusing on data-driven interventions. L008 gets us closer. L008, in the plain reading of it, the people who are named are the adult, or the adult who's absent, the actor, meaning the person who's going to be charged, and any co-participants. It doesn't name in its plain reading the victim, but that's who it's about. Opposition to 08 would be parallel in some ways, while it's distinct to 10, because there's a mention of all kinds of resources that come into place for victims when a certain crime is charged. Colleagues, as depressed and disillusioned as I am in this moment and generally, I do have good news, and that is the fact that you have to wait until a certain offense is charged as a felony until you get certain resources, that's a policy choice. That's up to us. We can decide that both victims and survivors have access to resources without the criminal legal process at all, much less waiting until something is charged as a felony. We chose that, not we, but we. The fact that offenders, there was misinformation, and L008 amplifies, hearkening back to some of that misinformation presented by proponents in the bill hearing, including a prosecutor himself who was wrong about what the length of potential time is that a person can be sentenced and or be eligible for treatment and sex offender probation. As concerning as it was that they didn't know how long that range was, it reflects that while L008 doesn't have the word victim in it, it's about it. Y'all have heard me say this, but the victim club is full. We don't want new members. We're not recruiting. We don't want anybody else in this group. And the only way to get us closer to that is to be brave enough to stop investing in that which has never worked. And to start investing, I don't mean that just in the financial way, but certainly financially as well, in that which works. L008, calling us to look at the isolation element of place and who's present, does that. The ancillary and complementary issues of deciding at what level can you get, at what level is someone eligible for certain treatment. We can direct that. This amendment and bill, the bill as prospectively amendment, amended get to the issue. The distinction is between a felony and a misdemeanor, not between do we like victims or not, do we care or not. It's not between do we hate offenders or not. It's not between legal or illegal. It's between felonization and a misdemeanor. A felony is inarguably worse, perhaps in many cases appropriately worse than a misdemeanor. But I envy anyone who thinks that misdemeanor consequences are a pass. And when behavior is different enough that it's not otherwise charged as another felony, there needs to be a category of offense that appropriately fits that behavior. And if we are going to deviate from that long-held understanding that this conduct has a range, if we're going to deviate, then we have to isolate the behavior that is most concerning. Justice for victims does not entail lumping all experiences in to one charging category and doing it in our name. L008, no more than L0010, could itself impact the reporting of the behavior. We know the intricacies of these laws. Public defenders, alternate defense counsel, private defense attorneys, prosecutors, municipal city attorneys, these folks know these intricacies. Our neighbors and community aren't aware of these distinctions to the level where they're not going to report because of this tweak, but this tweak is going to have a massive impact on those families it does touch, where this and the change is the bill. It is incredibly important that we be deeply judicious and sparing in our creation of new felonies. We've done that other times this session. And in thinking about that in comparison to L008, and I'm not making a judgment call about saying that we made the right or the wrong call in other instances, but creating new crimes and starting them at the felony level, we have to be incredibly judicious. Community also includes the people who are accused. And if we have been judicious and deliberative and thoughtful and redundant about creating the new felony, we have to apply the same level of scrutiny, not strict scrutiny in the law school sense, but a strict interrogation of who belongs in that category of new felons, who is no longer deserving of the level of the sort of interventions that you get for the period in your life when you get to live without a felony. Who deserves to be in that group? It has to be reserved for folks who are in a much narrower subset than what 1135 unamended offers. The cleanest way to get there, and it's not in my nature to concede certain things, but if we're conceding that we're going to make the new felony, the cleanest way to ensure that we are addressing the conduct that we find most concerning in this range of conduct is by including L008, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Members, I renew my request for a no vote on this amendment. This is functionally the exact same amendment that we just rejected. And I will just underscore, we are being intentional in creating a new felony. It is abhorrent for an adult to go to a child or in a public place, expose their genitals for sexual gratification in front of a child. And that child shouldn't have to be corded off alone, where the harm is even worse for them to be to be in a position to get redress and know that society stands behind them. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Epps?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One small note, I'm not sure if the word was quartered or courted, but in either way, if that is what happens to the child, that is kidnapping. If you're blocked in that way, or if you're moved, this matters. This matters because that example, well-meaning example, just like in Judiciary Committee, I see a witness gave examples, and we heard another one that appropriately tug on our heartstrings. How cold could you be if you don't care about harm being done to children? But they are examples that are not to the bill and to the amendment, because that set of behavior is kidnapping and will be charged as such. L008 is not about waiting until I'm struggling to find the words to not make it parallel and not to be inflammatory about it. But the examples have to match what we're talking about. And the examples are vile as they are, like as is. And that's why Colorado General Assemblies in years past and to present have understood that the behavior should be illegal. You know some folks who would make an argument that the behavior shouldn't be illegal. That's not my argument. Not on this bill or otherwise. But it's not a light thing to use that language to describe conduct and justify creation of an unamended felony, because it is that sort of well-intended rhetoric that puts us in a position where we are attempting to collapse behaviors that we know are different in severity and degree and magnitude. We understand that, and our current code reflects that. It should not surprise you to learn that I don't think our criminal code is perfect. I've got a few Post-it flags. Is that a brand name? I've got a few flags in my statute book where there's some things I think we need to address forthwith. This offense being at a misdemeanor is appropriate. In the same way we, in Judiciary Committee, considered language, it's not functionally equivalent. Private, depending on who is present, and private, not depending on who is present, are different. And if we're going to be intellectually honest, we'll recognize we've spent some time on some amendments after amendment after amendment after amendment that were functionally equivalent. This is not that. This is an invitation for us to enact statutory constructive harm reduction by giving advocates who support those who have been harmed and those who have committed harm. It's always uncomfortable to speak as if those are binary distinct groups because they so often are not. But L008 gives the space for those supporting those of us who have been on the spectrum of whether being accused or receiving harm, the appropriate legal language to make a distinction that this legislature is otherwise, that we would be collapsing. I don't have an ask of the sponsors or of anyone that we necessarily go through examples of what is talked about here for personal and time reasons and otherwise. But I would ask that if we give any, that they are ones that clarify, that would amplify why we would be arguing for the distinction between a misdemeanor and a felony. The behavior is appropriately codified as illegal. The consequences, if convicted of misdemeanor, of this level of misdemeanor sex offense, indecent exposure, are serious. They may well be commensurate with the offense. It's not commensurate with felonization. L008 there are victims, as we are not a monolithic, like-thinking body. Similarly, victims are not. But there are threads of consistency. And while I don't get to speak for all victims, others have, and I'm going to risk it in saying we all want at least two things, and then maybe we diverge. We all want to be better, to be healed, to be healthy, to not be victimized again. And we all want others, I'm not going to say especially children, but certainly with particular care and love and compassion for the folks who are still young. We all want to be well ourselves, and we all want others to not know what it's like to endure that. And perhaps there we diverge, and L008 diverges from the bill in that it brings us back to the arguments that we heard about why this was a necessary change. While the impacts of a felony are greater, and perhaps appropriately so, than a misdemeanor, the availability for treatment, for sex offender probation, for resources are parallel. They're also the result of policy choices. But we're talking about, we're considering advancing legislation that, if unamended, is going to only increase the criminogenic, the penal part of this without advancing another goal. It was in a consideration of not exactly these amendments, but certainly a similar set of delineating factors that we invited, and this is just so relevant to this amendment, we invited a proponent I invited. I asked her to tell me how this would keep us safer. That's always my consideration in voting on any criminal legal issue. How does this keep us safer? And I can tell you how L08 keeps us safer. Although the district attorneys speaking with us who care deeply about victims could not tell us how the bill unamended would keep us safer. The answer was about punishment, and that is a valid, that is a consideration. If the goal, a goal or the goal, is to exact greater punishment on folks who have committed this offense, this does that. I'm an abolitionist, not a pacifist. My arguments do not come, I'm not evolved yet. They don't come from a place of just love and forgiveness. They come from a place of caring about data-driven interventions that keep Colorado safer. And when the people advocating for it, who love our youngest neighbors and care about them deeply, many of whom have committed their life's work to keeping us safe, cannot articulate how this bill unamended does that, we have to pause. Whether the pause is a vote, or the pause is an hour, or the pause is 3 hours. This is a massive change in consequence for something that Colorado, while not leading in all matrices, particularly failing miserably when it comes to certain objective measures of how we take care of our most vulnerable neighbors and ones who are facing behavioral health challenges and the folks who love them, We've taken steps to get better. This is a step in the opposite direction. When the folks asking for this change, I'm trying to think what the opposite of impugn is, because I want to name that their motives are the best motives to take care of our most vulnerable neighbors. But when they can't articulate how it keeps us safer, the pause must be to adopt L008, if not to reject the bill entirely. I do not discount the importance of our visceral reactions. In revisiting the context of L008, I reflect on my own experiences and mine as a young mother. I've been a mother in Target. I've lost sight of my child and had the most paralyzing panic before realizing he was standing with a mannequin, trying to move it and trying to figure out before I could find him. But when you survive things, and even if you don't, I'm sure, I've not been that parent, but your mind, where's my child? Where might they be? Are they isolated? Who's with them? That fear is real, and it drives me too. But the decision attached to that consideration of fear has to be one that is based in data. And I don't even mean the data of show us that it works. It is, as my colleague has pointed out before, and I have some information that I forgot that I actually have to share with you, it is incredibly hard to look back and say, what did we prevent? By doing, we did X, do we know that we prevented what number of the offense? That is hard to quantify, but there are ways that we can look at it. But we do know that one of the ways, right, because the plural of anecdote is not data, but one of the ways that we understand that we can demonstrate that a strategy is effective is being able to articulate how does it make us safer. So if you don't have, I should be framing this in the affirmative, but if we didn't adopt L008, so what flows is then an argument for adopting it, but if we didn't, if we had this bill unamended, the answers to my repeated calls to tell me how it makes these children safer just being careful with my words, but these were the answers. The question, how would passing this bill unamended keep us safer? I'm giving these answers not in temporal order and the chronological order they came, but one was, even saying the word felony means something to victims. People want to know that what happened to them was serious. I don't disagree with that. Most of us understand, the youngest people in the room probably understand that a felony is more serious than a misdemeanor, particularly if they're that age where precocious children like me were reading the full newspaper every morning before school. How does it keep us safer? We know that a felony is more serious. So the answer was, it's a feeling that if you charge it as a felony, the person feels more heard, seen, validated. I don't think I disagree with that. I think that if someone has survived what the folks who are anticipated as prospective or past victims in consideration of L008 have endured, I think that if they were offered a menu of two binary choices, you've already been harmed, so the best choice is off the table, which would be to not be harmed. But once you've been harmed or your baby has been harmed, if your two choices given to you by statute, it's handed down by legislators the governor's relevant in that analysis too, but if your two choices you're given are the person who's harmed you can get a felony or a misdemeanor, I think most folks would probably choose a felony, I think, if you only give those two choices. But if you understand and accept the reasons for needing L008, if you understand that behavior occurs on a continuum, that it's not all equivalent, and if you were to offer that survivor an option instead of a choice of a felony or a misdemeanor, if you offer them a felony or investment in interventions that help ensure that the person who harms you doesn't harm someone else, people are going to pick the latter. This bill, as unamended by L008, deeply, indefensibly, without an articulable connection to increased safety, further entrenches our commitment to things that don't keep us safe. That's all true, even if we weren't then sending the person who has committed harm to the most sexually violent place on earth. Even if we weren't doing that, we are doubling down, we would be doubling down with this bill unamended on that which hasn't kept us safe. I told you that I asked the district attorneys to articulate for me how this bill unamended would keep Coloradans safer. I am not opposed to the existence of rhetorical questions. I often complicate my own experience because I will speak in a way that is flat and dry and bordering on sarcastic and rhetorical and realize the speaker didn't understand my tone and I have to reset. But this question isn't and wasn't rhetorical. How does it keep us safer? Colleagues, more than one, but certainly one who I've referenced earlier, have our own litmus test of how do we make decisions about legislation. On our calculus of considering both L008, but any new felony, any increased penalty, the first question is an appropriate area for the government to be regulating at all, but after that, the next question should be, does this keep us safer? Does it? The list of interventions, many of which I hope to see a world that we no longer have, but that are known to keep us safer, that list exists. That list exists. There are criminal legal interventions that I don't like and wouldn't support for other reasons, but you could name how they keep us safer. This bill without L008 doesn't do that. Another answer that was given, I mentioned punishment. I mentioned the fact that victims feel a certain thing about the word felony versus misdemeanor. Another answer that was given was that you are removing a person who has committed harm from community for a period of time. That was at least a better answer because it acknowledged a temporal connection, an if-then. If you remove, then they are gone. But are we safer? Because at this level of offense, the person who has committed this harm, and in all of this conversation, I am speaking exclusively about people who have committed harm, setting aside the many folks who are wrongly accused, saddled with this designation for life inappropriately, but harm is committed. People commit harm. Those of us who are raised in certain Judeo-Christian traditions are taught that on day pretty close to 7, there was harm. So the answer to how does this keep us safer was that you remove the person who has committed harm from society for some period of time. I take issue with the characterization that our folks who are behind bars are no longer in society and community. But it's objectively true that they're removed for a period. And at this level of offense, they will come home one day. Who are we bringing home after the felonization? If we get some period of 18 months, 24 months, If we get some period of the person who's committed harm being removed, who are they when they come back to us? Are we safer? Because if the answer is yes, then we should do this. But we know it's not. L008, by emphasizing how much I started to say do care, we do care actually, but how much we must care about these narrow distinctions. Of all the new crimes we've committed, not just this session committed to the statute books, that deserve the rest of its phrase. Of all the new crimes that we've created or increased the penalties for, not just this session, but this week and going back, this one is distinct, and it's why L008 is important. It's another thing I'd like to be wrong about, but we're not going to come back from this change. We're going to see that it was misguided if we enact it with L008. We're going to add to the community of folks who are navigating life with a felony tag, folks who pretend to masturbate at a corner where there's a school bus of children, an incident I know about that is disgusting. I want the answer to be no if I ask, are we prepared to say that person needs a felony without even considering that if the law is not appropriately calibrated, changing an offense that is understood and navigated and litigated by folks in the adversarial process in our, is it still 22 judicial districts? 23rd on its way. We've understood for a long time that the conduct can be different. And if we are going to move an entire class of folks into felonization, there has to be a willingness to narrow who's in the class. The reasons for taking an offense from a misdemeanor to a felony must entail an articulable recitation of what will be different. What will be different for future folks who could have received harm? What will be different? Because we cannot think, I don't think I can speak for the body in this, but I hope that no one thinks that someone who's about to commit an act that is so abhorrent to us calibrates their behavior based on the charge. That would be a reason that an unamended 1135 could keep us safer. But that's not how our neighbors live. That's not how we make decisions. We who don't harm children don't harm children. We don't, I can say it more carefully. Most of us, hopefully all of us, would not harm a child. We probably don't have to stop and think about it. The behavior isn't interrupted based on that difference of felony or misdemeanor. And if it is, then that's something the advocates have to be able to articulate. As much as I don't think it is, as much as it doesn't rank high in my hierarchy of reasons to create a new crime being punishment. That is one. It's okay to name it. It's not a motive that I attach a value judgment to, but it's not safety. Don't do this in the name of safety or victim safety if we can't articulate how does it keep us safer. Now, an hour or two of me talking about this is nothing compared to the time lost where we could be investing in that which prevents new victims. It is not as simple as a checklist, but we do overwhelmingly know what helps keep us safe. And in moments where someone who would commit harm is near one of our most vulnerable neighbors and youngest, the presence of a safe adult is a thing that helps keep us safer. Isolation matters in this amendment, not just as an abstract, as a component for appellate lawyers to deal with after harm has been committed and a person has been convicted, but to recognize that we see it as different. You don't have to be a parent to understand how different the fear is if you lose sight of your child for a moment and you turn around and the child is with a trusted adult and a potential person who may harm them, and if the child is alone with the person who may harm them, that is different. And it's different enough that it's appropriate to insist that if we're creating a felony, it deserves the level of interrogation proportionate to that. It occurs to me, though I don't know exactly how it could happen, L008 is the impetus for it occurring to me that the bar to create a new felony should be much higher. It should be much closer to the standard needed to charge a felony, to prove a felony. And in those circumstances, sufficient grounds do not include just an appeal to our appropriately compassionate, child-centered emotions. When I ask the district attorneys and any of you, and in our one-off conversations and otherwise, when I ask you to explain, when we invite you to tell us how this keeps us safer, as I said, and as L008 amplifies, it is not a rhetorical question. I want to be convinced. I started the remarks about this amendment and the other by conceding that I have the misfortune of knowing what it's like to not be well protected by adults. And I'm still the adult product of wanting to see that the decisions that the adults who care about us are making are ones that will change your trajectory. I'm still that hopeful. And so when I ask, how does this keep us safer? It's not because I don't think you could answer, it's because I'm begging you to. Whether my name is in red or yellow or green, the bill passes unamended and without L008, I'm complicit. The danger, in addition to victim survivors and to people who will be accused of harm, of failing to adopt L008, is that we inevitably, because we care about so many issues and we legislate on so many issues, critical issues, that we then check the box. We did the thing. without ever being able to explain how does it in the long term, how does it keep us safer? I want the answer to be that this would keep us safer. If there is pause about being able to articulate it, about how an unamended 1135 keeps us safer, that's pause enough to not enact it without an amendment. It could be the case that we're kept safer because word gets out about the charge, the offense level. Word gets out, and so would-be actors who would commit harm now know the charge is higher and they don't. I'm skeptical that that's the case here. In the criminal legal, in the work, we know that there are times where that is the case. So that's not a throwaway argument. But if, in considering where you would land on L008, the ask is the same about how are we safer without it? There are some offenses where perhaps the known charge level does impact behavior. Asking for a friend, but I certainly wouldn't have tried certain substances before they were decriminalized, and maybe I will now. So maybe the criminalization affected that part of my behavior. That parallel doesn't work for indecent exposure to children. How does it keep us safer? Is it in telling our children and their families that we value you more because we've changed this code? Maybe. But given a choice, everyone who's survived and endured and been victimized or has loved someone who has would rather have interventions that stop that harm. How does it keep us safer? I don't know that I could make the argument for 1135 without it. Where the it is L008. But the inclusion of L008, while it wouldn't let me fully move on from this, it would let me move on from a narrower construction of dealing with this as an issue if I at least knew that surely we understood that behaviors are different enough, that mental states, capacity, behavioral health challenges are distinct enough to warrant this. L008, unlike an unamended bill, there is a connection to how it keeps us safer. Because we have the emotional capacity, the intellectual rigor, and the legislative discipline to focus on who are the folks most at risk. If the status of current law was that this behavior was not criminalized currently, and we were considering starting at a felony, that's a different analysis. Every tough on crime, more carcerality argument that exists in the year of our Lord 2023 has existed for decades. And those arguments, our amazing nonpartisan staff and colleagues on floors below can provide you and ask me how I know. The legislative history of certain pieces of legislation, and if you search the corresponding local media at the time, you'll find that you have to go way back because this behavior has been illegal, even though the classification has changed over time. The same arguments made now to tell us why it needs to be a felony were the arguments made to criminalize it, but with less of a push because we all understood that it was meant to be illegal. And yet we've heard nothing that would justify keeping the umbrella, the tent, because we're all a big fan of big tents here. Keeping the tent, Ashe, keeping the tent so big as to not recognize who's excluded, who's harmed, who's susceptible to harm, both as victims and as someone who commits harm by failing to adopt L008. There is a specific amount of time that I had in my head that I would try to speak about this amendment. And that specific amount of time is the amount of time that a child I knew was crying out, as we could verify by other objective factors, for an adult to help, and it didn't happen. And yet, when that victim, who's an adult, they were asked, how would L008 have mattered? Their first answer would be, the harm is done. But to hear one's own experiences used in defense of committing violence, and indeed sexual violence, that accompanies what is the result of felonization, that victim would reject that. It can't be the case that we only honor and support victims when they are asking for the most carceral option. The victims who are asking for carcerality and for harsh punishments and for prosecution, they are worthy, and they alone get to be the judge of what the appropriate penalty is for them. But those who ask for something different must as well, and those who recognize that, as L008 points to, that being harmed that it can be the case that you feel something closer to safe when there is an adult nearby, when there is an escape route. The isolation factor matters. We don't come back. I would like to be wrong about this too. I think that's the third thing, but we don't come back from creating new felonies, not well. We realign, we revisit, we make improvements, but we set up that rhetorical, that's where I couldn't remember the word from classes on deductive and symbolic logic, but we say, well, if you do it online, it's a felony, but it's only a misdemeanor in person. That's because we chose to make it a felony online. Someone chose. I don't mean that in assigning any prescriptive power to any individual person. But collectively, that's a policy decision. And it's one that, as much as we may feel helpless or hopeless because the menu of good options to stop this harm is small, but it's not non-existent. It's not non-existent. We understand on both the visceral level and an intellectual one that it is different to be isolated, that it is different when there is or is not someone else present. Does it make a person who survives such an experience any less a victim if there was an adult present, or they weren't as isolated? Of course not. But it does mean that we, who have this outsized power to create rules that by design, at least in terms of 1135 unamended, do not preempt behavior. There's a standing invitation to correct me on this, not because I think I alone am right, but because I want to be wrong. Because if indeed, as has been the case, year after year after year after our victimhood, we keep doubling down on more of the thing that doesn't work. How does charging the person who harmed me with a felony versus a misdemeanor when you are eligible for parallel sex offender-based treatment or probation in either case, when you are put on a sex offender registry in either case, how does that keep me safer? Safety has to mean the presence of peace, not just the absence of the immediate presence of the person who harmed us. And that's what felonization does. There are some outward markers of understanding the need for L008. If you are as weirdly as attentive as I am to certain things, you'll notice how some of us, if we have to pick up a piece of paper or walk to the front, will always walk all the way around the chamber and never pass that closely behind a colleague. Not because there's something wrong with it morally or otherwise, but because we jump, because trauma is real, and because we learn in all the ways to take the greatest route to us to not risk alarming someone. Maybe everyone who takes the long route doesn't understand the need for L008 in the same way, but perhaps they do. Perhaps we understand that proximity matters. We look at who is comfortable taking up space in certain ways and when, who reserves it for which fights and when, and L008, by pointing right at this isolation aspect, it gives an opportunity to accept at face value, as I do. I could not tell you that I believe the folks who, I don't just mean the bill sponsors, but that the prosecutors who are advancing this legislation, I could not tell you that I think that I know that they care about children if I didn't believe that to be true. I'd find some other words to dance around it. But victims in Colorado who are not monolithic and not homogenous will uniformly want to not be victimized again and for the same to not befall others. And even if we diverge about what we think should happen to the person who has committed harm against us, even if we recognize the superficial markers, even in this chamber, of who is protected, who is checked on, there's a parallel in this amendment. March 21st feels like an awfully long time ago. 5 weeks? And it's been not quite since then, but close, that I've considered, was it worth it to advocate again, to beg, implore, use all those GRE words, for an amendment that even if things went as I'm asking, as I reread this, that even if in this moment I got what I was asking for, knowing I'd be an adult who was complicit in doing something that, as well intended as it is not going to keep children safer. Not because of my prediction, but because even the people calling for it can't tell us how it keeps us safer. If the first consideration in enacting in creating a new criminal offense or enacting a new criminal provision, enhancing, increasing a penalty, if the first consideration is not how does this keep Colorado and Coloradans safer, we're not doing it right. That's the intro level question. And so, in reflecting on preparing to close and to make that ask, and to ask in vain for gentleness and how I would be addressed, a gentleness that when offered is not reciprocated, the ask about L008 in weighing, is it worth it? It's the adult manifestation, and while I'm sorry for folks' harm, I'm relieved that I'm not the only person in this body whose trauma is just consistently all on display for the whole world to see and decides to legislate through that. But in making the assessment of is it worth it to ask for L008, I am the adult who reflects on the child who learned very, very quickly when it is worth it to fight and when it is not. When the risk to our most vulnerable neighbors of not articulating that if only this would be the time that an increased criminal penalty would keep us safer. If only this would be the time that felonizing the most intimately violent category of behavior, felonizing a new element, and if only this would be the time that we could be safer. The assessment of L008, which will be different for me as compared to others, but the assessment is still, is it worth it? Sometimes we fight to win. Sometimes we fight knowing we're going to lose. And sometimes the fight is a quieter one, where we just endure it. And we hope, and we have an opportunity with L008 to do that, as well as with our underlying vote on the bill. But we hope that if the adults have failed, the adult here, I'm speaking of myself, I think I'm allowed to impugn my own motives, but if the adult has failed, we cannot do that in the names of the people who we identify as the reason for our legislative action. If punishment is the goal, it's okay to name it. But this isn't how this is framed, and this bill without this amendment is one that calls into our most visceral emotions. The sponsors and advocates are too genuine and too loving in terms of how they care about children to name it this way, but the proposition being asked of us, if we consider this bill unamended, is whose side are you on? Child victims or not? That's not the choice. That's not the choice. Your vote on this amendment, much like your vote on this bill, does not reflect whether or not you care for children, because I just happen to know that you do. It alone doesn't reflect that. But the opportunity is present in L008 to take a step towards codifying not a hierarchy of victims, but a recognition that like things can be treated alike and that different behaviors can be treated differently. And in neither scenario, has there yet been an articulation of how this bill unamended keeps us safer. Safer as in preventing new harm, interrupting new victimization. And in that assessment, I ask for this amendment and ask for your support on it, because the underlying conduct is and will remain illegal. And when we have finite resources, finite psychic capacity and otherwise, to interrupt this harm, we should do so directed by folks who can show that they've been interrupting harm, not just punishing it. It is a modern twilight zone to be an adult in this year, hearing verbatim the same calls for harsh punishments that undergirded, that supported, financed the expansion of the system we have now that puts us in a position where we need an amendment like L008. The same arguments. This isn't going to be the year when increasing a penalty keeps us safer. But in a world in which we get to the other side of the amendment and we discuss the bill itself, or I suppose the Judiciary Committee report, we already did appropriations, that's right. In a world in which we're having that discussion about, are we safer with or without this? How does this bill unamended keep us safer? Pay close attention to the tone that responds. Because when you dismiss uncomfortable arguments, I'll speak for myself, dismiss uncomfortable arguments, it's much too parallel to dismissing the voices and the asks of victims who recognize that an amendment like this better shapes the ability to help us navigate our experience in the criminal legal system. Our words matter, what we enact matters, how we enact it matters. Taking the harm reduction step of preparing to send this bill to our colleagues in another chamber, better intact to address the issues that its proponents assign to it. Take care to listen to who and how speaks for whom, the word choice and the tone that they use to do it. Because it would be a travesty if we did anything less than adopt L008, and if we perpetuated repeating the same sort of victimization that certain well-meaning folks already perpetuate. There is a difference in situations depending on who is present and where an alleged incident occurs. While these are loose use of the word arguments, while these rationales are certainly connected to the body of the bill itself, the bill unamended is different enough that it invites a discussion in a more narrow way of this amendment. We use victims as rhetorical flourishes. We appropriate experiences fairly consistently in defense of further commitment to demonstrably failed policies. Demonstrably failed policies brought by incredibly well-meaning people. While the arguments to come for the bill itself are complementary but distinct from this amendment and from consideration of the House Judiciary Committee report, they share a nexus in that there's an overlap, an intersecting invitation to consider what are we trying to do here? What are we trying to do with this legislation? I hope the answer is to keep Coloradans safe and not this abstract thing of what are we saying to victims if one thing is a misdemeanor and one thing is a felony. The more important question is what are we saying to victims if we don't adopt an amendment like this and we continue to do all of the failed things that preceded our collective victimization? What are we saying to victims when we have an opportunity to not even reroute, but to do something less than staying just myopically focused on the failed policies that have us at the point where we're considering an amendment like this about isolation and we have a DOC budget over $1 billion for the first time in history. The creation of new felonies, the increasing of the penalties of existing appropriately appropriately classified criminalized behavior it requires a level of scrutiny that I've been complicit at our committee hearing and otherwise of not demanding. And so, in my own assessment of is it worth it to bring L008, the words friendly and hostile are so divisive. hostile is heavy itself, but to bring an amendment, my own assessment and calculus in deciding that is one that recognizes how much the language of the amendment gives the opportunity for harm reduction. And when and if in the near future advocates in the criminal legal adversarial system are parsing these words, it means we've already failed. Not because of the presence or absence of this amendment, but because the only time that this legislation, hopefully as amended, the only time it is relevant is when there's been an accusation of harm. And so when an accusation of harm, and I don't want to make a prediction about amount of times, but quite often actual harm has been committed, we've already failed. And so I decide to bring it, knowing, while I know the likely outcome, you can't survive the things I've survived and not have a little bit of hope. L008, the fate of the Republic does not hinge on this amendment. The direction of our collective work for victims and survivors, the direction it's taking does hinge on this. You can take the arguments against an amendment like this, take out the bill number, take out certain elements of the offense, and just copy and paste year after year after year after year. And not see better outcomes, not see the victim club finally stop accepting new members. When, as 1135 would call upon us or ask us to do if unamended, when it brings a class of people accused of harm into a now higher, more intense level of criminalization, and when it conflates circumstances and scenarios and events and people, it does so harmfully, but it does a parallel thing to victims and survivors. Discussing similar elements of L008 with the district attorneys asking for it really laid bare that I was being too hopeful and thinking surely they had a reason why they thought this would keep us safer, they just weren't telling me. I was wrong, they didn't. And then it's a bit of quite a conundrum to try and make sense. If the district attorneys can't tell me how this makes us safer, why are we doing it? And why is it worth it to bring L008 when we've, as a body, created other felonies this week, increased other criminal penalties? I was complicit in that just last night or this morning. We went all night in House Judiciary. Why is this one different? For me, the answer is something that I would imagine is shared, is that many of us understand that this sort of the behavior that is addressed in this bill is different. Behavior in the category is different, and is different in a way that is operative. It is violating. L008 is addressing how we are going to refine, if we choose to, conduct related to indecent exposure and children. A few hours ago, in the Old State Library, without our consent, without forewarning, without preemption, without seeing it coming, District Attorney put right in front of us really graphic photos of harm. No cover sheet, not telling us what was coming. They were full size and in color, and it was an exposure. And I didn't sleep, and the memory is going to be in my mind for a while. And yet, it was two photos. They weren't photos of intimate harm. And that's different. And so even that exposure, the comparison has been made today to an in-person exposure and an online one. The exposure, as jarring as it was for me, and I hope it wasn't the case for my colleagues, but it was extremely jarring for me, was still different than if it had been an exposure that had been something we'd classify as indecent. But in practice, in our courtrooms across the state, what is charged at the misdemeanor level for indecent exposure to a minor is not necessarily, by definition, by design, or always what may come to your mind when you think about that, as has been explained earlier. It can be something that's much less graphic than what we were even subjected to in a committee hearing last night. And yet we know that it's different because of the intimate nature. We understand that these things are different. And if we are who I know we are, then we would all wrestle with these distinctions, because it's not satisfactory to know that we're going to adjourn at some point and not have fixed this for our children. We're going to know that whether we pass the amendment or not, or the bill or not, we're not going to have stopped this problem. But if we pass this bill without the amendment, we are steps away from getting on the path of committing to things that could interrupt the harm and actually keep us safe. It is my ask. Granted, we're toward the end of the session, so I can't necessarily, I'll reserve that thought. I'll take that back. But it is my ask that we do what, I apologize, I am very sorry that I was not able, and we were not able to do during our committee hearing. And I'll ask that we will amend the Judiciary Committee report and insert when the indecent exposure occurs in an isolated place. Note the correction about age. And clarify and confirm that an isolated place means a place where no adults other than the actor and any co-participants are present. And I will ask and keep asking that every time, and it'll come up often, probably more times today, every time we are asked, or we ask each other, to create a new crime, to create a new felony, to raise a penalty, we aren't selective in which victims we value, which victims we actually care about, that we aren't dismissive of the victims who have been begging the folks in power for a really long time to invest in things that actually keep us safe. And that we always prioritize assessing, does this proposed change keep Colorado safer? How does this proposed change keep Coloradans safer? And if we struggle to answer it, then we're human, and that feels appropriate. But if we, after struggling, can't articulate it in a way that doesn't just rely on the same failed tropes that are steeped in uniquely American versions of systemic racism, which behavior is worthy of criminalization, which victims are worthy of being believed. If we can't answer how does the proposal, unamended, keep us safer without relying on just rhetoric that has achieved little beyond caging many of our most vulnerable neighbors, many of whom were victims who weren't listened to themselves. If we can't answer how does it keep us safer without those hollow platitudes, then we should say no. We should be very attentive to the tones deployed when discussing this amendment. And consider who's making what asks, whose narratives they raise to justify this ask. And on this second of amendments, I started to say, thank you for the space, but I remember that in thinking about L008, it's not thank you for the space, I took my space. And I wish I'd learned to do that much earlier in life. But L008 does not fix a fundamentally flawed bill. But I prefer it to the amendment that would follow. And I am hopeful that while I know this isn't the year that increasing criminal penalties is going to keep us safer, I'm hopeful that this is the day that we can agree to adopt an amendment that reflects what was shared with us in committee, in one-on-one conversations, in emails, the reasons that were advanced to justify this legislation are reflected in the amendment. And I'll ask that we would support it. And if one of the rejoinders is a perpetually moving goalpost that suggests, well, it's not really about that, it's not really about grooming, but that's what you told us. That's what you told us to justify the bill. There is an insult added to, there's a shared exhaustion that probably some of us in this room feel in this moment, and collectively. And there's also shared responsibility, and L008 is one opportunity for that. When we consistently, I don't mean we as a body, I mean broader we as society, use victims to argue for policies that don't interrupt victimization, we're complicit. I'm complicit. If we at least limit the bill to the behavior that was pitched, that was described as justifying the need for the bill, there's at least there's an additional modicum of philosophical and legislative consistency. The examples that we've heard today to oppose this amendment included discussion of scenarios that were not to the bill, much like discussion of parallel elements of L008 in committee. Tapped into our fears and regrets and whatever feelings may have led us to act a certain way, but still didn't speak to the amendment or the bill. We're talking here about the distinction between a misdemeanor and a felony, and whether or not, if we create the felony, I don't know the number, but the nth felony this week in this session that we have created, and we understand that the logic that is being unjust, to borrow a word that was used earlier, so unjustly deployed here, to say that if unamended, the bill would highlight a perceived hypocrisy or inequity, not just perceived, but an actual one, between how Colorado prosecutors can charge when someone, no thank you, when someone is charged with a offense related to activity online under the indecent exposure statute, and how they're charged if the incident happened in person. I'm still hoping that someone will tell me that term for that logical fallacy of you set up the one element, and then you use the element that you've created to explain your position on the latter. So it is objectively true that if a person is charged with indecent exposure to a minor online, it would probably correlate to a felony charge, and if it were in person, a misdemeanor. But while that's objectively true, if you're going to use one to justify the action on the other, then, and this is what L008 does, then you have to align what elements make them comparable. And by that I mean, there's a difference in if someone were to expose themselves, and I don't just mean it in the literal way, I mean it in the way in which the law would define it, were to expose themselves online to one child versus, as has happened to me, I've been on web conferencing meetings where someone has somehow logged in and exposed themselves or shown something vile to a group of us. The law understands that the audience matters. The law contemplates that the audience is different. And that, thank you, and that because scenarios are different, they can be addressed differently. That same hearing of consideration is warranted if the behavior is in person. We're being told by people who care about children that if the exposure online is a felony, how can the in-person be a misdemeanor? As if these are reflexive categories that just pre-exist. They don't. So if we're going to equate them, and I'm going to hope in vain that we wouldn't, but if we are, then we have to align the elements. And that is what L008 gets to. I have no poker face and not terribly subtle. And in discussing L008, and when I reference other amendments, I just mean the ones I'm thinking about, not necessarily the ones others may have. But this is preferable because it gives us the cleanest of the options. It gives us the cleanest opportunity to isolate the behavior that we're all concerned about. And it gives us an opportunity, and this isn't just an academic exercise in being philosophically consistent. We don't get, I don't know what the legislative point awarding system is, but we don't get bonus points for philosophical, maybe we do. I don't think we get philosophical consistency points. But it is appropriate that we align the elements of offenses that we are otherwise using to justify felonization. Perhaps the numbers of folks for whom the passage of an amendment like this in a bill like this could be relevant are just so vast that we lose the ability to objectively assess a reflection that might be easier if it was one person or if it's a face, someone we know. Perhaps we have so many people discarded, punished, otherwise caged, that it feels abstract. But it shouldn't be abstract. Not connecting the behavior to the argument justifying the behavior. It is not a re-victimization. That's hyperbole. It's not an abuse of someone who's been abused, but it is a misappropriation of a sadly far too commonly shared experience of being victimized in this way. It adds psychic energy to indescribable existing injury, and indeed an insult to that as well, to treat unlike behaviors alike. And at some point along the way, up until and including now, we understood that. We understood that, I don't mean just us as a body, but the criminal code reflected an understanding of that. In asking for an aye vote on this amendment, I confess that I find it preferable to alternatives. But I would find alternative amendments preferable to this bill. We who have to make the assessment of which battles to fight, knowing that as often as not, the folks who have always dismissed our existence and experience aren't going to reroute because we've chosen a battle that's uncomfortable to talk about. But if there's going to be a point in the future, and it's not going to be today, but if there's going to come a point where we're a part of the body, or where those that follow us take the steps needed to invest in that which actually keeps us healthy, safe, and free, if that point is going to come, it's not going to come in the absence of folks being willing to create laws about some of the most personal and intimate and violating conduct without interrogating how narrow those need to be. And so if there's going to come a time where we're doing the things that keep us safe, the things that help others be healthy, safe, and free, it's going to have in its history moments where folks considered amendments that forced our legislation to align with the arguments that were used to advance it. And in talking about these issues, I wonder, in this moment discussing L008, if folks even understand that all we're doing, all we would be doing, is naming the standard. It is my lived reality that prosecutors are still going to get the charge that they want. But we have to enact some guardrails. There is not a movement to increase criminal penalties from misdemeanors to felonies that is based in our safety. And this isn't an exception. Harm reduction may not be the best phrase, but it's the best one I have for discussing indeed how exhausting it is to see the proliferation of laws and policies that misappropriate or appropriate the experiences of victims, that treat us as if we are interchangeable and only valued when we assist in prosecuting those who've harmed us, if the state can even be bothered to care. And the state, and in this state, I include myself, needs to care enough to isolate language about isolation. I think that it is preferable to alternatives. But as someone who knows that the risk of not naming this is too great, and is deeply appreciative of the deliberative parts of this largely predetermined process. I don't mean today, I mean writ large. I understand where 1135 is coming from. And I'm hopeful that the final shape of it will look something much closer, something much more like, will be something that matches the arguments that we heard to advance it. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment on L008, and so as to not risk being heard, I want to make sure that the chair knows that I'll ask for a division.
Representative Byrd.
Members, for all the reasons I've expressed before, I ask for a no vote, please.
The question is the adoption of Amendment L008. A division has been called. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008 to the Judiciary Committee report. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L008, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing or with your hand raised in one place until the count is taken. One online and 3 over there. 4 over there. 5. You may be seated. The amendment is lost. We are at the judiciary report. Representative Byrd.
Members, I ask for your yes vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the judiciary report to 1135. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on 1135? Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am cognizant of the fact that while an amended 1135 would have been much preferable to the harm that an unamended 1135 would tee up, it is still there are still gradations, and the bill itself collapses behavior and enhances its potential for charging and for resolution in ways that are quite harmful to Coloradans. The consideration of how I would have liked to have seen the Judiciary Report amended are, as I telegraphed earlier, complementary to, but distinct from the ways that I'll ask us to consider amending the bill itself. In the narrative of how does a bill like 1135 come to be, are factors that should be and are alarming. Harm to children, indecent exposure, comparisons of that behavior to both adults and children, comparisons of the behavior when it's online or when it's in person. But that narrative has common threads. Colorado has had an indecent exposure statute since 1972, so a time before many of us were born, but not all. And there's a history. I mention narrative because there's a history of intervening and amending, refining, increasing penalties for violations of that indecent exposure statute, expanding, at times attempts to narrow, that speak really directly to the bill that's before us today. When I say, as I have, and others have, it was hardly my own idea, when I say that this isn't going to be the year that increasing a criminal penalty keeps us safer, and when I say that I hope I'm wrong, we can consider our own history around this legislation to see why the fairest of conclusions is that it's still not going to work this time. So in 1972, this statute required specific intent. And as far back as 1972, we understood in Colorado that indecent exposure to a person under age 14 would be a misdemeanor 2. So it may seem counterintuitive to think of the framing this way, but a misdemeanor 2 is less severe than a misdemeanor 1, and a misdemeanor 3 is relatively less severe than the 2. So in 1972, the indecent exposure statute required specific intent and named that indecent exposure to someone under age 14 is that M2. But the delineation was that indecent exposure to a person over age 14 was an M3, a third-degree misdemeanor, where a second degree has heightened penalties associated. So 50 years ago, we understood, we saw it as appropriate to treat those distinctly. The M2 for under 14, over 14 is an M3. Took 5 years, but in 1977, the advances included making it easier in the elements of indecent exposure to prove mental state. It was reduced to knowingly. Fast forward a bit, 1992, still addressing the indecent exposure statute that we're deciding again whether or not we're going to increase the penalty on. In 1992, certain consequences would then trigger SOMB, a sex offender management board evaluation. 1994, a second offense to a child under age 14 was increased to a misdemeanor 1. This is an important part in considering the evolution of the history of this law. We are not the first legislature or the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth to reconsider this statute, but we could be the first one to not just continue to increase the penalization. And there's an important thing that happens there in 1994, because we're now talking about a second offense to a child. A second offense. As alarming as the quantification may be, the operative part is that if we are now at a second offense, and here we mean a known second offense, if we're at a second offense, then that means we didn't stop it. When we are creating new classifications where it is the behavior of a second offense, it's the plainest indication that what we were doing wasn't working. Res ipsa loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. So the second offense is now increased to a misdemeanor 1. And I assure you that the conversation at the time, as evidenced by both our own journals and what media you can find, reflects that the arguments for it were, how is it fair that if you've committed it once, it's classified this way, but if you are on a second offense, and then discussions go into the age of the victim, the same argument that is being used today to try and justify increasing this criminal penalty were deployed then to increase a parallel one. The third offense, 94. So I'm 14 and a high school freshman, and this age, a legislature is deciding that a third offense is going to be increased to a felony 6. So now we're in felony land. And I'm sure that well-meaning legislators thought in 1994, because they must have, or surely they wouldn't have done it, right? Surely they thought that we will increase this penalty again and will keep Colorado safer. The next year, in 1995, same offense, the underlying offense of indecent exposure. Of course, it's considered differently based on the age of the alleged victim, the actual victim. The age cutoff was changed to 15 years. This is an increase in criminalization. Surely our elders, predecessors, would not have advanced that argument and such legislation if they didn't have a belief that it would keep Colorado safer. In 1996, because each year, each of these preceding years, we're increasing a penalty, we're raising the age of who counts as a child, and that narrows the set of things that are available as options of how do you increase criminalization? How do you create new bodies who have to go to cages? So in 1996, indecent exposure is added then as an offense on the sex offender registry, as a predicate offense. By 2002, which sounds incredibly recent, but I recognize is less so, but by 2002, the first instance of this offense to a child under age 15 is now an misdemeanor 1, an M1. 2003, all indecent exposure is an M1. The third offense then becomes a felony regardless of the age of the victim. Then in 2010, there was some really thoughtful reorganization of the indecent exposure and public indecency statutes, and folks who are doing thoughtful work, no doubt reflecting on, have the increased penalties that we've enacted, and has this criminalization begun to keep us safe? How would we measure it if it has? So, what we can take from this, and I didn't even go through the 1980s, but jumping from 1972 to 2010, looking at the evolution, use that word lightly, but looking at whether you consider it progress or not, there were changes in the indecent exposure and public indecency statutes, and over that time, our legislature increased the penalties, eliminated age-based differentiation as we increased penalties. Now, prosecutors are asking us for both, to consider an age difference and to increase penalties. It is always increasing, with no one forcing the pause to ask, how is it stopping the creation of new victims? How we have been and would continue to address indecent exposure, as a crime that requires indecent exposure itself as a crime that requires sex offender registration. Your homework is to look and see, is that even recommended by the Model Penal Code? If someone in Colorado is convicted of a felony for indecent exposure, as opposed to a misdemeanor, how are these corresponding felony sentences and the felony collateral punishments linked to public safety? I ask this question, and I do so cautiously because it's a question that I asked the district attorneys, and their answers were not ones that justified increasing a criminal penalty. There really is no treatment in the Department of Corrections. But what there is a lack of access to inpatient substance use disorder, an indefensible lack of access to mental health care. What I'm listing here are what the felony gets you, what we're supposed to believe victims want, that all victims want. You move to the felony and you're doubling the mandatory minimum registration time, increasing the risk, all but ensuring the risk of failure on papers. It's not funny, but it's true. That when comparing the potential penalties for the misdemeanor and the felony, you're looking at virtually identical probation terms and conditions. So remember that the underlying ask of House Bill 23-1135 is an ask that this legislature, just like so many legislatures before us, once again increase a criminal penalty, in this case from a misdemeanor to a felony, behavior that is already illegal, already criminalized. And in making that assessment, it's the foundational question of, will this keep us safer? But that question has components. And it requires a reflection on what each of us may consider to be public safety or personal safety or community safety. I've named that I see safety as the absence of active harm, the space where one can expect to be free of harm, and clear and consistent plans for interruption and intervention if harm occurs. How does changing from a misdemeanor to a felony get us there? It doesn't. Not if you're looking at access to treatment, to supervision. We heard much in the hearing by the prosecutors who were present today about access to sex offender specific supervision. And while some of them did not actually know the terms of what was available, others conceded that while you could get certain treatment or supervision with a misdemeanor, In practice, in their jurisdictions, you only would get certain treatment or supervision if charged and convicted of a felony. That is, again, then the policy choice. There's not some, Rosetta Stone or tablets that says it has to be the case that you can't get treatment until you get a felony. We decide that. And if we're ever going to do right by all victims and ever going to do the work to stop creating new ones, we'll stop investing in that. Again, this distinction between the misdemeanor and the felony. If we can't identify distinctions in treatment, therapy, I shouldn't use those terms interchangeably, in treatment and supervision, and this is a point that we'll take the prosecutors at face value their word at. They said that there wasn't a difference in what was available. So if there's not a difference, why would we do this? Folks who look at this from a carceral or punishment lens, and again, there's no judgment, I'm not attaching a value judgment to that, just naming it as a distinct lens. Folks who operate in that way, who want harm to the person who has committed harm, should celebrate the fact that all the harms from the felony, which is why it should be narrow, those harms, future felony for failure to register, PALPO, possession of a weapon by previous offender cases, the harm of not being able to access housing, the harm of not being able to get inpatient substance use disorder treatment, the harm that incarceration by design strips away protective factors and increases the risk of continued harm. If you want the felony for the purposes of punishment, know that the felony doubles the mandatory minimum time on that registry. Sex offender registry itself is a barrier to services. If we are prepared to discard our folks without aligning them with services, we should name that. I hope we don't. I'm still walking through my own analysis of how a felony is justified because the people asking us for it couldn't name it. Another reason why, if your interest is in punishment, you don't need a felony is because most of the child-related cases, are already going to be charged as felonies if the defendant is alleged to have done anything else. There's an invitation to consider that if you're upset about the underlying status of those sex offense laws, you could change them. But increasing the penalty from a misdemeanor to a felony in the case of this indecent exposure is not that vehicle. The risk of escalation, and I hope it's understood what we mean by escalation without me naming it, is already very low. That's not a defense to harmful acts, but it's a recognition that there's something in some rule somewhere that says we're supposed to make our decisions based on data when we have it available. And when we know that the risk of escalation is so low, 5 to 10%, and is not correlated to child victims, this rhetoric reinforces false stranger danger. That narrative, I don't know if it's generational. I was definitely raised with stranger danger was a thing, and we were taught about it. Stranger danger is still a thing. It is a possibility. But when it is used to instill fear that isn't attached to increasing safety, it's harmful itself. Those narratives that coexist when most child sex assault victimization is by who? You all know this. It's by people the child probably knows. So again, the consideration is, why would we entertain a call to change an offense from a misdemeanor to a felony when the folks asking for it can't articulate the nexus to continued safety? I do my own interrogation of it and recognize that this advancing this stranger danger narrative, when we know that most child victims are victimized by someone they know, doesn't help get us closer to safety. If the felony charge and potential felony conviction were attached to greater safety, I would be asking for it as well. But if we want, and I hope we do, to help victims, we would turn towards doing the actual prevention and increase the pathways to resource victims and survivors, independent of the criminal case. It was one of the most telling things said by a sponsor in saying that certain resources are only available to victims if they're participating in a prosecution at the felony level. I hope that is as disturbing a notion to others as it is to me, that a victim's access to resources, as acknowledged by the proponents of this bill, is attached at this point inextricably, but not in a way that it has to be the case, that it's attached to the level of the offense, reveals an awful lot about what choices do we make when we have the opportunity to do more than pay lip service to supporting victims. If you are at all familiar with the status of what's happening in Colorado, you know we have, by anyone's estimation, a housing crisis. Significant percentage of folks who are on the sex offender registry because they've committed or been convicted of indecent exposure are folks who already lack a fixed residence. Their status as being a part of the group that endures housing insecurity is the lowest estimate I could find was 16%, but most said something closer to 40% higher than other registrants. So this isn't just as compared to other Coloradans, but folks who are on the sex offense registry because of a conviction for indecent exposure, up to 40% higher housing insecurity. Why is this relevant? Even if you're not compelled by compassion or compelled to just think that our neighbors all deserve housing without regard to what harm they may have committed or whether they can work or whether we like them. If you're not compelled by an argument that we all deserve access to housing, and if you also are compelled at least rhetorically, by a care about victims, then you'd recognize that lack of housing increases sexual recidivism risk 6 times. According to the current, this year's SOMB legislative report. It's pages 42 to 43 if you have it laying around. Lack of housing increases recidivism of offenses, the sexual offense category, 6 times. It's gotta feel uncomfortable to think about providing housing to someone who's committed harm because doing so would help prevent harm. And yet, if we're not willing to confront that discomfort, there are elements related to folks committing sexual offenses that go far beyond reasons or motivations that we could understand. But we understand housing. We may not agree on how to fix challenges in that arena, but we understand housing. This is concrete. If recidivism is 6 times greater when these folks are unhoused, 6 times greater, how do you justify investing the money in the caging aspect and in the prosecution aspect and not in the housing? It undercuts any integrity we have to a narrative that we're doing this for victims. In my own city and county, Denver's unhoused survey, it's on page 46 of the same report. 32% of folks a third of our recently unhoused folks are managing living with a felony, which makes them ineligible for Section 8. That's housing. Which makes them ineligible for VA housing if they're on this registry. This is the level of offense we are talking about for folks who, in many circumstances, have done something as vile and as offensive to our spirits as miming masturbation in front of children. No one is okay with that. No one is okay with that behavior. Why are we so okay with the outsized punishment being a fast track to these terrible outcomes? We're being asked to take behavior that is illegal and increase the penalty to a felony. I don't know how to explain how that in practice functions other than to just name it. The risk, prosecutors know this, the risk of coercing pleas for folks who can't afford to pay ransom, who can't afford to post bond, who can't afford relative liberty pretrial. This is how the increased charges is used. Too often, to coerce these pleas, and that's an assessment that has nothing to do with guilt or innocence, and it has nothing to do with safety. For folks who do go to trial, you're looking at in the last 5 years of the state court administrator's office's data, while the chance of the desired result, it's not my desired result, but what others would name as a desired result may be 50-50, you're looking at collateral punishments. We're looking at collateral punishments that are worse and that are pled down from the felony sex offense level same prosecutors who can't tell us how this proposal attaches to safety will tell you that they don't coerce pleas, and I'm here to tell you that's not true. We decided as a body earlier in the discussion of this bill, and particularly in the discussion of the House Judiciary Committee report, to reject an amendment that would clarify what we mean by an isolated place. We rejected an amendment that would emphasize the importance of weighing, how we weigh these competing tensions of public versus non-public, private versus public. And committed to an admittedly improved by a couple of other amendments that happened at House Judiciary version of a bill that is going to be the 2023 entry in the long list. It's not starting in 1972, but that's where I start the recitation of our history with this singular offense. As it happens, we could review this history for many offenses, many of which are offenses we've considered this session. But indeed, indecent exposure, it's a place where the sponsors and I so deeply agree, is reprehensible when it's actually indecent exposure. We could walk through the 1972 to present recap, or pick another year to present history of other offenses we'll consider today or in the coming days about motor vehicle theft or other offenses, and see that unlike this bill, and the comparison is relevant to our consideration of the bill, there are some offenses where we can point to times in Colorado's recent history, relatively recent history, where we did take an appropriate step and realign penalties, realign charging in a way that wasn't just increasing. And we can look at those outcomes along the way and consider if that's the appropriate step to take now, meaning if it's appropriate to regress and reimpose. But the harm of 1135 is heightened because of its parallel harm, both to the very folks whose experiences are used to justify it, and to the folks who will be over-criminalized because of it, who will continue to be over-criminalized. There are consistent, unwavering themes. Who's seen as dangerous? Who's seen as worthy of protection? Who's considered a victim? I've mentioned several times the folks that I refer to as the proponents, and while the district attorneys are not alone in being in that category, they're the folks who I've had the opportunity to have the most conversation with, conversation aloud as well as written correspondence. The District Attorney's Council, the fine folks there, prepared a fact sheet for us. I imagine at some point we've all had it on our desk, or will soon, but certainly House Judiciary Committee members did. And the sheet references indecent exposure by the numbers. discusses cases, the sheet does, the sheet provided to us by our statewide District Attorney's Council, discusses cases from 2017 to 20 of cases with indecent exposure charges against children, and their data provided to us says that some 36% of the defendants in these cases from 17 to 20 had a history of other sexual offenses, implying that the group that would be affected by the increase in penalty frequently reoffends. So that is to say, and this is my summary, but I've read their sheet closely, that the information provided to us by the District Attorney's Council says there's a set of folks, 17 to 20, who have indecent exposure charges against children, and then says that 36% of those folks charged had a history of other offenses. The work that that claim is doing is telling us that the people who would be impacted by House Bill 231135 in terms of accused of crimes, those people are already a group who frequently reoffends. And noted that, went on to note that some 28% of, I have that there are 90 defendants, someone can correct me if I'm incorrect on that point, but of these 90 defendants, this, by the way, when I mentioned the moving goalpost and how refreshing it is to hear sponsors say, oh, the bill's not about grooming, but the materials presented to us to justify the bill talk about grooming. And it's extra important to push back on that narrative in this chamber, in this session. When you review the case numbers, our colleagues at CDAC were forthcoming with this and looked at the data. Not quite half of these cases are misdemeanors. Just over half were already felonies. 8 of those 90 cases could have been felonies because they were third offenses. 30 already had the felony sexual offense charges. And many of them, I'm hesitating because it's a hard phrase to say, but were completed sex assaults on children. That's always a hard phrase for me to wrap my mind around, completed sex assaults, because it reminds us that there's such thing as an attempt or an incomplete assault on a child. 10 of those folks had non-sex related felonies. Some of those were serious, stalking. Some were on the scale of seriousness relatively less so. But it's those 48 cases, the 8 that were already felonies and the 30 that had felony sexual offenses charged and the 10 other non-sex felonies, those 48 folks, presumably Coloradans, but certainly here for the purposes of arrest and charge, those 48 cases, members, as we are about to do the thing that legislatures keep doing that doesn't keep people safer, increasing criminal penalties, those 48 cases are being used to justify increasing this penalty. People who are already charged, perhaps appropriately so, with the higher sex offenses are not the ones who would be most affected. We talk about the breakdown of these cases because it is that serious what we are being asked to do. While it has become a matter of course and become routine, not because of our own doing, the 65 of us, but in a history that preceded us, but that we have an opportunity to interrupt, it has become something mighty close to commonplace to create new felonies without a corresponding understanding of the lack of connection between keeping victims safe, interrupting victimization, and the felony. So we drill down on these numbers because these are our neighbors. These are the folks whose experiences we would be using to justify doing more of the same. We were called here for different reasons. I'm not sure that independently I think it would necessarily be appropriate at the well to speak of them with certain detail, but I've heard enough times in the past 110 days or so folks talk about what they were called to do that I'll offer that 1135 is a reminder of what I was called to do. And it was not to co-sign the business as usual that is not interrupting victimization. So of those folks we're considering, and this is not, I didn't ask someone to help me research this or pull this up so I could talk at length. This is the information that the district attorneys gave to us to justify this ask. So the 41 folks, the remaining misdemeanors of with the assistance of our friends at the public defender, who we could narrow down and look at their cases, 12 of those cases were dismissed. If the law that we're being asked to enact, if the bill that we're being asked to pass had been in place, those 12 folks whose cases were dismissed would have had a felony arrest instead of a misdemeanor. One wasn't convicted at all. Six of them, I'm not sure what happened to. 3 of those folks in that group were convicted of non-sex offenses, and 21 were indeed convicted of a misdemeanor. Now, of the 21, 8, because this is an abstract, these are cases that have happened. Harm has occurred. 8 of those 21, 8 of the 21 victims in the data that was presented to us by the district attorneys to justify this indefensible ask for yet another increased criminal penalty. Maybe this is the year it's going to work. Maybe this is the year that increasing a criminal penalty is finally going to keep us safer. So in the data presented to us by the people asking us to do that, 8 of the 21 of those folks who were convicted subsequently of the misdemeanor sex offense were over the age of 15. And so we're right back to the situation where we're being given scenarios that aren't to the bill to ask us to justify passing the bill. Those 8 folks who are victims deserve all of our support and compassion and care and resources, not resources that they have to wait for based on if their person who's harmed them has been convicted and at what level. Those 8 victims are worthy of care and support and of a legislature that enacts laws that don't misappropriate their experiences to change criminal penalties that wouldn't have affected them. The finer point on that is those 8 of 21 who were over the age of 15, which doesn't lessen how much we care about them as a victim, but it means they wouldn't have been affected by the bill as amended in House Judiciary. This leaves us with 13 known examples of people who would be most affected, not as the victims, but in terms of as people who are charged, if we do what 1135 asks and make a felony. There are equally valid ways to consider that 13. Some could argue only 13. That's not the perspective I come from. Perhaps 13 is high. 13 is certainly high when we're talking about any number other than 0 of folks who have committed harm. But these 13 folks who would have a felony if the bill was law, and who would have a misdemeanor conviction if the law were unchanged, who are they? What are the circumstances in those cases? And while we don't each individually need to know and do this level of interrogation, not even at the committee level, as to each of those cases, it is a problem, members, it is a problem when folks come to us and ask us to increase a penalty and can't connect it to known experiences that would justify it, unless, of course, we're going to keep doing legislation by fiat, by feeling. The facts of the cases that I was able to get details on are disturbing, to say the least. In at least one of them, I can't think of words actually to make that fit for public consumption, but that's because my own tolerance for the discussion of the details is low, not because it's not appropriately qualified as misdemeanor behavior. I wish that we knew more about those 13 cases that are at the crux of being used to justify, being used in argument to attempt to justify this increased penalty. There are some criminal penalties that we're going to increase as a body that there's a smoother, more streamlined argument against, and that I've drafted for quite a few of them and have just shelved because I'm complicit. While we wish, I'll speak for myself, while I wish I knew more about the cases, the details of the cases that are the ones that exist, there are commonalities we do know. We know we see in these cases and in others charged like it, folks with serious mental illness. We see so many folks who are unhoused in the caseloads of public defenders amongst the people charged with indecent exposure. As uncomfortable as it is, and I've said this, but not been able to finish the thought, to talk about the details, we have to be willing to do that if we're going to say, as expected, that yes, we're going to enact yet another criminal penalty. I am convinced that folks do not know and could not know, not through some shortcoming, but because we're experts in different fields and different areas, but I'm confident that folks don't know just how expansive the nature of being charged with indecent exposure is. So when you want to move the entire category, if the victim is a child, when you move the entire category from misdemeanor to felony, you've heard the example of mimed masturbation for myself and others, but just recognizing that there doesn't have to be physical nudity should give us some pause. Even certain acts with nudity, but in the absence of nudity, moving an entire category of behavior into a felony. The examples of cases involving mental illness. I learned from colleagues who wrestled with this bill as much as I did that folks believed that mental illness was a defense, that could be a defense to indecent exposure with a child victim. I learned from wonderful, thoughtful, well-meaning colleagues that folks don't know what happens when one of our neighbors with a severe symptom like psychosis is charged with indecent exposure. That we don't know, and how could we all keep up with all of the categories of worthy of our attention, but I learned that folks conflicted about 1135 did not know or thought that intoxication could be a defense. Folks don't know and weren't told by the district attorneys just how prison works. How prison works for someone with an indecent exposure conviction from a treatment perspective, from the public safety perspective. We're being asked to increase this penalty without being told the full truth about the absence of meaningful differences between the probationary sentences for felony and misdemeanor indecent exposure. I moved to Colorado to get away from where I was and to try and keep poor people out of cages. That's what I was coming to the Colorado State Public Defender's Golden Trial Office in Jefferson County, Colorado, to do many years ago. And 1135 is not unrelated, because a thing that is known by folks who want to do the sort of work of being a public defender or doing defense work, period, a thing that we know outside of Colorado, and that if you were lucky enough to be someone who got here before I did, you get to be proud of even longer, is that the Colorado State Public Defender is considered just top-notch. And the training, the mentorship, certainly has its shortcomings like any workplace, but if you want to learn how to fight and advocate for the most marginalized folks, if you want to learn how to support victims through a lens of being a participant in the adversarial system, it's pretty common to want to come to the Colorado State Public Defender. And I'm dating myself, but I had, fresh off of The Wire and other things like this, I had in my mind a vision of the sort of cases I was going to be defending, people I would be representing. Some of that was true, but it turns out lovely Golden, Colorado laid a different set of opportunities before me. When you're a brand new public defender.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure you're bringing this back to the bill.
I didn't realize that it wasn't a Madam Chair. Hi.
No worries. Thank you.
Yes, actually, within one sentence. Because what I'm going to tell you, Mr. Chair, is that, in fact, the work that we wound up doing was overwhelmingly doing work of defending folks charged in this way. When you are a brand new baby public defender, been a public defender for 10 minutes, can barely get to the Taj Mahal without using whatever the MapQuest version was at that time, they don't turn you loose to just represent anybody and anything all on your own. They partner you with senior attorneys. And in that partnering, again and again and again, the cases were failure to register, failure to register, failure to register. I was honored to be in the position, failure to register, meaning you're on the sex offense registry, which is a penalty attached to the behavior in 1135. My apologies for not being more explicit. But those failure to register, this new offense that our folks were charged with, and that 1135 or its absence both contemplate is not even itself a new overt act. We learned and we believe the data shared with us by the proponents of this bill, as well as some opponents, connected to a 6 times higher recidivism rate when someone is unhoused, and we know the connection of that to the felonization. These are not disconnected elements. It's that the fact that we're in court defending folks now charged with the failure to register who are now on this registry, that penalty exists both at the misdemeanor and the felony level. The consequences of this law and its impact on access to housing. Housing in this building is discussed around land use and zoning and all of these things that are so important, and must also include the lens of who's excluded just by a status. The consequences of this law, the way that it interrupts our most vulnerable neighbors' access to inpatient treatment. If they live to be old enough to need it, the consequences of this law, the felonization attached to 1135, interrupt access to nursing homes, to group homes, to mental health facilities. Our friends at the District Attorney's Council can, of course, speak for themselves, but I listened to them closely and I took a lot of notes because, as I told you earlier, when I'm asking how does 1135, and perhaps we still can amend it, but how does 1135 keep us safer? I want an answer. I don't want it to be the case that it's just silence at the other end of a rhetorical device. The proponents of 1135, and here again I mean the district attorneys, are arguing that indecent exposure in the view of a child should be a felony because the crime called internet sexual exploitation, you've heard about this, of a child is a felony. But before you could vote to make a new felony, the ask is that crime equivalent to the conduct at issue in this bill? Spoiler alert, it is not. It is not equivalent. That's why one is a misdemeanor and the other is a felony. The conduct is not equivalent. That's why they've been classified differently. And if we're just hell-bent or even just passively okay with making a new felony, we have to ask, how can we better tailor the scope of the bill to capture the potential behaviors that the proponent's worksheet says we're out to oppose? It probably is, contrary to many of our natural instincts, to recognize that we do have data about recidivism. We do have data about escalation and risk factors that attach to it. I can't invite you to take any relief in the fact that certain harms to children aren't associated with certain worse outcomes. We don't want escalation to occur. We don't want recidivism to occur. But what are we even doing if we have rules that require us to make data, to at least consider in meaningful ways data when available, and if we discard it, to override it with our gut feelings? 1135 is not the only legislative proposal that asks us to felonize behavior. It's not, it won't be close to the last. But it is one that in a really heartbreaking way takes a space where Colorado was getting something close to right by allowing space for the misdemeanor charge. Behaviors that we know are different. We know are different than the felony level online exposure, because that could be one offense with different subsections that says or online, or we know it's different. I'm hesitant to say we've been getting it right. We were getting it right. We were much close to right. I see that we've been joined by someone who has done the work for a long time of caring for victims and also caring for working in DOC for years and doing the hard work of being a caretaker in very difficult situations. 1135 1135, if it passes, is not the death knell of potential good work towards supporting victims. Ending it would not be a sign that we who are prepared and are begging, and whose constituents and communities are begging of us to do a new thing, to do a brave thing, if we somehow, if the bill didn't pass, there are no laurels to be rested upon. But it is such $11.35. Is such an opportunity to reject continued reliance on the things that didn't keep me safe and haven't kept others safe. I don't know anyone who is okay with the behavior contemplated in 1135. When we defend someone in court, we may or may not be defending their behavior. In cases like these, if the harm has occurred, if harm has been committed, we are not defending the behavior. We're defending the person. And we're defending a notion, however tenuous, however not corroborated by the data that's available to me. We're defending a wildly naive belief in a system that has done a terrible job of keeping victims safe, of preventing harm, not because of the inadequacy of any individual actors, perhaps because of a collective inertia, perhaps because when we look at 1135, we are naturally drawn to think, whose side are we on? Children who have endured this harm or not. And one of my favorite representatives has inarguably the biggest heart and the worst handwriting ever in the history of man, and so it is a good thing if they were to pass me a note, they would do it written by someone else. 1135 is just, actually, let me just, I don't want to summarize, so I'll just say it directly. $11.35 is, no, thank you though, not a reflection of the direction that Colorado needs to go. And while there will be other bills that increase criminal penalties, there aren't many spaces that are more difficult to discuss than the content of this bill. But if we aren't going to discuss that the level of offense is already currently appropriately set, then we are who we know we are. We are people who care an awful lot about children and who have very different views in some cases about how to manifest that care. And we will be a body who will be a data point along that timeline of increased criminalization if we pass this unamended. And I don't know what it looks like to ask us to come back and see, are victims safer? Are they more healed? Are they more whole? And I actually don't know how one would quantify or measure that. But it's worth doing, and it's worth interrogating. We speak here about assigning motives, attributing motives, and this bill itself, if you read it, it's not a long one, speaks to that as well, the motivation of the actual actors. As difficult as it is to look into the operation of someone's mind, I do that in hypothesizing that all the folks who've come before us meant as well as we do. We're as well-intentioned, as guided by honorable principles as we are. And yet their efforts haven't led to demonstrably better outcomes for victims, survivors, or those accused of harm. Those are some of the reasons why the appropriate action on this particular bill is to reject its ask. When folks can't tell us how creating a new crime will keep us safer, and when they can't tell us how increasing a criminal penalty can keep us safer, I guess there's two right things to do. One is to reject the proposal, and the other is to dig deeper and interrogate why we're really being asked to do that. And if it's because we don't know how else to keep our folks safe, that's on us. I've been, as recently as last night, complicit in increasing criminalization in ways that I know good and doggone well aren't going to keep us safer. This bill is not one where I can be as complicit. To justify sending our neighbors, many of whom struggle with some of the most challenging issues that a Coloradan could face, sending them to the most sexually violent place on earth, that really should only happen when we can name and narrate how it is attached to keeping us safer.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1135. A division has been called. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. The question is the adoption of House Bill 1135. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of House Bill 1135, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. House Bill 1135 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Danielson and Exum, also Representatives Duran and Wilford, concerning the creation of the Direct Care Workforce Stabilization Board to develop recommendations regarding direct care workers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 261 in the appropriation report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Mr. Chair, in appropriations, we ran an amendment that required the outreach plan to be culturally appropriate and appropriate money towards I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Seeing the Appropriations Report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L033 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is purely a technical amendment, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L033. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L033 is adopted. To the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L031 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, after working closely with the industry, we agreed upon this amendment that specifies that the vote of the board on recommendations shall be recorded. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L031? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L031. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L031 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L029 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After working closely with the industry, we agreed upon this amendment that adds employers to be included in the option to receive communications from the board on the work of the board, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L029. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L029 is adopted. To the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move Amendment L030 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, after working closely with the industry, we agreed upon this amendment that makes it clear that all meetings must have a remote option both for board member and stakeholder engagement. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L030 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L034 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After working closely with employers, we agreed upon this amendment that specifies the contact information that will be collected as part of the option provided to workers, consumers, and employers to receive communication from the board on the work of the board. We understood your concern that there might be information like workplace or wages collected through the process, which was not the proponent's intent, and are hopeful that by being specific about the information that will be collected, which is the same that is collected by many boards as well as the legislature when stakeholders testify or otherwise engage in regulatory or other stakeholder processes. I ask for your yes vote on Amendment L034.
Is there any further discussion on L034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L034 is adopted. To the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So across our state, direct care workers, predominantly women, many women of color and immigrants, provide compassionate care that allows seniors and Coloradans with disabilities to live with dignity in their homes and communities. Some of you may know that I lost my husband last year to cancer. Shortly after that diagnosis, he needed 24-hour care, from weekly doctor appointments to chemotherapy to lab work, hospital visits, home care, which included daily medications, special meals, showering, and just the simple day-to-day daily tasks. I searched endlessly for a home care worker, but I wasn't able to find one because of the shortages. Because of that, I was not able to find someone once session started. I struggled to balance my work and my home life. I worked remotely as much as possible so that I could care for my husband. It strained me mentally, emotionally, and physically, but I refused to leave my husband without care. This bill is a great first step toward addressing the needs of our home care workers due to no fault of their own in the direct care workforce. And I so appreciate you members standing up. Go ahead and sit down. I just want to ask for a yes vote for this really important bill, Senate Bill 261. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have a personal connection to this bill, and I would wager that all of us in this room probably have a connection to caring for a loved one, whether that be a parent or a grandparent at a particular stage of their life. For me, in the evening chapter of my grandmother's life, she moved in with my husband and me in North Glen while we looked to identify a living facility that was near family and that was within her budget. And I just want to share a quick overview of what a typical morning looked like in my house. So I'd start checking in on her between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. And once she was awake, the first thing I do is take her to the bathroom down the hall and assist her with toileting. We'd bicker about if today was going to be the day that she'd take a shower, and I would lose unless it was Saturday, because Saturday was shower day. Then we'd walk back to her room, and she'd undress and sit on her bed as I held up shirt choices for her to pick. Once she'd chosen a shirt, she'd try and push the buttons through the buttonhole, but eventually would fumble enough that she would ask for help. After her pants were on, then came the socks and the shoes, brushing her hair, washing her face, putting on lotion to make sure her skin didn't dry out, and moving her into a chair while I changed last night's bed pad, as well as made her bed and put yesterday's clothes in the hamper. When this was all done, we'd find our way to the kitchen, being careful to manage her oxygen hose so that neither of us tripped. And I'd make her breakfast, and while she'd ate, I'd open up my computer and start looking at emails and making a plan to tackle my day. I share my personal experience because I want you all to understand that while being a caregiver for my 91-year-old grandmother was an incredibly intimate experience, it was also physically, emotionally, and mentally draining. And this is the work that direct care workers do every single day to ensure that our aging loved ones and Coloradans with disabilities are able to live in their own homes with dignity. Members, Colorado is facing a care crisis, and we have to act before it gets worse. And this bill that you have before you will help us do just that by helping us bring workers, industry, as well as consumers to the table to be able to figure out how we stabilize this much-needed workforce. With that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an important study. This direct care has been very important to, my family. I'm very familiar with oxygen hoses linked throughout the house, and I know of Colorado Springs. I'm very familiar with all the hospitals and the layout of all the ER departments, so I can navigate those all very well at this point. I do note that, Madam, to the sponsors, I do note that there's a 2029 sunset clause in there. And again, I think this is a very important study, and one of the things that was very prevalent in the witness testimony was there was and normally I'm a little bit leery of the studies, but in talking to the sponsors and then and then hearing from the witnesses, I think one of the first things that we can do is find, and some of the witnesses identified or clearly indicated that there was some regulatory overreach that we can roll back. So I think it's appropriate in that sense because we have to find that. And I would say again, it was well-meaning regulation, but right now it is hampering the ability of the direct care workers to work meaningfully and have a sustainable wage. And they certainly, it is a grueling job. And I've seen that firsthand, and we heard that from the witnesses. And it is as a veteran of the military, I always felt that what I was protecting was the important things like what these care workers are doing, because they're actually providing they're making civilization better, where the military just makes sure that the civilization can happen. So I'm very in favor of this bill, and I do note the 2029 clause, and I'm very encouraged that the sponsors are willing to look at the regulatory aspect and then figuring out how we can undo that. But I am a little bit concerned with the fiscal note that I just received, which is for nearly $400,000 a year, which would be for 4 years or 5 years, which would be a $2 million study, and then the 3 FTE. So I got to say I was a little bit surprised by that, and I'm hoping that there is maybe a fiscal rollback that will be forthcoming. It sounds like there might be. So I'm in favor of the study. I think we need to figure out how to solve this problem for securing the safety, health, and welfare of our citizens, but I think we can do it in a more expedited and efficient manner. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in committee with this, and I do like the bill. I just had a couple of cautions that I mentioned in committee. One is I hope what the board accomplishes is we talk about glass ceilings, but I think this is a concrete ceiling. I'm hoping what this board accomplishes is destroying all kind of controls and restraints on this. Any ideas of caps always bother me, any kind of financial or salary caps. I think if you're worth it, you should get paid it. And so any of that kind of discussion I think would be important. And my biggest concern actually is that the board comes up with, and I was pushing against the concept of unionization that could potentially be available by a board with this kind of a power and authority. And the reason is because anytime you have one controlling group that keeps somebody down, we have a tendency bureaucratically to just shift that to another group, and now this group is the one that's in charge keeping everybody down. And I think we got to be careful of that we don't ever fall into the trap of just controlling people and keep them down. I'm not saying this bill is doing that. It does not appear that it does, but I do think the door is open that it could, depending on what the board, what decisions the board makes in the process. So making sure that we don't just hand these direct care people off to just another controlling group that still continues to limit their ability to get paid what they're worth, which is much more than what they're getting paid right now, which is why I agree with the concept of this strongly.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address my colleague's question regarding the fiscal. We are waiting for the updated fiscal, and it is a reduction, and happy to share that once I get it.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much to my colleagues for their thoughtful insight and hopes and wishes for this board. I just want to really quickly make sure that I'm speaking to one of the points that I heard. While there are a number of working groups across state government looking at the challenges facing the direct care industry, this is going to be the only board where workers and consumers will have a role in making recommendations based on, that will recommend the policies that will have an impact on their lives. And so what this board will do is establish a set of recommendations that we as legislators continue to have conversations about and bring forward future legislation, again, to help stabilize this workforce. Again, I renew my request for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 261. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 261 is passed as amended. Mr. Schiebel, Senate, please read the title to Senate Bill 111.
Senate Bill 111 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representative Woodrow, concerning public employees' workplace protection from employer retaliation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 111, the Appropriations Committee report, and the State Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report from State Affairs.
My apologies, just to the state. I move the State Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. So, colleagues, this is a good bill that we're going to talk about in just a second. In State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee, we had a robust discussion, and we put in to make clear that the bill applies to K-12 education and charter schools. They should not be allowed to retaliate it against their employees as well. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the sponsors. I think there's a lot of important work in this bill. We heard a lot of stories. We heard a lot of testimony about retaliation and over what we would consider First Amendment. Unfortunately, we are not able to hear the counter, which does create a little bit of a problem because it's very unbalanced in that sense. So I'm not saying that there was a defense. I'm just saying that if there was a defense, it was lacking because employers were essentially accused in this. Although this is not a trial, but we were not able to hear both sides of the story, and I think they're very relevant. There are some concerns around this bill. And it's not with protecting freedom of speech. There are concerns with this bill, and maybe these can be addressed, and we'll try to address them. But what some of the concerns are is that this bill overrides existing free speech standards given to some public employees, or to give some public employees, unrestricted rights regardless of the employer's legitimate interest in regulating their employers.
Representative DeGraff, we're still on the committee report. Let's just make sure that we're talking about the committee report.
Yes. Well, I don't have any. Let me check, make sure my amendments are not to the committee report. I think they're only to the bill. We'll disregard that stuff to the committee report. Somebody should have prohibited me from talking.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senate Bill 111 is about public employees. These are all the folks who do a lot of the work that we appreciate in the community. These are our teachers, our firefighters, even the police department. We're talking about medical providers, all the different people who impact our lives on a daily basis in our community. And we're working to try to make sure they have the same kinds of rights that private employees already have. So, you know, if you're a private employee and you want to talk about an unsafe condition, you have a right to do that, and you can't be retaliated against for that. And you have that speech. But for public employees, that's not the case. If they want to discuss their opinions about workplace issues or discuss their rights as workers in discussing and addressing their concern, they could be fired for that. If they want to engage in protected concerted activities for the purpose of mutual aid or protection, they could get fired for that. If they want to fully participate in a political process while off duty and not in uniform, including speaking with members of the public, employer's governing body on any matter of public concern or on the terms and conditions of employment, they could get fired for that. They could get fired for trying to organize, form, join, or assist other employees in organizing or refrain from organizing, forming, or joining or assisting an employee organization. We want public employees to enjoy the same kinds of rights that they have in the private sector. So that's what this bill is about. If you value your public employees, if you want to make sure that they don't get retaliated against and discriminated against and have the freedom of speech that private employees have, this bill is for you, and you should vote yes on it.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members. It is an honor to present Senate Bill 111 to you this fine afternoon. Thank you to my co-sponsor, thank you to Senator Rodriguez, and thank you to everyone who put in their time on this very important piece of legislation. Folks, if you are a fan of the First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and free speech, this is the bill for you. SB 111 prohibits retaliation against public employees who speak out at work, discuss joining a union, have the audacity to form one, or who simply complain about working conditions. Retaliation takes many forms: firing, demotions, being passed over for that promotion. It also comes in other forms, like being left off the email or mysteriously not invited to the next meeting. Private sector employees already enjoy the protections we're seeking for state workers in this bill. The state should not have more power to abuse employees than private enterprise. This is a workers' right bill. It does not disturb the Labor Peace Act, and it is about ensuring that public employees get to enjoy their First Amendment rights. Before we hand it over to have this robust discussion that we're anticipating, we do have an amendment. So with that, I move Amendment L025 and ask that it be displayed.
Just a moment. Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is just this amendment merely cleans up a language issue. It comes from the Attorney General's office to avoid confusion about who's covered and who's not. We want to make sure that, given that mass transit workers are already covered under the Labor Peace Act, we want to make sure they're not pulled into this bill. The Attorney General's office felt our prior language was a little bit confusing, so we had this drafted for second reading. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L025? Seeing none, the question before us is L025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L025 is passed. To the bill, Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to talk really briefly about someone who made some comments in the committee about a situation that's relevant to what we do here. So there was an employee from UC Health. They came down here to the Capitol to voice their opinion about a bill, and when they got back to their workplace, they were told they were fired. And it was because they came down here and voiced their opinion in a political matter. They were not on the clock. And this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. There was no discussion with the employer to say, hey, we don't appreciate you doing that. There was none of that. This employee went to have their opinion heard, and they got the boot. That's not fair, and that shouldn't happen, and this bill prevents that from happening by giving them some protections. So these are real-world things. Those are real examples. We heard a lot of people talking about how they were retaliated against in the committee, and we want to protect those people. They're hardworking people, and they deserve to have a voice in their workplace. So I still offer a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, just to recap, this is a workers' rights bill. We're very excited to bring it. No one should be retaliated against for exercising their First Amendment rights with respect to their employment, and these workers should not be forced to file federal lawsuits. Take it from me, federal lawsuits are very tricky and expensive, as much as I enjoy them. They are difficult, and workers in the workplace, especially public workers, should not have to climb that mountain in order to get redress. What this bill does is it sets up a mechanism to streamline these types of complaints. Workers are able to address this through the department, as opposed to having to file federal lawsuits. The fiscal analyst projects about 75 of these cases are going to be brought a year. Over the course of the next decade, we are talking about several hundred people having their rights vindicated because of this. There is no excuse for retaliation. As much as I look forward to a robust discussion, I want us to keep in mind what this bill is really about. It is an anti-retaliation bill, and we urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, we had a bill that addressed some of these issues. Now we have another bill a year later addressing public employees. And, you know, I talk about one size fits all or one size doesn't fit all. Well, here we go again, because this doesn't fit in rural Colorado as it's been presented. And so that concerns me. I think many of us know that when you're working in a government organization or entity that you're supposed to be apolitical in that workplace environment. And I'm going to use the example of military service. In military service, which is a form of federal employment, working for the Department of Defense as a service member, we are told from a very early age in our military experience that we are not to promote any ideologies, political opinions, extremist ideologies, or groups. And it is made very clear over and over and over again that you must, and that's both on and off duty, maintain this apolitical position. You're not supposed to be an activist. You're not supposed to be a member of a gang or some group.
Representative Fultorf, I'm willing to give you a lot of leeway here. Just want to make sure it comes back to the bill here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, when you do return to the workplace, if you've done these things, ladies and gentlemen, it shouldn't be a surprise that you're in trouble. Or maybe you will be terminated for violating clear rules and regulations. Usually printed and written. Now, there's other organizations that don't support this bill. And I stand up for the little communities in my district and the little towns across House District 63, 7 counties. I'm not going to name all the towns, Mr. Chair. Some of them incorporated, some unincorporated. But they all have town councils. They all have, most cases, not all of them. Some don't even have that. Most, not all, have mayors, have town councils, and operate. And when you do this type of a law, what happens is now you cause additional burdens to these small municipalities that are understaffed. And in many cases, people are doing unpaid volunteer work. Now, so that concerns me as the heavy hand of government comes in and says, we're going to do this and this is going to be it. You know, I know that this bill says we need to ensure access to workplace rights, protections. This, you know, gives public employees the right to discuss and express their opinions, engage in activity for the purpose of mutual aid or protection, which are pretty broad definitions, fully participate in the political process while off duty and not in uniform, organize, join, or assist employee organizations, or refrain from. That's a union clause there. I call that the union clause. And oh, by the way, last year we passed a bill, and many of our communities, our small communities, aren't interested in unionization at all. Doesn't fit. Doesn't fit rural Colorado straight up. And everybody in the communities know it. No fit. So when the union comes out and the union bosses come out and the union promoters come out trying to do all this, the community says no thanks. Now, earlier as this bill was moving through, even the Colorado Municipal League said that they don't want that. And the Colorado Municipal League represents every municipality with the exception of 2 in the state of Colorado. Now let's do a check on learning. What are those 2? Anybody tell me what those 2 communities are?
Representative Poltorf.
Sheridan Lake, Mr. Chair, and Bonanza are the 2. I knew you were going to name that. That's why I wanted to get that out there ahead of time.
Thank you.
Those are the 2.
Thank you for that.
You know, but getting back to my point. Here. And here's something that even the Municipal League said. And I will read this because I don't want to get it wrong, Mr. Chair. Colorado municipalities have great respect for the dignity and well-being of their staffs who deliver important services to their communities. Cities and towns have used their existing powers to engage in collective bargaining, create other employee protections without the need for heavy-handed state interference. Now that's the problem I have, because here we go again. The heavy hand of state government's going to come down and press down on every community in Colorado. Now my good friend and former colleague Jim Wilson was talking about that the other morning. Not my words, if you remember what he said. Okay, let me continue, Mr. Chair. At the same time, municipalities have legitimate needs to manage their workforces to ensure efficient, effective services without disruption. Some of the elements of this bill will cause disruption. This bill demonizes local governments and ignores legal structures that ensure the rights of employees. See, there's already those rights and provisions in place, but we've got to add more. The heavy hand of state government's got to come down and put a little more pressure down on these municipalities all over Colorado. So, Senate Bill 111 doesn't meaningfully enhance those protections. The bill goes outside traditional and appropriate forms of workplace remedies, disrupts local choices. Local choices. We have done so much and continue to do so much to affect local government for state preemption or supremacy. But here we go again. We're going to do a little more with this bill. This bill brings the state into all local disciplinary procedures and services protections. So with that, for rural Colorado and for Loveland, I will be a no.
Further discussion, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, sir. You know, the original bill title on House Bill 23-111 sounded super good. Concerning public employees' workplace protection. Because who doesn't love their public employees, and who doesn't want those employees protected? Raise your hand. Anybody? Everybody wants their public employees to be protected. Well, that's not the current bill title. The current bill title is very different. Concerning public employees' workplace protection from employer retaliation and in connection therewith making an appropriation, and boy did they. Here's the thing. Last year, this body made an agreement at the end of session around collective bargaining with public employees. It initially started out to be a very broad bill, and it applied to municipalities, all counties, a whole bunch of public entities. That's not what it ended up passing out as, and there are reasons for that. It only ended up applying to larger counties, one of which is my county, Douglas County. The thing about this bill is it adds all those entities back in. All of them, all the municipalities, counties with a population of less than, it only exempts, I think, counties with population of less than 7,500 people. That's not what was agreed on last year. That's why this bill is opposed by CCI, CML, and the Special District Association, and many, many more. I have been a public employee. I was an employee of Douglas County government for 25 years. And I can promise you, every single city, county, town, other public organizations has policies and procedures in place today that are appropriate for that organization, appropriate for that jurisdiction, appropriate for that location. And it is not this body's job to supersede the local control that exists. All people in this United States may avail themselves of their First Amendment rights. This bill does not grant you First Amendment rights. That's provided by the Constitution. So don't act like this is freeing public employees. It's not. This is not a declaration of independence for public employees right here. We have talked and talked and talked over the last several weeks especially about local control. The good representative from Akron just talked about how last year's collective bargaining bill did not work for rural Colorado. Well, you know what? This doesn't work for rural Colorado either. All this is another run at unionizing those who don't want to be unionized. I promise you, if those employees wanted to unionize, they could. I ask this body to honor the agreements that were made last year to the cities and counties who opted out of the collective bargaining bill last year. Do not presume in this chamber that we have the ability to grant First Amendment rights. Those are God-given rights, and they are not ours to give. Or take. Leader. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sounds like there are some people listening to you, Representative Frizzell. This bill is so broad, I don't even know where to start. Lack of a time, place, manner, boundaries for any form of airing workplace concerns, grievances, etc. Is it appropriate for my son's teacher to spend an entire class period speaking about their workplace conditions? Is it appropriate for a police officer to delay help on a response to an emergency because he and his coworker are discussing their pay or some other workplace issue? We've asked the bill sponsors what protected concerted activity means. They told us to Google it. And when we Google it, it says you can strike, including public workers and public safety workers. In Douglas County, there was just a teacher walkout last year where everyone walked out of the schools that wanted to, led by teachers. So is this what we're setting teachers up to? Shirts that say enough? Or do you want your teacher shirts to have AR-15s on them? Do you want your teacher shirts to have my right to bear Second Amendment rights? Because if it's going to be a free-for-all, by golly, it's going to be a free-for-all. My kids don't need this. My kids don't need to know what their teacher's political activism is. And that's what's happening in the schools right now. And if you care about that, you'll vote no against this bill. All K-12 is opposed to this bill. All higher ed is opposed to this bill. All local governments are opposed to this bill. Where was the stakeholdering? If all those people are opposed to it, where was the stakeholdering? I'm going to read you a letter from the charter schools, the Rural School Alliance, the Colorado Association of School Boards, Colorado Association of School Executives. Our entities represent the major school employers in the state, and collectively we recognize that teachers and staff members are the lifeblood of what we do. Without them, there's simply no way we could provide students with the rich public education experiences they deserve. And they do. My kids deserve public education without activism from their teachers. That said, we share significant concerns with this bill as drafted and feel that it would disrupt important employer-employee dynamics that are critical to fulfilling our duty as public schools, which is first and foremost to the students we serve. Proponents have not meaningfully addressed the feedback we've submitted, and the following are all serious concerns we all still have with the bill. I guess they told them to Google search that too. The bill seeks to grant rights already covered by First Amendment constitutional law. For example, the right to speak out on matters of public concern, reasonably participate in the political process, and belong to an employee organization. Constitutional law already provides remedies for these rights for Colorado employees, and they need not and should not be included here. This bill would inject a needless new mechanism to enforce these rights, thereby setting up a forum that is likely to interpret their meaning in a way that isn't consistent with existing federal law and court rulings. It sounds like trying to find a problem. This bill should include a management rights clause, which is typical in labor statutes referencing employer-employee relationships in the public sector across the country. Public employers with public missions have a responsibility to execute their public duties to the highest degree possible. That is why maintaining balance in a bill like this is so important, and why most all states that have adopted something similar have been sure to pair it with a provision that spells out a management rights clause at the same time. So why are we not doing that? If other states have, and it's the right, why are we not doing that? That's just seems like simple governance. We've shared an example of what this would look like with the proponents and sponsors and have yet seen no indication of their willingness to consider it. This is about public employees, and we're not even willing to listen to people that want to get this in a better place. We are very concerned about this and that the bill would be used to restrict and undercut employer free speech and other reasonable rights. The bill seeks to broaden the right to strike. Namely, the bill would give police officers, firefighters, jail guards, all sworn law enforcement, the right to strike, which is not a right given in existing law. The right to strike currently resides with non-safety sensitive public employees, and this should not be expanded. For schools and districts, this would potentially mean SROs or campus police would go on strike and not provide needed safety and security for students. We already saw what pulling SROs out of schools did. Wake up. It's not safe. It's not safe to pull SROs out of schools. It's not fair to my kids. The language prohibiting waivers is unnecessary and creates confusion because the State Board of Education has no current authority to waive statutes outside of Title 22, which is the Education Code. Saying that schools cannot waive rules outside of Title 22 strongly implies that this exact practice is in fact authorized by law. Giving the state board plausible power to waive statutes outside of Title 22 is not a good idea and needlessly expands their authority in ways that will contribute to lots of confusion and lost time and resources. When it comes to public entities involved in public education, nothing less than the future of our most valuable resource, our children, is at stake. Let's put that on the books, that we actually care about our children and what's happening in our schools. Don't add more division. These schools are already divided. I don't need to know your political affiliation. I don't need to know what happens in your home. I need my children to be taught in school. Wow, what a concept. When it comes to public entities involved in public education, nothing less than the future of our most valuable resource, again, our children, is at stake. Employee rights are important, but just as if not more important are the outcomes for getting kids, especially coming out of this pandemic. If it's through the lens that we respectfully submit this feedback and ask for a no vote on this bill. Our kids are behind, you guys. If you think that these mandates and our kids being out of school, public school kids are behind. Charter schools stayed in school. Private schools stayed in school. Third grade kids are 5% proficient as of last year. Does that matter to anyone?
Representative Bradley, I just want to make sure we're talking about the bill.
We're talking about the bill.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you two cases that talk about this bill. While the cases below highlight Garcetti's limited effect on an employee's actual or perceived political activity and speech outside of the job site, political speech and activity has generally been limited on school campuses and in the classroom. In most states, there are specific statutory limitations on political speech and activity by public school employees. For example, California Education Code Section 7055 specifically authorizes school officials to place restrictions on the political activities of employees in two situations: engaging in political activity during working hours and political activity on the premises of the agency. In California, the California Teacher Association, the court upheld a prohibition on teachers wearing political buttons in the classroom. The court found that the school district had power to prevent its employees from wearing political buttons in its classrooms and when they are otherwise engaged in providing instruction to the district students. On the other hand, we find the district had no such power when its employees are not engaged in instructional activities. Again, the Supreme Court upheld this, that teachers shouldn't be wearing political buttons in the classroom. In other words, school districts have authority to limit teacher expression in the instructional setting in order to distinguish between individual teacher and school expression or speech. The court, in relying on an opinion of California's Attorney General, found that teachers wearing political buttons involved a position other than neutrality on a matter of public controversy. Another one, since we're talking about the law. In Spanerman, a teacher's contract was not renewed after complaints regarding his MySpace profile were submitted to his employer. The teacher had posted nude pictures and engaged in online conversations with students in a peer-to-peer-like manner. The teacher challenged the termination as retaliation for his speech on the private MySpace account. The court first examined whether the teacher's online speech was made as a private citizen or a public employee and determined that the speech was not made pursuant to the teacher's employment duties. In applying this factor, it was clear that the postings on MySpace were made in the employee's capacity as a private citizen, not a public employee. The court found that there is no indication in the record that the plaintiff, as a teacher, was under any obligation to make the statements he made on MySpace. After determining that the teacher's speech was made as a private citizen, the court then considered whether it involved a matter of public concern. The court only found one aspect of the MySpace account to be of public concern, a poem regarding the Iraq War. The court found that the poem was not the basis for the teacher's termination, and therefore his claim that he was terminated in retaliation for his speech was found to be without merit. The court found that the teacher's speech on MySpace was inappropriate and disrupted to the educational environment that his employer strived to maintain, and upheld his termination. So this is going to get challenged in the courts, and the courts are going to rule in favor that teachers have no right to be political activists in the classroom. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 111? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. again, we heard lots of stories, and I think First Amendment needs to be protected. So we need to look at the status of the First Amendment in terms of public employees, because if they are seriously being denied First Amendment rights, then obviously we have a big problem. Now, as public employees, there are, just like in any employment, there are limitations, and if they're justified. So we need to be mindful of that. So, looking at the Municipal League, their concerns are that this bill overrides existing free speech standards to give some public employees an extra unrestricted rights. And if you make rights, well, that would be a privilege then and not a right. And if it's unrestricted as opposed to some other people, then you're treating individuals in Colorado differently. And if you're treating citizens differently, then you're running afoul of not only the Colorado Constitution, but the equal protection under the law. Regardless of the employer's legitimate interest in regulating their employees and the manner of expression used. And my colleague gave some good indications, some obvious examples, which would be in the school setting of essentially becoming activists. And if you keep up with the school boards, then you'll know that is becoming more and more prevalent. And the citizens of Colorado pay the bills of these individuals, so they're employees, so they do have a vested interest in ensuring that what they're teaching to the students and what they're conveying to the students is in fact in keeping with their values. So now, that doesn't compel a teacher to accept that. That just compels a teacher to abide by the contract that they're under. There's certainly no compulsion to serve in that capacity. And that would be a reason for a broadening of school opportunities so that the teachers can find the niche schools that match the parents' values. So there certainly are those. So we need to have a better right, because otherwise, and lacking that, we have to limit what the teacher, parents have a legitimate right in restricting what would be otherwise classified as free speech. Because it's not free, they are being reimbursed to be in the classroom, so there is a legitimate restriction. We've heard that with different things with the riots and all that. Allows employees to engage in protected concerted activity, and as my colleague said, explained, that's a pretty broad term. And interestingly, one that was the sponsors were remiss to define in the bill itself. So when you say protected concerted activity, and then you say, well, you need to Google it. Anybody who's looked at those terms, Google and Webster's Dictionary Online are quite frequently changed to match for ideological purposes. For the purpose of mutual aid or protection is undefined and it's very broad. It's adapted haphazardly from federal law, politicizes municipal employment issues, gives public employees the right to end-run management and the chain of command to speak to the governing body about the working conditions and any other matters of public concern. Now, this was one that was brought up, or something along these lines, about working conditions and about any matters of public concern, and those are certainly things that we want to have brought to the public's attention, because if there's something going on in the classroom that is unsafe for the students, we want the teachers to be able to speak out. We want the firefighters to be able to speak out. We want the police to be able to speak out. But we do have whistleblower protection, but this gives the impression from the County Municipal League, and something that needs to be addressed, therefore, is that this gives public employees the right to end-run management and the chain of command to speak to the governing body about working conditions and matters of public concerns. provides broad rulemaking and enforcement authority to the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. Now, the rulemaking and enforcement become problematic because that's something that we're essentially supposed to do here. Because the rules, the way, well, last time I read it, they basically go in and become part of the legislative declaration, the part of the CRS. So the rules are being promulgated then by essentially the executive board. So provide broad rulemaking authority to the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, who's without guidance or defined standards to interfere with local government personnel matters and to assess unlimited fines. So unlimited fines, last time I checked, a fine would be a deprivation of property, and you're not allowed to deprive somebody of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So now you're taking a non-elected body, you're allowing them to assess, make rules, and from those rules assess fines. They are not elected, they are not representative, and they are acting in violation of due process of the law in this case. Unconstitutionally interfere with home rule authority regarding employment matters. Colorado municipalities have great respect for the dignity and well-being of their staff. So this bill kind of assumes that they don't, presumes that they don't. And that's, I don't think, what we, and certainly there were stories to that effect. And more stories of that to that effect than we would like to see, because there should be none. But cities and towns have used their existing power to engage in collective bargaining and create other employee protections without the need for heavy-handed state interference. So again, we have state interference. We're going to give a one-size-fits-all, and then, so a one-size, and usually, like if you go to the hardware store and it says it's universal, what you can guarantee pretty much is that it doesn't fit anything, doesn't work for anything. And a one-size-fits-all generally fits none. And now we have this one-size-fits-none approach to legislation where we're imposing at the state level down to the municipal level and really speaking outside of our lane. And we're putting restrictions on those communities that we have no business doing. And the problem with that, a problem, not the problem, but one of the problems with that is then that comes back up, and now the counties and municipalities, as you begin to continually neuter their ability to deal with their own problems, as you continue to neutralize their ability to deal with their own problems, they become unable to deal with their own problems, and they look increasingly to the state government. And they're just always looking to state government and saying, hey, we need you to come in and solve our problem. So next year there'll be another bill solving another problem, mainly, most likely for one community, but then it'll be applied to all the other communities. So likely, I am to the bill. We are applying a very broad brush to a very limited problem. SB 111 doesn't meaningfully enhance those protections and confuses the rights of employees and employers as to these laws. So what happens when you confuse employees and employers to these laws? Well, then you have lawsuits, and then you end up in court, and then you have more clarification, and then you need another bill, and then you create another problem, and then you do it all over again, because there's no problem that the government can't make worse with a solution. The bill goes outside the traditional and appropriate forms of workplace remedies by allowing employees to broadcast their grievances to the governing body and beyond without limitation. Now, when I was in the military, there were things that I didn't like about the military. When there's things that I didn't like about my job, I had to make the determination to vote with my feet. And that is no doubt, that is a very difficult decision. But there is, in the free market, you are exchanging good for good. You're exchanging pay for labor, and the best thing that you can do for a labor market is to make an economy strong. What we do in this body does the opposite. But SB 2311 unconstitutionally interferes with the authority of home rule municipalities under Article 20, Section 6 of the Colorado Constitution relating to municipal government and the regulation of municipal personnel. The bill disrupts, so this is the analysis, this is the legal analysis of the Colorado Municipal League. So this means this bill will likely be challenged in court, which is money that is taken out of the economy by the communities, by the state, tied up in litigation. These things, the stakeholdering process, when there's all the groups that were listed that are no's, that are opposing this, there are a lot of grounds for lawsuits. So you can either bring them to the table, or you can sit down with them and then figure out if this is a viable solution. Sorry, I keep interrupting everybody. I'm probably impugning somebody by saying they're being too loud. Sorry, Madam or Mr. Speaker. The bill disrupts the legal choices regarding collective bargaining and employee regulation. The bill disrupts local choices regarding collective bargaining and employee regulation. There are some communities, and we'll get to that here in a little bit, there are some communities that said, no, this is not the appropriate path for us. There are communities that said, yes, this is the appropriate path for us, and they are doing that. And the beautiful thing about this is we can look to see how that works. We can look to see how that works from community to community, and does that work better? If it works better, then you can expect that the others will follow suit. That is the nature of the free market. If it works better and they don't follow suit, you can expect that the people in those offices will be replaced. And that also is the beauty of a republic form of government with elections. The bill conflicts with local laws that prohibit elected officials from interfering in employment matters. The bill brings to the state into all local disciplinary processes and career service protections, also increasing the burden on CDLE. So there are a lot of reasons right off the bat. Now, so this just says we don't need the heavy-handed state regulations in this. Now, that issue here, protection from employee retaliation, that was posed in the nature of whistleblower protections. And I think that is very important. The whistleblower protections are very important. The Council of School Authorities, school attorneys, and not too many years ago, said this article provides guidance to help school districts whose employee ranks and student populations are increasingly diverse. To balance correctly the employee's right to exercise freely their religious beliefs and practices with the district's need, the district has a need because the parents are paying the bill to avoid undue hardship, undue lawsuits. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. Something going on about a little horse trading going on down here. Peaceably assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances. Most states have adopted similar protections for their citizens. These constitutional guarantees of free speech and religion run to every American citizen and grant each of us the rights to speak and practice any religion without exceptions, such as restrictions on the time, place, and manner of speech. Public employee speech has become a controversial issue because while public employees have a right to First Amendment protection, their employees have a right, they have a duty, their employees have a duty to maintain efficient operations. Within the Supreme Court jurisprudence on free speech rights, a number of cases specifically address speech rights of public employees and when and how their speech may be regulated. This paper will review the legal framework for determine whether the employee's speech and religious exercise is protected by the First Amendment, and will also examine how the courts have balanced limits on employee speech and religion with academic freedoms. The public employee speech. The Supreme Court has addressed the issue of public employee free rights in a series of cases. These cases, read together from the general approach the courts take when evaluating the First Amendment claim regarding a public employee's speech, Pickering versus Board of Education. The first critical case concerning public employee speech. In Pickering, a school district dismissed a teacher for writing to the local newspaper attacking the number of the district's policies and actions, among other things. After the letter was published, the school board terminated the teacher, claiming that his letter was detrimental to the efficient operation of the administration of schools district. The teacher sued the district, claiming that his letter was protected speech under the First Amendment. The school district argued that the letter not only disrupted the operations, but that the statement made in the letter were false. After weighing the interest of the school district in promoting the efficiency of public school against the teacher's interest in commenting on matters of public concern, the Supreme Court held that the dismissal was unlawful. So the court upheld the whistleblower's rights. So there are precedent. Now, obviously, no one wants to take their case all the way to the Supreme Court, or I would hope not. The court found no evidence that the teacher's letter impeded the teacher's proper performance of his daily duties in the classroom, and that's pretty key, in the classroom, or interfered with the regular operation of the schools. Following Pickering, the school Supreme Court addressed the issue of employee speech in McConaughey versus Myers, in which an assistant district attorney was transferred to another section of the office. She was upset by the offer that she created a questionnaire to colleagues that addressed the issues of office morale, confidence in superiors, and pressure to work on political campaigns, and she was terminated, in part for her distribution of the questionnaire. The Supreme Court examined the questionnaire and determined that most of it dealt with matters that were not of public concern, with the exception that the question related to pressure on work on political campaigns. The court noted that the employee's actions occurred while at work, supporting her employer's fears that the functioning of his office was endangered. The functioning of his office was endangered. So this would go back to the school and activism that we're seeing, unfortunately. Due to the disruptive nature of the speech, the court concluded that the termination did not violate the First Amendment. The court said that in order to determine whether the main thrust of the employee's speech is private, personal, or public, a court must examine the content, form, and context of a given situation. The court also noted that the issues of public concern must relate to a matter of political, social, or other concern to the community. So again, the employers of these public entities do have, because the employers are acting on behalf of the public to employ these public employees. So they do have a legitimate need to have some types of restriction on speech, because those employees are acting on behalf of those citizens in a voluntary exchange of goods for goods. More recently, the Supreme Court further clarified Connick and Pickering. In this case, a district attorney claimed that he was It's funny how when you stop talking, then everybody else stops talking. In this case, a district attorney claimed that he was passed up for promotion because he had criticized the legitimacy of a warrant. The Supreme Court held that when public employees make statements pursuant to their official duties, the employers are not speaking as citizens. So they're not speaking as citizens, and of course, for First Amendment purposes. And the Constitution does not insulate their communications from employer discipline. In other words, the court added another limit to the public employee speech. So it is the courts that have put limits on employee speech. So if we bypass those, and we don't adhere to these court decisions and then say, well, we abide by these court decisions, then we are, again, setting up Colorado for lawsuits that already have precedent. So it's not going to necessarily stop the lawsuit. It would just be the employer having to sue the employee for having operated inside of this bubble of unlimited free speech. And again, everybody's for free speech, but a public employee, and then for reasons of safety, just like in the military, you have secret, you have top secret, special compartmental information. Each one of those comes with a restriction on your speech. So there is a compelling interest to limit speech. In that case, it's national security. Based on the preceding cases, the standard for public employee speech requires an analysis of the following: whether the employee is speaking as a public citizen or pursuant to official duties, whether the employee's speech relates to a matter of public or private concern based on its content, form, and context, whether the interest of the employee as a private citizen in commenting on matters of public concern outweigh the interests of the public employer and in promoting the efficiency of public services it performs. So for those tuning in late, the standard for public free speech requires an analysis of the following: whether the employee is speaking as a public citizen or pursuant to official duties. So this is already delineated in court precedent. So we've already established that employees do have free speech. Whether an employee's speech relates to a matter of public or private concern based on its content, form, and context. Whether the interest of the employee as a private citizen in commenting on the matters of public concern outweigh the interest of the public employer in promoting the efficiency of the public services. And that's the last one is one we heard. Whether the interest of the employee as a private citizen in commenting, because the employee also has the status of private citizen, in commenting on matters of public concern, does that outweigh the interest of the public employer in promoting the efficiency? So the employer already can't just say, well, this is for the efficiency of the department. The employer, that has to be weighed against the public's need to know. Carefully analyzing these factors will assist in determining potential risks. Step 1, citizen or employee. The first step that a public employer must take is to determine whether the employee spoke as a private citizen or a public employee. Now, this would probably depend greatly on, and it has happened in this very body, whether somebody was acting at the time in their capacity while they were on duty hours, while they were on work hours being paid by the government, or whether they were on their own time acting as a private citizen. So the difference between on their own time and acting as a private citizen is already part of the statutes in the court review. The first step is to whether the public employer must take is determine whether the employee spoke as a private citizen or public employee. For an employee to be speaking as a private citizen, the speech itself cannot have been made in the course of an employee's ordinary duties. So this comes back to the duties. So the employee has a right, and we'll get to whistleblower protections. When evaluating this factor, public employees should consider the speech issue from all perspectives, including whether the speech relates to the public employee's job duties and whether the speech was made while on or off duty. As a general rule, chain of command speech, that is speech by an employee to his or her superiors, is employee speech. Okay. Is the issue of public concern. If the public employer determines that the speech was made as a private citizen, the employer must then analyze whether the speech was made. So if the speech was made as a private citizen, so now we're saying in the chart, public or personal or public citizen, public employee, now we're saying, okay, if this was made in the capacity of private citizen, then the employee must analyze whether the speech was made regarding a matter of public concern. In Connick, the court identified speech as a matter of public concern when it touches on aspects of political, social, or other concern to the community. Typically, personal issues and grievances are not likely to be found as issues of public concern. The employer should focus on identifying speech that may implicate broader public issues and current events. Step 3, the balancing test. After determining that the public employee spoke as a private citizen on a matter of public concern, so if they were a public citizen as a matter of public concern, it is necessary to balance the interest of the employee speaking on the matter with the interest of the public employer, including the impact that such speech has on the workplace. And Graziosi discussed a few more details below. The speech issue dealt with an employee's displeasure with the police chief's decision to not allow employees to drive department vehicles to attend a nearby funeral. The court found while that the employee may have had a desire to show shortcoming of the department, the employee's speech was attacking relationships with the department and represented a level of insubordination to direct command. That was enough to show that the department could lose some of the ability to maintain discipline in future situations. Analyzing public employee speech. So step 1 was at citizen or employee. So now we're going to go to public employee speech. Pickering and Garcetti provided a framework for analyzing employee speech. Additional clarification has been provided by the court decisions listed below. The decisions provide some examples demonstrating the extent to which public employers may regulate employee speech. In California, while the cases below highlight Garcetti's limited effort on the employee's actual perceived political activity and speech outside the job site, political speech and activity has generally been limited on school campuses and in the classroom. Now, this bill is pretty broad. There are some specific categories in here, but overall, it's talking about all public employees, and we've already established that there are legal precedent for, in this case, because it just starts with public workers, enforcement rules, exemptions, protect public workers. And then there's a specific section for charter schools, institute charter school requirements. So again, these are all public employees, so we have to judge this by the most restrictive case. So where a political activist T-shirt might not have any ramifications in a fire department, it has specific ramifications inside of a school. But because these are all linked together as public employees in general, we have to go to the most restrictive case. For example, California Education Code 7055 specifically authorized school officials to place restrictions on the political activities of employees in two situations: engaging in political activity during the working hours and political activity on the premises during working hours and political activity on the premises of the agency. Why? Because those agencies' working hours are being paid by the public, and the public is not a monolith, and the public space is also paid by the public, and you can probably guarantee that, like Colorado, it's a very narrow split right now, within about 5%, which means 2.5 or 3% swing, we would have a very different body, and we'd be protecting some of our rights. In CTA, the court upheld a prohibition on teachers wearing political buttons in the classroom. The court found that the school district had the power to prevent its employees from wearing political buttons. Now, we as legislators, even as employees of the public, we are restricted from wearing. We were restricted from wearing no Rule 14 stickers at the dais or anywhere that would be on camera, because that was deemed to be political speech. We have plenty of them if you would like to participate, just not up at the dais, because that would be so we do have, even for ourselves in the legislature, we do have some limits on political speech, even though we make political speeches. The CTL upheld that wearing political buttons in the classroom and when they are otherwise engaged in providing instruction to the district students. Why? Because they're being employed. They're being hired to, they are specifically being hired to deliver curriculum to students, not share their activism. On the other hand, we find the district has no such power when the employees are not engaged in instructional activities. So if they're not engaged in instructional activities, which I would assume would be any time they're on the clock, that they can wear their political buttons. In other words, school districts have the authority to limit teacher expression in the instructional setting in order to distinguish between individual teacher and school expression of speech. The court, in relying on the opinion of California's Attorney General, found that the teachers wearing political buttons involved other than neutrality on a matter of public political controversy, and this action, could matter in the interest of the public employer. So while we're all for free speech, guaranteed it, I'm all for free speech, this bill, I am afraid, is going to be setting up the state for multiple lawsuits. And those lawsuits are going to be by the counties and having to defend themselves against these free speech. Well, they're not exactly free speech when they're paid. If somebody's paid, they are representing the employer, and in representing the employer has the duty to expect certain standards of speech. Discussed in more detail. Analyzing public employee speech. There's a framework for analyzing employee speech. Additional clarification has been provided by the court decisions listed below. The decisions to provide some specific examples demonstrating the extent to which public employers may regulate free speech associated with the school because it occurred in the classroom in front of a captive audience of students. And that's another problem in itself. You have a teacher in a position of authority and then doing political activism, and now some of you might think that's great. It's not great for the mind or the education of the children, thereby bearing an imprimatur of the school. So giving it I guess that gives it the sense that it is something endorsed by the school, which makes sense by the kids, because they would assume, because kids, I think, would naturally have this understanding. If it's committed by a teacher in school, that it is being done on behalf of the school, and that's why, or with the endorsement of the school, not understanding all the nuance of the free speech, and that's why it is important for the school itself to limit the speech of teachers or in general public employees. The court also held, and now in the military we had that also, you're not allowed to engage in political activity on the job. You couldn't wear politically activist t-shirts, things like that, or hats. The court also held that the district's prohibition on political buttons being worn in the classroom was reasonably related to the legitimate pedagogic, however you pronounce that word, the academic concern of preventing students from viewing political material while they may not understand, and protecting the district against the perception that its classrooms were being used for partisan political advantage. I think we really see this with the with the very non-scientific climate agenda that's being imposed on kids on a regular basis. But going on, in Spannerman, a teacher's contract was not renewed after complaints regarding his MySpace profile were submitted to his employer. The teacher had posted nude pictures and engaged in online conversations in a peer-to-peer-like manner. The teacher challenged the termination as retaliation for his speech on the private MySpace account. So that's a whole other thing going back to, what was it, 261? Not 261, I'm sorry, the one before that. The court first examined whether the teacher's online speech was made as a private citizen or a public employee. So they didn't get right to the indecency part and the indecent exposure. They first had to determine whether it was done as a private citizen or a public employee, and determined that the speech made was not pursuant to the teacher's employment duties. In applying this factor, it was clear that his postings were made in the employee's capacity as a private citizen, not as a public employee. The court found that there's no indication in the record that the plaintiff, as a teacher, was under any obligation to make the statements he made on MySpace. After determining that the teacher's speech was made as a private citizen, so the court was really going out of its way to protect this level of speech to include. So the court is going out of its way to make sure it is categorizing incorrectly a teacher sending nude photos to students. So notwithstanding 2 bills ago, which the difference between doing that in person and online. The court has then considered whether involvement was a matter of public concern. The court only found one aspect of MySpace to be of public concern, a poem regarding the Iraq War. The court found that the poem was not the basis for the teacher's termination, and therefore his claim that he was terminated as in retaliation for his speech was found to be without merit. The court found that the teacher's speech on MySpace was inappropriate and disruptive to the educational environment that his employers strive to maintain, and upheld the termination. Upheld the termination, but did go out of its way to find that the teacher was acting in a private capacity. So they're already pretty substantial to include teachers sending nude pictures to students. Did you miss that part? Teachers sending nude photos to students to be classified as private speech instead of private citizen speech instead of public employee speech. In Bland, the Sheriff's Department employees were terminated on reflection upon the re-election of an incumbent sheriff after they had supported the sheriff's opponent during the election. And retribution during elections like that is very bad. The employees alleged that the incumbent sheriff refused to reappoint them based on their political support for his election opponent. The speech in question involved the 2 incidents that took place prior to the election. In the first incident, one of the plaintiffs liked the opposing candidate's Facebook page, while the second incident involved the department employee making supportive remarks on the opposing candidate's Facebook page. At trial, the district granted summary judgment for the sheriff, holding that the employee's speech was not protected under the First Amendment. On appeal, the Fourth Circuit reversed the summary judgment, holding that making comments on Facebook page was the same as having a yard sign for a political candidate in one's front yard. In reviewing the threshold question posed in Garcetti, the court found that the employee's actions were those of private citizens. As in Lane versus Frank, discussed below, the court noted that even though the speech at issue was directed at the incumbent sheriff and was directly related to the speaker's job, their speech was still that of private citizens. So once again, even the employer's comments made against the incumbent sheriff, the court first determines whether that is private speech or public speech. This bill seems to take that and make everything private speech, even in the classroom, even in the work environment. So in the classroom and work environment, in the public employee setting, there is already a process, a very extensive process, and a very vetted process. So I can only expect that passing this bill will just be setting up. I would expect that the municipalities are just going to have to challenge it in court at some point, maybe as soon as pen is put to paper. So there's other cases here, and maybe I'll come back and read them, but I want to move on for now. So just to, because then we can get into academic freedom. That would fall under that. Freedom of religious expression, the belief in sincerely held, the scope of the duty to accommodate, Abercrombie and Fitch stores, even applying free speech framework to school employees. So that one's applicable right off the bat, because we're talking, I mean, that's probably the most restrictive, and because the bill leaves out, because the bill does not rein in the conversation at all, I would have to, it is going to apply to the most restrictive case. With Pickering, Connick, and Garrett, let's examine how that framework might apply in hypothetical cases. The national anthem and the coach who won't stand. What else do we have here? My class, my academic freedom, the clerk with a dragon tattoo. So for now, I don't want to delve into any more of that. The point of this was to simply demonstrate that there are already free speech protections out there. Now, just like the other ones, they are going to require to be enforced in court. Now, with this new bill, what's going to be enforced in court is going to first have to be a determination what is precedent, what is not. And you're going to have I think you're going to have a lot of issue. So CCI goes on and says, no specific evidence of pervasive or improper public employee retaliation. We had we had way more than one would have been excessive for employee retaliation. I know. It's getting loud in here. He wants to talk. No, I know. I was just waiting for everybody to catch up.
Representative DeGraff.
Okay. As long as you hear. Well, they're all going to vote. This is being, hey, Ty, you can read this.
Representatives, please keep the noise down in here a little bit. Shh. Thank you very much, Representative DeGraff.
Let's read through this. No, you can read through this. He wants to talk to me. I'm going to take a little time to talk to a man about a horse.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L27 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, L20 has been moved. L27 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. We've
Members.
talked a great deal during this session about local control. And here we have another bill that very much challenges local control. And if you look on page 6 in particular, lines 12 through 9, and let me read you line 12. Fully participate in the political process while off duty and not in uniform. And then it goes on to several points. How does that infringe upon local control? We have ordinances within our communities, within our cities, our municipalities, and our towns that, for instance, prohibit our employees from being engaged when we have a ballot item. And you might ask the question, why do we do that? Well, in many cases, ballot items have to do with taxation. And when ballot items have to do with taxation, who might benefit from that taxation. It's the employees, and it's staff and management. We cannot have our staff within local government and/or employees within local government out campaigning in their off hours, outside of uniform, in the political process, trying to influence the public on a particular new taxation. That is what we refer to, and we're bound by that here, is a thing called conflict of interest. And this bill, by overriding local control on these subjects, does in fact do that. Secondly, where I get concerned is campaigns when they come to local municipalities and/or county governments. And here's the problem there. And in some cases, there may be, again, ordinances on this particular subject. If I put together a town hall as a person running for mayor of a city, or a city council member, and say in that town hall where I've gathered a good number of employees, and say to them, if you elect me, I will make sure your pay and your benefits go up X, Y, Z. Do you know how dangerous that is in a small community? One of the reasons it's dangerous, because guess who are the top 3 or top 4 employers in a smaller community that I come from? The county, the city, the university, and the schools. And now I'm, as a candidate, reaching out to those major employee blocks to, in fact, make a commitment that I knowingly cannot follow through on. That is really problematic. We cannot have our employees of government institutions a part of the political process. And if I go down further in this letter I, speaking with members of the public employers governing body, do you know what an end around that is? We have chain and command in government, just like we have chains of command when it comes to private enterprise. And in private enterprise, we make it very clear to our employees, your first line of discussion is always with your supervisor. And if your supervisor isn't paying attention, you take it to a manager's level. And if your manager's not paying attention, then you take it to a director or a VP level. But you don't take it to the board of directors of a corporation without first and foremost giving the opportunity to your first line of management. This plain opens that up. It says, speaking with members of the public employers governing body. So if I don't like the city manager, if I don't like the county administrator, go right on around them and have this conversation with the county commissioners or the city council. We can't be doing that. That is not right. And then engaging in other political activities in the same manner as other citizens of Colorado. You're employees of a governing body. You are not the same under any circumstances, and you could benefit significantly from a ballot item and/or the influence of somebody running for office. This is stepping all over local control, folks. We cannot be doing this. And I doubt that it was the intention of our sponsors, but this is what it's going to create, and I ask for an aye on this amendment.
Representative Delabicio.
Hey now, it's an honor to serve with you, Representative Bababui.
Hey, now, it's an honor to serve with you, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, sir. With respect to this amendment, folks, we would ask for a no vote. I really appreciate the conversation, Rep. Taggart, and it follows up on a side conversation that we were having earlier. If this turns out to be something that we actually need to worry about, I am more than happy to really drill down. But I do want to note that what we're talking about here is protection against being retaliated against. We're saying that public employees have the right to participate in the political process while off duty and not in uniform, and that includes speaking with members of the public employers' governing bodies on terms and conditions of employment and any matter of public concern, and otherwise engaging in other political activities. So you have a First Amendment right to do these things. What this bill does is it says you can't be retaliated against for that. If there ends up being some type of situation where someone is making political promises in a way that we think constitutes an end run around some type of Hatch Act violation or something along those lines, I'm more than happy to address that, but I don't think that this is the bill to do it. I'd ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I understand we're trying to protect against intimidation and retaliation. But allowing with a statement, engage in, fully participate in the political process while off duty, fully participating. Those employees, by fully participating, are participating potentially in a conflict of interest. They cannot be talking about a ballot item that has taxation that could benefit them. That doesn't have anything to do with retaliation or intimidation. It has everything to do with a conflict of interest. And we cannot have governing employees out there politically campaigning for something that could directly benefit them. We can't do that as individuals. We can't have employees of governing bodies doing that. I'm not worried about the retaliation. I'm worried about a conflict of interest.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be interested to hear the response to the change up of the question, the explanation of the question. But the way the sponsor dealt with it is a little bit troubling if there is a problem. A problem has been identified. And so if we say if there is a problem down the road, then we can drill into it. So we're kicking this can already down the road instead of, because we're in this mode of, instead of trying to make bills better, instead of trying to preclude lawsuits down the road, we're in the mode of passing as many bills as we can. And that creates a lot of problems. So we have a concern on a section, but we're not going to deal with it because we want to just get it passed. Well, simultaneously recognizing that it could result in a problem down the road, and if it does result in a problem down the road, now we've got to deal with it in court. So again, the question raised is not around whether the employee's speech is protected, but around the conflict of interest. And if you start having employees delving into areas that have a conflict of interest, they're essentially betraying their oath to the public that they represent in their paid capacity by that conflict. What we need to do is we need to have the wording, and that's what this amendment does, is it prevents that from happening. So So this amendment is not an attack on the free speech, does not open the doors on the whistleblower or against the whistleblower protections. It just reestablishes the idea that you cannot fully engage, or in this case, so you cannot, that the conflict of interest statutes still apply. So if we could get away from the idea that we need to pass hundreds of bills a day, then maybe we could, kick this down the road a little bit, look at it a little bit in terms of the amendments that we think need to be made. It was sent to this floor in order to have an entire vetting of the Chamber of the Whole. It wasn't sent out of committee to be sent and put on the floor just to be rubber stamped by the body. Presumably, everybody in the body would be attentive to what's going on, would analyze
Representative
it.
DeGraff, if I could have you just come back to the amendment. I know it's a little noisy in here. Members, please pay attention to what's going on in the well. Thank you.
Well, I thought I was, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Because what this amendment is trying to do is trying to preclude a problem that the author of the amendment sees, and it's not a slight on the sponsor of the bill. It's not a slight on the sponsor of the bill to maybe have overlooked this wording because it doesn't violate the intent of the wording. It doesn't seem to violate the intent of the sponsor. So if we're going to take bills to this body and just say that, well, committee said that they're okay to go to the floor, meaning that the floor is just supposed to approve them, then we're not doing our job. So my colleague has given an amendment that would hopefully, got to speak in horse terms, head this off at the pass. How's that? Was that okay? Would preclude the issue, and we just clean up this part of the statute before it goes out into the world, and then it has to go be decided in court, and then gets tied up, and then everybody's tied up because they were I want to say lured, they were lulled into a sense of what the statute says. So this is just a matter of tightening up the language. I don't think it changes the nature of it. It will hopefully preclude some legal activity on behalf, because we're going to send this down to the counties, and then it's going to be their mess to deal with. So we're making decisions here that become a mess, that can quickly become 64 messes in the 64 counties, and then in the other municipalities, and then in all the school districts. Or we can deal with the mess now and make sure that it's tight. If it can't be, then, but we need to make sure we handle the problems at this level, even if it's a painful delay and it slows down the machine of chugging out laws. Otherwise, we're just creating more messes downstream. And the messes and that time detracts from our constituents, are the counties, the municipalities, the schools, the fire departments, every single entity that is touched by this bill. If this doesn't get cleaned up, it's going to create a mess. And then all of those entities are going to have to deal with it. So I think a more, I don't want to say a more thoughtful process, because that would imply that a thoughtful process didn't go into this, and clearly a very thoughtful process went into it, but it is not impugning the sponsor to say that there was something overlooked or there was some specificity in the wording that needs to be more tight. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment so that we can preclude the concerns, not over the whistleblower protections, not over the freedom of speech, but over the idea of getting embroiled communities, schools, fire departments, police departments, every other department in a conflict of interest determination at the court level.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L27? Representative Woodrow.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote on the amendment. We have not heard any testimony from anyone that this is an actual issue. So when I say that, if this happens down the road, it's because what we've been presented with is a hypothetical, and the hypothetical we presented with is if a politician running for office makes political promises to people. So if that turns out to be an issue in the context of this bill down the road, yes, I'm happy to deal with it. And then until that time, we would be legislating hypotheticals, and I would urge us not to do that. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L27? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L27. All those in favor say aye. Okay. A division has been called. We will stand in a very brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L27 to Senate Bill 111. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L27 to Senate Bill 111, please rise or hold your hand up and remain in one place. All right, you may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L27 to Senate Bill 111, please rise and remain standing in the same place or raise your hand. Amendment L27 is lost. You may. Is there any further discussion? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After looking through this bill, I was pouring through the fiscal note, and there was something I noticed. I see issues with the explanation of the fiscal note. I don't believe it accurately depicts the correlation between the amount of funds available when compared to the potential of how many possible unfair labor practice complaints that can be filed. I mean, the number of employees covered by this bill is at a minimum of 5 times more than prior collective bargaining bills. So it's, I mean, at the end of the day, in short, there's not enough funds explained within this fiscal note to cover the possibility of how many complaints can even be filed with the amount of employees that are going to be covered under this. I'm going to say it one more time. This covers 5 times more the employees than any other collective bargaining agreement that we've talked about before. So, you know, as we talk about this bill, I mean, I just urge you to take a look at this fiscal note, do the math, see the possibility of how these funds can be drained dry. You know, I think that's important of good governance, and I would just urge you, please take a look at this fiscal note before you make a vote on this bill. It's one thing to set something in statute, but you know, not to have the money to cover the potential amount of complaints there is quite shocking. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too share my colleague from Los Animas County's concerns. I'm especially concerned about the impact on local governments, especially because it does include counties under 7,500. I talk a lot about being a department of one for a small county in southeast Colorado, and I'm really concerned about the fiscal impacts, the ability for these small counties to be able to deal with the increased litigation that will come from this bill. You know, we always talk about how much the state needs to fund their obligations under these bills, but we don't have enough conversation around the impact on local governments and what that cost is going to be. I'm incredibly concerned about that and ask that we really consider that as we pass these bills. The impacts on these smaller rural counties are going to be incredibly substantial, and I don't think we have a lot of discussion around the impacts on these local governments. So asking that we do a no vote on the bill and spend more time stakeholdering with small local governments as well as all the others impacted by this bill. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
And to follow what my good colleague from El Paso County said, she's 100% correct. I know that when they were discussing the collective bargaining agreement last year, a lot of small counties were in mass panic of what could come out of this. I mean, when we look at trying to find employees in the first place, and then, you know, we kind of throw this gasoline on top of it, it could create huge issues for small counties, frontier counties, a lot of time not even close to the budget of big counties. On top of that, just don't have the resources to compete with the amount of complaints that can come in and having to litigate these complaints. Colleague that just spoke is actually an attorney for a county in my district. Numerous times we've come up here and talked about unfunded mandates and liabilities that come out of this chamber and matriculate down to small counties and frontier counties. And at some point, when is enough enough? At some point, when do we look at these counties and say, you know, the big arm of government, once again, is imposing legislation that you're going to have to deal with? It's not fair. Not fair to these rural counties, not fair, and where it's really not fair is to their taxpayers. You know, a lot of counties are barely hanging on to have essential services. We're going to throw this into the mix. We're going to throw this into the mix and add just more burden. Have to hire more staff, have to pour through more paperwork on top of everything else that they do. Sometimes a county official in small counties, they do about 5 different jobs. You may be the county attorney and you may run a snowplow and who knows what else you may do. That's how we get things done in rural Colorado. So adding more burden, more cost isn't fair to rural Colorado. So once again, I ask you on behalf of rural Colorado, before you pass a piece of legislation like this, look how it affects people outside the Metroplex. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're discussing counties and towns and how this will affect them and how it'll affect them negatively, I'd like to offer Amendment L024 and ask that it be proper. I move Amendment L024 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that has been properly moved.
Yep.
And is properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you. This would change the definition for this bill of municipalities to populations of 25,000 or more. My municipality has a population of 10,000, and what that equals for public employee staff is literally 50 people, and 25 of them are police officers, which already have the abilities that police unions offer and all those things. So that leaves me with 25 people to do everything. This bill would make it so that 5 upset workers could really cause issues within the municipality if they wanted to, and take away some of the avenues that management and overseeing officials would have to address those issues. So I would ask for a yes vote on L024. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate my colleagues' attention and attempts to make this an even better bill. I would ask for a no vote on L024. Folks, even workers in smaller cities and municipalities and counties have a right to be free from retaliation. Just because you live in a smaller county doesn't mean you deserve fewer protections against retaliation. Your firefighters, your teachers, and everyone else shouldn't be retaliated against just because you live in a smaller county. We are not, let me be clear to the folks who live in these smaller counties, we are not forgetting about you. We understand that you exist. We understand that you work hard and deserve the protections of folks who live in bigger cities than you do. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L24? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L24. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L24 is lost. We're back to the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. In looking at the bill, the whole bill and the concept of the bill, I know that the bill deals with public employees, but I am an employer, and I employ people, and quite a few people over the years. And I'm just looking at this from the context of an employer trying to figure out what to get done, what kind of work, or whatever the case is. And I think that this bill strongly limits or maybe even prohibits the employer's ability to do certain things. And so I move Amendment 020, ask for it to be properly displayed.
All right, Amendment L20 has been moved. And is now properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Let me just read it and explain it as I go, because it's got some different language to it. It's going to add, if you go to page 7, when it starts talking about some of the things that would be, I guess, allowed or put back in there that would make it, give certain freedoms to certain groups, I want to make sure that we also give the employer certain freedoms. To be able to say to an employee, okay, you have the right to do this as an individual within this company. And again, part of the problem with the bill, this tries to assess this, part of the problem with the bill is it potentially makes it difficult for whatever that group or that entity, whatever that collection is of people are trying to accomplish, it makes it difficult for them to be able to accomplish this because of some of the types of freedoms. Not that somebody has freedoms, we all believe in the First Amendment, but the First Amendment also extends to the ability of an employer to be able to say things to an employee or deal with an employee in such a way that it continues the work of the business, continues the work of the entity or whatever the case is. And so this amendment wants to slide, I want to slide this section in there on page 7 after the third point. I want to put a fourth one in here with 3 subpoints. And so it would say, no public employer-created committee, Senate council, or other body made up in whole or in part of employees that advises the employer's governing board or administration on matters of organization performance, workplace safety, or any other matter of policy, but does not engage in collective bargaining, is deemed an employer-dominated organization under this section, that it gives the employer, specifically with groups that are made up of employees, the ability to accomplish certain things. The second one, employers, governing boards, and public administrators at all times have the right to share their frank and free opinions, which is what the bill is asking for. But this also makes sure that the employers have the same rights. That the public administrators at all times have the right to share their frank and free opinions on the advantages or disadvantages of collective bargaining in the public sector. Kind of is intuitive and makes sense. And then the third part of this, public employers have all powers, duties, and rights established by constitutional provision, statute, ordinance, charter, special act, or other provisions of law or organic organizing documents of the public body, including the right to direct the work of employees. That's a big one with this, that they have the right to direct the work of employees. If you're an employer and this employee works for you, why would you not have the ability to direct them? You're trying to accomplish something. And I believe that this bill makes it very difficult for employers to be able to continue with the direct designation of why that entity exists or why that group exists. They can hire, promote, demote, fire, assign, transfer, and otherwise direct employees, which is what employers do, by the way. That's why they're called employers and the others are called employees, because they have the right to do these things. And suspend for purposes of investigation or discipline, and discipline or discharge employees is otherwise permitted by law. These are already permitted by law, which is, I believe, one of the things we struggle with in here is the redundancy of trying to explain this is already law. Why are we trying to change this by a statute that won't hold up when it comes back to investigating constitutionality of the law? Maintain and promote governmental efficiency, lay off employees for lack of work or performance. I know that one's not very popular in today's society, but that is what employers do, and that is what they should be doing. Assiduously pursue the lawful mission of the public entity and seek to provide the highest level of service to the public. And that cannot be done if employers don't have the ability to make sure that gets done. The idea that all these different public employees would come to work and say, just because I'm here, I want to do the best I can is a little naive. Seek to provide the highest level of service to the public. Determine and implement a prudent budget, conserve public resources, and otherwise exercise all inherent management powers and other duties granted or implied by law. So what I'm trying to do with this amendment is give just a little scratch back to the employer, that the employer should have the right to accomplish things that employers do. Employees have a different job than employers. And if we take all of the rights away from the employers and we hand just such a broad array of abilities, and I don't think they're rights, by the way, but abilities for employees to undermine the overall effort of what the company is trying to accomplish, the entity, the public group, or whatever is trying to accomplish, we're not going to get anywhere with anything. This again, it seems to fit a lot of the other laws that we've been processing here this session, but to be able to do something that gives a little bit back to these employers. How can an employer be an employer if the employees are the ones that have all the rights and the employer has none of these same rights? And so I want to try to make sure that the employers have some of these rights back. And so I strongly urge an aye vote on Amendment 020. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf. Representative Bottoms.
Looked a little empty down here, so I thought I'd come say something. I think employers need to have the right to accomplish things, just like an employee has a certain right to accomplish things. And so again, I urge an aye vote on Amendment 020.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Representative Winter.
I urge an aye vote as well. I think it's a good amendment. I think it's something that we should definitely look at. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Fafafui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey now, I would urge a no vote on Amendment L20. I really appreciate my colleagues' thoughtful attempt to draw the line in this case. You know, that's what we're trying to do with this bill, is strike the right balance between workers and employers. I do think that this would tilt the needle back in favor of the employer just a little too far, so I would urge a no vote. I would also note that we are working on other amendments, so the conversation continues, and I just want to thank my colleagues for their good faith engagement as we work to make this bill more perfect. But in the meantime, folks, I urge a no vote.
Is there excuse me, Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Employees have certain protections in place, and we want to make sure that this is balanced between the employees and management and not become a one-sided mob rule type situation. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
All right. Seeing no further Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's what I have here. I think it's really important that we don't create a lopsided equation here where, and that's the goal of this, is to make sure that when employees show up for work, as they've been contracted to do, not under any obligation other than to show up because it's an exchange of good for good, they're not compelled, that they do the job that they're paid for, and that would, and that part of being paid for would be part of what an employer is required to ensure. So the employer, who's also an employee, also a public employee, so in a supervisory capacity, have all the powers, duties, and rights established by constitutional provision, statute, ordinance, charter, special act, or other provisions of law or organic organizing documents of the public body, including but not limited to the right to direct work of the employees. I mean, that should be, I don't even know why that would be contentious, because when somebody shows up for work, unless it was a definition issue there between employers and supervisors, but hire, promote, demote, fire, assign, transfer, otherwise direct employees, suspend for the purpose of investigation or discipline or discharge employees or otherwise permitted by law, maintain and promote government efficiency, lay off the employees for lack of work or performance, assiduously pursue the lawful mission of the public entity, and seek to provide the highest level of service to the public. Determine and implement a prudent budget, conserve public resources, and otherwise exercise all inherent management powers and duties granted and implied by law. So that looks like, I mean, that really is a job description. If you go by that, that's just a job description. If you're going to hire somebody to be a supervisor or employer of other employees, this is what you're going to want them to do. So if there's some confusion in the minds created by the way the wording of this bill is, which I'm going to assume it'd be completely outside the intent of the bill sponsor, that, I mean, there's no shortage of ink here, no shortage of paper, so we can add this in, and it's just saying that the employers retain the, so if there's any question in whether, if there's any question as to whether, as to whether an employee can be fired, yes, they can. They can be assigned, yes, they can. They can be transferred, and they can otherwise direct employees. That's what they're supposed to do. But everything, if everything in that list is considered retaliation, then you don't have a supervisor. You just have somebody that's collecting a paycheck and not doing their job. Now, if there's some level of, so if any demotion is considered retaliation, that may or may not be the case. It has to be proven. But it can't be, so we have the public, the employers, I think it should probably say supervisors, should have all the powers and duties established. They should have the powers and duties that are established in their job description. Everything that is in their job description, they should show up being able to do without being questioned as to whether it is retaliation. Now, it certainly could be, but this just takes it out and just reestablishes it, puts it in statute with all the other stuff that says, so now now this just reestablishes that the supervisor has these abilities, that this can happen in the normal course of activity with employees, whether it's retaliation or not. And then that would leave it to, that would still make retaliation illegal. That doesn't change that. It just reestablishes and just reasserts the ability of the employer, the supervisor, to do what is necessary. Employers, governing boards, and public administrators shall at all times have the right to share their frank and free opinions on the advantages and disadvantages of bargaining in the public sector. That is no different. That is no different than what you want the employers to do. But right now, if an employers, governing boards, and public administrators should be able to have the time to share their frank and free opinions on the advantages and disadvantages of public bargaining in the public sector. So they can have that, they can have the respectful dialogue, they can have the frank dialogue, and they can, and without being viewed as retaliation. No public employer created committee, Senate, council, or other body made up in whole or in part of employees that advises the employer's governing board or administration on matters of organization, workplace safety, or any other matter of policy, but does not engage in collective bargaining, shall be deemed an employer dominated, no public employer created committee, Senate, council, or other body made up in whole or in part of employees that advises the employer's governing board or administration on, so this is employer created, but does not engage in collective body, shall be deemed an employer-dominated organization under this section. So it wouldn't be considered an employee organization. It would be include. So that's just a definition. I mean, that's kind of the definition. It's a very broad definition. It keeps it from being counted as an employee. Yeah, you ready to talk? So I'm really confused as to why. I mean, this is just saying that the counties, that employers have the right to do what employers do and not be classified as retaliation. So I'm a little confused why the sponsor is averse to this amendment. I would recommend a yes vote so we can keep this playing field a little bit more level. And because all the good intentions, if we tip it the other way, we're going to have a lot of problems with our county governance. And then we're going to have to be dealing yet again with another cleanup bill for a mess that's been created in 64 counties.
All right, seeing no further discussion on L20, the question before us is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L20 is failed. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you this fine Friday afternoon.
And an honor to serve with you this Friday afternoon. Hopefully we'll be out of here before evening.
I'll try to go as quickly as possible with this, Mr. Chair. I move L029 and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, that has been properly moved. And is properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your undivided attention today and all the good work we're doing. I've been talking to the bill sponsors, and last year at the end of session, we know that a collective bargaining piece of legislation came forward. The rural legislators worked very hard to get an exemption excluding those frontier counties with 7,500 persons or less based on the census count. And this particular amendment continues to honor last year's collective bargaining exclusions for the frontiers counties that were given by then Majority Leader Danea Esgar, who was the Majority Leader and also approved by the Speaker at the time, Alec Garnett. So I would like for us to vote yes on this amendment because it does honor the agreements that we made last year for our rural frontier counties.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And the reason I stand in support of this amendment is the dynamics of small counties. I don't think a lot of people realize that there's a lot of moving parts in small towns. And, you know, I worked for the city of Trinidad at one point, and sometimes there's 4 or 5 people within a department that are related. And you know how family can be. A conflict starts, the next thing you know, one family member's at another family member's throat, then it spills over into work. And that's a real possibility. It's happened. I've seen it happen. Something that can happen a lot. I mean, small towns are great, but we have small town problems. And one of them is so many people being related, working at jobs together. An ex-girlfriend from high school works at the same employer that you work at. And that definitely, some of these feuds can spill over into the workplace. And at that point, it creates problems. So, you know, that's one dynamic that I'd like to bring up here today in front of you all, those of you that aren't from a small county. I think it's something that you should definitely think about when you look at this amendment. You know, look at that dynamic. We're different. And I think it's a very valid point when looking at supporting this amendment. So I urge a yes vote, and that is one of the reasons why. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank my colleagues and folks at home, you know, who might be watching. You really don't have stronger champions for rural Colorado and small communities than we do with some of our colleagues on this side of the aisle. There's no question that they have champions down here at the Capitol every day. And we do our best, city slickers like myself, to try to figure out ways to bridge the urban-rural divide. And I think the place that we can meet is the Constitution. It's the First Amendment. The people in small communities in rural Colorado have just as much that First Amendment right as people in a big, big city like Denver. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this conversation. I appreciate the continued steadfast advocacy on behalf of all Coloradans, but particularly rural Coloradans, on behalf of my colleagues. With that said, I'd still urge a no vote. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L29. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L29 is lost.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chair.
Holtorf.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsors for taking some time to really listen to the needs of rural Colorado. With that, I'd like to move L032 to Senate Bill 111 and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, 032 has been properly moved. And is properly displayed. Tell us about the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is, takes the considerations that we spoke of earlier and is going to move these considerations to rulemaking. In working with the bill sponsors, we've come to a consensus that this may be the approach that works to close that rural-urban divide. So we're going to insert that the division must consider the unique circumstances of rural counties as defined in the section referenced there and assigning remedies during this rulemaking process. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, we appreciate the work for my colleague in, what is it? Akron County. Oh, just Akron, sorry, Akron, Washington County. We go by county. I appreciate that. And we want to consider the special considerations that go into these frontier counties. And we do ask for a yes vote on this amendment to make sure that we are considering their needs when this bill is implemented.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for working with us on this important amendment. Although I'm not normally a fan of the rulemaking process, I do think it's important that rural counties, especially small frontier counties, are engaged and that their unique and special characteristics are taken into effect in the rulemaking process, and therefore I urge an aye vote as well. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L32. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. L32 is adopted. The ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 111? Representative Bababooey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Flufa Fluhai. Folks, SB 111 is a good bill. It is the product of a lot of stakeholding, continued stakeholding. I appreciate the work of our colleagues to make it an even more precise worker protection bill. No one should be retaliated against no matter where they work. This bill takes a huge step in making sure that's a reality. I urge an aye vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 111. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 111 is passed. As amended. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 290.
Senate Bill 290 by Senator Fenberg, also Representative Amabile, concerning natural medicine and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Senate Bill 290, the committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the appropriation. Is there an appropriations report? And the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
So in the appropriations report, we got the money that we need to enact this ballot measure.
All right. Is there
And I
any,
ask for a yes vote on the appropriations report.
is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report is adopted. To the finance report, Representative Amabile. Representative Amabile.
Yeah, in finance, we put on several amendments at the request of stakeholders, and I ask for a yes vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The finance report is adopted. We're to the bill. Representative Amabile.
Thank you so much. So let me just tell everybody that this bill is the result of the citizens of Colorado having passed ballot measure 122. And it turns out a lot of people here in this building didn't vote for 122. And I'll just tell you right now, I didn't. I voted no on 122. But nonetheless, a majority of Coloradans voted yes on ballot measure 122. And this bill is designed, is written to give fidelity to the will of the voters. And to the extent that I think all of us here believe in direct democracy, that is what this bill is doing. It is enacting the provisions that were in the ballot measure. And there are two parts, two big parts. One is the regulated market that was in the ballot measure, and that sets up healing centers and licensed healers, and the ability for a licensed healer to purchase from a licensed manufacturer products to use in delivering this service. And in this second part of the bill and of the ballot measure, it allows for personal use and the ability to gift product that you cultivate in your home or on your property. And we did put some guardrails around personal use in the bill, and we also clarified what is now legal and what is still not legal. Like one of the gray areas in the ballot measure was what happens if you sell or give one of these products to someone who's under 21. And in the ballot measure, it said that's a fine, but in fact, in our current law, it says, no, that is a crime. And so we just clarified that that is the way it is, and that you can't drive while you're intoxicated, and you can't use heavy machinery, and some things like that. So there are some guardrails on the personal use, and then there is an entire regulatory structure on the regulated use. And I would like to move Amendment L035 and ask that it be displayed.
All right. That has been properly moved. And it is properly displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
Thank you. So there were a couple of different places where there were references to where these products could be cultivated. And this just clarifies that it's on your property outside of an enclosed and locked space. So you have to grow in an enclosed and locked space, but it could be in your garage, it could be in a shed, it could be in a bedroom, in a basement, but it can't occupy more than, and this isn't in the amendment, but it can't occupy more than 12 feet by 12 feet. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L35? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L35. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L35 is adopted. We're back to the bill. Representative Amabile. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move L039 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that has been properly moved.
So colleagues,
Oh, well, 1 second. We're just getting up here. Okay, now,
And
please
there it
proceed.
Thank you. Colleagues, Collecting information on drug use data is really important for a lot of reasons. It helps to inform policy, public health initiatives, treatment programs, and research. So some of those data points help us identify trends and patterns, assess effectiveness of interventions, target resources, identify vulnerable populations, monitor and address public health concerns, and support research, all of which are germane to this particular bill. Collecting data on drug use is really essential for understanding and addressing the complex issue of substance use and its associated harms and benefits. This information can help inform evidence-based policies, interventions, research, and ultimately improving public health and well-being. With that, I have brought forth this amendment that goes into a great deal of detail about what kind of information should be included as part of the data collection. And so if one were to look at this tome of a bill, it does refer to the state licensing authority has authority to collect available and relevant data necessary to perform functions and duties necessary to administer this Article 50. And this bill simply inserts a new paragraph below that stating that the state licensing authority, in coordination with other relevant agencies, shall request available and relevant data concerning law enforcement indices, adverse health events, impacts to healthcare systems, consumer protection claims, and behavioral health impacts related to natural medicine product, and natural medicine businesses. The state licensing authority shall include the available and relevant data in the report required pursuant to subsection 1G of this section. I ask for your aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe that this is a good amendment. And this is data that we would like to have. And so I would also like to ask for a yes on this amendment.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right. The ayes have it. L39 is passed. We're back to the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously, as the sponsor had mentioned, regardless of whatever one's personal feelings are, this is something that was approved by the voters of Colorado. And so we have to make sure that we work within those parameters here. But as I was reading through this bill and some issues came to my attention, one of the concerns that I had was that when it comes to implementing something like this, obviously we lived through this in like 2012, 13, 14, when marijuana was legalized and trying to figure out, hey, how do we regulate this? It's legal, but how do we make sure that we're also maintaining the appropriate safeguards and balance in society to ensure that you don't have, like, say, a dispensary opening up, immediately next to an elementary school or something like that. And so a big component of how that was done through the ability of local municipalities and local jurisdictions to regulate basically the time and the place that a lot of these legal activities occurred, but they had to have that time, place, location regulation through their local control authority. And so as I read through this bill and was trying to wrap my mind around, hey, how do we implement this? How is this going to apply? How do we make sure that we can respect the will of the people of Colorado, but also do so in an appropriate manner that has the guardrails that we have for everything else in our society, whether it's marijuana, whether it's alcohol, you can go down that road as far as you want. How do we do that? And so a lot of how that was accomplished is accomplished through local control and through ensuring that local governments, local municipalities have the ability to put the appropriate guardrails around these voter-approved activities. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L026 and ask for it to be displayed.
All right, L026 has been properly moved. And it is properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does here, very simple, all it does is it adds the word participants onto page 14, line 8. So what we're talking about here, in the bill, you have individuals that are able to either help or facilitate. Facilitate is the term that's used in the bill. You have somebody that can help facilitate another individual as they utilize these natural medicines, psilocybin. It lists out a whole list of what these medicines are. And so it's talking about, you know, what their licensing is, how they get licensed to do it, the safeguards that are in place. It talks all about that on pages 12, 13, and 14. There's like 9, so there's like 10, 11, 12 different things in this one particular section that they have to do. And so what this amendment does here is it's just adding the word participants into one of the parameters for these facilitators. It says that a facilitator can provide and supervise natural medicine services at an authorized location that is not a healing center's licensed premises, including a healthcare facility. So you have these natural medicine centers. Those have to be licensed, and the bill lays out how those are licensed. And then you can have other centers, like a healthcare center that's not a licensed healing center, it's just a healthcare center, a healthcare facility, or a private residence. And so that's what this bill is addressing. It's addressing the fact that by inserting participant before the term private residence, it's clarifying that this has to be conducted at a private residence that's owned by one of the participants, either the individual that's taking the natural medicines or the facilitator. But it has to be somebody that's involved in this activity. It has to be their private residence. And the reason that that is so important is because if we don't specify that this is the participant's private residence, effectively what this does is this allows this this usage of these natural medicines to occur at any private residence. And if it can occur at any private residence, even if it is not one of the participants' private residence, then unfortunately that opens an awful lot of doors to a lot of different things that I saw during my time in code enforcement. So if you have this activity occurring not at one of the participants' residences, effectively what you've done is you've sidestepped a local government's ability to control basically home-based occupations, and you've now said, hey, any residence here, you can have an occupation, you can have these business practices occur. Now, most municipalities, most local governments are going to have regulations around home-based occupations just because they need to preserve basically the quality and the environment and the safety of that surrounding community. They need to do really boring things like make sure, hey, if you're gonna have a home-based occupation, you gotta have sufficient parking for the folks that are gonna be coming and going from that home-based business or occupation. You gotta make sure that you have sufficient, in some cases, like sewage hookup, that, depending on how many people are we gonna be able to safely and appropriately maintain that residence. Lot of honestly mundane things go into this, but again, it's for the ultimate benefit of the surrounding community. And so by inserting participants here, again, what we're doing is we're ensuring that we're not creating language that sidesteps the ability of one of these facilitators to effectively have home-based occupations at unlicensed locations. And I can tell you from personal experience that this is something that, while it may be kind of boring and mundane in this context, the residents of that community absolutely are attuned to that and they're aware of that. The number of complaints that I received when I was working in local government around suspected unlicensed home-based businesses, I mean, it's numerous. I received tons and tons and tons of complaints about those things because it does. It affects the quality of that community. And so in order to ensure that municipalities and local governments have the ability to have that level playing field and make sure that these facilitators and these practitioners are engaging in these activities at a participant's residence instead of any residence, what this does is it preserves that level playing field that all other home-based occupations and activities have to comply with by saying that, hey, if you're going to do this for a business, that's fine. You either have to get that home-based business license or you have to do it in the participant's business. Because if it is, or residence, excuse me, because if it is in the participant's residence, well then, hey, it's your residence. You can really do what you want with that if you're a participant. So for that reason, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L026.
All right, Representative from Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This a very important part of this ballot measure is that it states very clearly that cities cannot stop this from happening. And so in fidelity to the ballot measure, I ask for your no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L26? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? The noes have it. L26 is lost. We're back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, again, going back to that same conversation and that same topic around the fact that we already have, for basically everything else in our society, these time, these place, these manner restrictions, and the ability of local government to implement those restrictions to ensure that they are protecting the environment and the quality of their local community. I think it's incredibly important that we continue to go down this path and continue to have this discussion because, again, this is something that is incredibly important to these local communities. This is something that generates an awful lot of discussion and dialogue. And so toward that end, I move Amendment L027 and ask for it to be displayed.
All right, L27 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is in the same venue of recognizing the fact that the ability for a local government to be able to make these decisions that they can make already about pretty much everything else that happens in their jurisdiction is incredibly important to that jurisdiction, to the community members and the individuals that live and work in that jurisdiction. And so what this amendment does, it touches a couple of different places in the bill, but it basically just ensures consistency across the law and allows local governments to have the ability to regulate services in residence, again, under that home occupation category. And it removes some language that might conflict with other parts of the law and other provisions, other things that cities are doing. Because again, you have to have this balancing act between the local ordinance, what local municipalities or local governments are doing, and the state law. This bill has a lot of information about the state law, and so we just want to make sure that we're preserving the status quo and we're not carving out overly broad abilities or ways for this one particular product that doesn't exist for any other product. And so by touching a couple of different places in here, specifically it talks about Article 50 of Title 44. That's a new title that is, that is a new article that is added in the bill. And that's talking about how the state can regulate these products. So what this amendment does is also says that local governments also have no more authority than the state does, and it refers to Article 50 of Title 44. But it says that the local government should have the same authority that the state has to be able to regulate these substances in a time, place, and manner regulation. And that's very important verbiage, that time, place, and manner regulation. So that's verbiage that actually is also used in First Amendment situations. And I bring that up to highlight the fact that that language being used in First Amendment situations gives huge deference to the fact that there is a very highly protected activity that is occurring and that in no way should be curtailed. All it says is time, place, and manner restrictions. And so those things exist for the First Amendment. And so this amendment here that's before us, L027, also seeks to just continue that status quo and say that the authority that the state is granted under this bill to be able to make those regulatory decisions ought to also extend to the local government, and it ought to extend to local governments with the exact same language that is used to guard the, or to put the guardrails around First Amendment stuff. So basically, if time, place, and manner restrictions are acceptable in a First Amendment context, then they ought to also be acceptable in this context here as well. And so I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L027.
Thank you, Representative Amalale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the same reasons that I just stated, and because this has been stakeholdered and really 4 months have been spent talking to all the relevant stakeholders, but I ask for a no vote on this amendment because it really is inconsistent with the plain language of the ballot measure. So I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L027? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L027. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the noes clearly have it. L027 fails. To the bill, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I think this is very important. This is something that I know is very important to our local communities. And so I just want to make sure that we're not creating a situation here where we're going to have a lot of angst in communities about how this ballot measure is being rolled out. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L028 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
L028 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is just trying to get at that fact that as currently drafted, I have concerns that this bill does not provide appropriate guardrails for a local community to be able to regulate where these facilities and how these facilitators are operating. We know it's legal. We know that this is legal through a vote of the people, but there's many other things that are also legal through a vote of the people or through the Constitution or whatever the other thing is that makes them legal, that are legal, but that also have some guardrails around how those items or entities or things can be used or implemented. Again, think alcohol, think marijuana. They're legal, but there's rules and there's regulations around how those ought to be used. This amendment here just gets at another part of the bill here where it's talking about facilities. And so when it's talking about a facility, it just adds the language in to say, so as written currently, the bill talks about the regulation of licensed premises, and then there's rules that allow that natural medicine healing center to be co-located with another medicinal healing center or a healthcare facility. So after the word facility, it just also adds in there language that says that a local jurisdiction has the ability to enact an ordinance or regulation governing the time, place, and manner of the operations of the premises. Pretty much every local government already has this. They already have those ordinances or those resolutions that are in place to govern these things. They already have regulations around like the operation of construction equipment, the sounding of bells or alarms, when certain things, when certain activities can or cannot happen. And that's done in order to preserve the general ambiance, the general environment, the safety, the security, the flavor of that particular local community. So again, what this amendment does here is it just acknowledges the fact that local communities already do this. This is something that is really integral to how a local community builds and presents their unique character, their unique flavor, and that in this particular regard as well, we need to ensure that local communities have the exact same ability to have these time, place, and manner restrictions that they already have, that they already exercise for pretty much everything else that happens in their jurisdiction. And we need to make sure that we're creating just the appropriate safeguards for this legal activity, because the voters have made it legal, but we need to make sure that we're creating the appropriate safeguards for this so that you don't have situations where, you know, if the community decides, hey, we really don't want one of these located next to an elementary school. We really don't want one of these located, you know, right in the downtown area. That this amendment gives that local community that authority that they already have to regulate these things. And so I would ask for your aye vote on Amendment L028.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, it does in the bill say that local jurisdictions can put in regulations around the time, place, and manner. And so it's covered, and any expansion of that would be lacking fidelity to the voters. And so I ask again for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L028 to SB 23-290. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. I'm sorry, L028 fails. Representative Evans.
Well, the third time clearly was not a charm, so this will be my fourth and last attempt here. I move Amendment L029 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Okay, L029 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does here is toward the very end of the bill, it's talking again about these community-based use and healing centers. And so what it does is this amendment just removes 3 words from the bill. It talks about beneficial community-based use and healing, supported use, or related services. And the amendment just strikes that or related services terminology. And the reason that it does that is or related services is actually incredibly broad language. Or related services without any other guardrails or any other definitions can be an almost limitless, all-encompassing catch-all to describe other activities that might be used. So here we're talking particularly the personal use, the consumption or personal use of these natural medicines or medicinal products. But to talk about that in context of any related services really opens the door incredibly broadly. And as long as you can tie any sort of relation to that personal use, this is allowing, you know, like I said, almost a limitless number of things to be able to occur in that community, in that potentially residential area, school zone, wherever it happens to be. And it doesn't provide the appropriate ability for a local government or a local municipality to be able to say, you know what, we draw the line at a certain point. We don't think that, you know, I can give you a personal example of a neighborhood complaint that I once had, where they were literally arguing about firewood and how long the firewood had been cured. And they were able to tie that through this really twisted sequence of events. They were able to tie that to the particular code in hand. And so when I see related services here, I can think of situations and I can think of encounters that I've had where somebody might tie a really, really random item all the way back to the personal use of this natural medicine and try to roll it in under this or related services term here. And so I believe that's overly broad, and so I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L029, just to tighten that language up again and be a little bit more clear about what we mean by personal use. Personal use is community-based use, healing, or supported use, but it's not any other related thing that you might be able to think of. And so I would ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I'm going to ask you to vote no on this amendment as well. But one of the things that is encompassed in the related services is that typically this is sort of a three-part thing. You go first, you have a consultation, then you have the day when you are administered these medications, and then you come back to see how you're doing and to get counseling or get additional therapies. And so that would be limited by taking that out, and we don't want to do that. And also it is in the ballot measure that we shouldn't do that, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L029? Seeing none, is there, the question before us is the adoption of L029 to SB 23-290. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All in favor, say no. Okay, the noes have it. L029 fails. To the bill. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L041 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L041 has been moved and is properly displayed.
So members, what this amendment does, it requires the board of the working board that is going to be assembled for the mushrooms to work with the tribal nations and working groups to develop an equity program and provision that will look at, and we're turning the May to a shell, and that's going to prioritize equity as they're looking at licensing considerations for mushrooms. And this was brought to us by advocates who want their voices to be heard in this space. And so we're asking for your yes vote on this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would add to that in the second part of this, in the bill, we set up a working group of indigenous people. And this second part is saying that they're going to work together with the federal tribes, and that also was stated, but this is a clarification of that. It's a good amendment, and I urge everybody to please vote yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion on L041? Seeing none, the question before us is L041 to SB 23-290. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? Okay, well, the ayes have it. L041 passes. Oh, can we take, we'll stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L024 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Excellent. L024 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
I will gladly do so, Madam Chair. This particular amendment pertains to Part 3 of this bill, beginning on page 56, which discusses the variety of license types that are available to the natural medicine business licenses. And what this particular amendment does is add to the language. It doesn't strike anything. It just adds language stipulating that the licensing authority, the state licensing authority, will not issue or renew a license unless the applicant or licensee files in the form and manner determined by the licensing authority proof of financial responsibility. And it specifies an amount of that. And essentially what this does, if you look down at subparagraph 2, the proof of financial responsibility must be in the form of liability insurance, a liability insurance policy. And this is really important to these licensees who are doing business. Sorry, it was kind of loud over there.
Oh, folks, will you please keep it down a little bit so we can hear Representative Frizzell? Thank you very much.
This is really important because it specifically covers this, insurance would cover bodily injury to a person, including injury caused by the intentional conduct of the applicant, licensee, or agent thereof. It is not required to cover bodily injury caused with intent to harm by the applicant, licensee, or agent thereof. This is essentially protecting that business owner. And so I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Now, back in the day, when Timothy Leary started doing his experimentation, he didn't have any of this. But in today's modern world, where we've got regulations and businesses, even Timothy Leary would have to comply. We've got the amendment here that's putting in regulations, so you make sure you've got the right liability, the right coverage. I know from every business perspective I've ever been involved in, you have to carry that coverage. Because if you make a mistake or you do something that ends up being proven wrong in court, you have to have liability. Healthcare workers carry malpractice. Businesses carry liability if something goes wrong in construction. So there's absolutely no reason that we should not have the exact same thing in this new career field. We need to make sure the people are protected. We need to make sure the businesses are protected. Even Timothy Leary, I think, would agree to this. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I would just like to say that Rep. Frizzell and I did discuss this amendment. And the reason that I'm going to ask you for a no vote is because asking somebody who is trying to enter the natural medicine space to have to put up $150,000 is a lot. Like for some of us, maybe it's not. But for most people, that's really a very, very high bar. And we don't know, is that the right amount? Should it be some smaller amount? Is any amount needed? Will there be an insurance market? What will that insurance market look like? And so this is going to get covered in rulemaking because we do want to make sure we protect consumers. But for us to sort of pot shot at it here and pick a number doesn't seem like a very organized or smart way to go about it. And for that reason, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. So I ask for a no vote on this. This will require really stiff financial barriers to entry for licensing, and this is how we keep Black and brown people out of these types of opportunities. Insurance companies are not offering this type of coverage right now, so we ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L024? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L024. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Okay, the noes have it. I'm sorry, but L024 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-290? Representative Ricks.
I move L043 to SB 290. ask that it be displayed. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So-
SB 23, L043 to SB 23-290 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please explain your amendment.
So this amendment is going to define the federally recognized American tribes in accordance with the federally recognized Indian Tribe Act. And so it's very clarified all through the bill and sections, just to be clear on who we're talking about in the bill. And I ask for your aye vote.
Okay, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, or is there any further discussion on L043? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L043. All in favor of L043, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. L043. Okay, a division has been called. Representative Amabile.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say one more time that I would like everybody to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you. Okay, the question, the question is the adoption of L043 to SB 23-290. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L043, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or remain standing in one place until the count is taken, or raise your hand. You may be seated. Amendment L043 is passed. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we are talking about natural medicine, I think it's important to take this opportunity and to expand the definition to include another natural medicine that has been quite controversial in our culture recently, and to allow for our folks to be able to access that one as well. And so with that, I move Amendment L040 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L040 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please explain your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment simply adds to the definition of natural medicine in all relevant parts, progesterone. And so I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
This definitely was not in the ballot measure, and I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. The question before us is the passage of L040. Was there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L040. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. To the L040 fails. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do just want to say that these medicines actually do have a lot of promise in treating people with mental illness, with depression, with anxiety, and I want us to do everything we can to honor the will of the voters, and I want us to move forward with optimism that this is going to make a difference for our state and that it is going to help people who really need help and who haven't been helped by more traditional medicines that have been offered in the past. And so I urge everyone to please vote yes on this bill.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. As I'm reading down through this bill, there was some confusion on my behalf, and I'm not even a participant in these types of medicines, and yet I was still confused by some of this, but I realized that these healing center things are pretty broadly defined, and so I move Amendment 042 and ask it be properly displayed.
L042 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendments, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. In the Healing Center, I want to include this amendment that it also should include that this means a pregnancy resource center, except not notwithstanding any requirement of this Article 170 to the contrary, a pregnancy resource center is not subject to any licensing requirements of Article 50 of Title 44. In the understanding of this healing center, I think this would be a natural place to put the pregnancy resource center. It seems to fit the bill, and it seems to fit the ballot measure of which this was taken. And so I would strongly urge an aye vote on Amendment 042. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L042? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L042. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. I'm sorry, but L042 fails. To the bill, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. So yesterday in committee, this was brought up, and quite plain and simple, we had the indigenous people in the chamber speaking against this. There are a lot of people that do not want this bill to happen just simply because of one very easy reason. The more government gets involved in what private citizens do behind closed doors is their business. We brought up statistics yesterday as to how many issues this has been brought up with the police departments across the state. Excuse me, it's pretty loud. If you don't mind.
Oh, folks, could you please simmer down a little bit so we can hear Representative Weinberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, there were statistics brought up in committee as to how many issues across the state our police departments, our EMTs, our firefighters are dealing with, and it's not many, if anything at all. In fact, the direct quote was double digits out of the millions in this state. Why are we trying to have government interference with something that is not currently a problem. We are creating laws that are going to create problems. And if we don't take the statistics as they are and as they are as fact, then we ourselves are going to be back here creating legislation to fix that. Take a step back. There's not an issue. Don't create one. Let's pass good legislation and make sure that government remains small and out of our private lives. I urge a no on this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-290? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-290. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 23-290 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1294 until tomorrow.
Okay, seeing no objection, HB 23-1294 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-284?
Senate Bill 284 by Senators Bridges and Danielson, also Representatives Judah and Weinberg, concerning requirements for contraception insurance coverage that increases consistent access to the contraception most suited to the individual.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 284.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about your bill?
Sure. So SB 284 is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. In 2017, the House passed bipartisan legislation to make sure that patients can have a 12-month supply of contraception dispensed at one time. And currently, they have insurance companies and PBMs had not been complying. They'd only been doing about 90 days. So this puts them back into compliance and makes sure that they are dispensing a year's worth at a time.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
So, fellow colleagues, this bill was brought to my attention. I'll be quite frank, I was shocked to begin with that this was not already a thing. Current statute and laws, 3 months at a time. Contraception is a 12-month period. This is common sense legislation that I'm honored to serve with my co-part, Representative Judah. And honestly, from a conservative point of view, the way that Colorado has gone with abortions in the state and how the voters have spoken, I think this will be proven to save the lives of babies in our state. And I stand up here pro-life in support of this bill, and I ask you to do the same.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-284? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and most of the members of this caucus know that as the ranking member in public health, when a bill comes to public health, I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to let my colleagues know what happened with respect to the bills that are important and they're informed, and also let my colleagues across the aisle know our Republican perspectives. And oftentimes they're different, but not always. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with a bill that is a very good bill. And I'm going to tell you why. Because this helps rural Colorado. This bill, and Madam Chair, I must admit, if you'll indulge me a little bit with a bit of humor, I know that it's getting late on a Friday, but I always want to imbibe with good humor. I texted my wife during committee just to check, and she came back with a resounding yes. This is good for rural Colorado. It's good for rural Colorado women who are worried about unplanned pregnancies. And allow me to explain, Madam Chair. A lot of times in rural Colorado, you are literally hundreds of miles, 50 to 100 miles away from your health care, and you could be just as far away from a pharmacy or more. With this bill, and I want to, my hat's off, if I had my cowboy hat on, my hat's off to the bill sponsor on this side of the aisle. I don't know where the fella is on this side, my colleague from Loveland. There he is. He doesn't have a hat, but my hat's off to him too. But I will tell you, this helps rural Colorado women. It helps avoid unplanned pregnancies because now they have a year's worth of this important medicine. And I was so excited about what we were doing here. And I don't know if you know this, but I got a fistful of daughters. And I actually can talk more about this than probably any other man in my caucus. This subject alone, because of my experience, my lived experience, which I'm not going to get into this Friday evening. But I'm telling you, I'm happy to see this bill. I'm happy that we are doing this, and I'm 110% in support of this legislation. So everyone vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-284? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 23-284. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, SB 23-284 passes pretty much unanimously. Okay, on to SB 23-276. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title?
Senate Bill 276 by Senator Fenberg, also Representative Sirota, concerning modifications to laws regarding elections and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Thank you very much. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 276, the Appropriations Report, the Finance Report, and the State Affairs Report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In House Appropriations, we made an appropriation for the Secretary of State's office to begin work on the bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report to SB 23-276. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the Appropriations Report passes. Can we please go now to the Finance Report? Can you tell us about that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In House Finance, we made a little cleanup amendment, renumbering from previous amendments, and I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the Finance Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Report to SB 23-276. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Finance Report is adopted. And Representative Sirota, last but not least, to the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report. Please tell us about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In State Affairs, we made a few amendments clarifying language to apply to a bipartisan team of election judges, not just two witnesses, and provided some roll forward authority for funds to work on implementation of Senate Bill 19-235, which was directing the Secretary of State's office to conduct a study to figure out how to implement automatic voter registration with Medicaid. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report to SB 23-276. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, it's very quiet out there, but the ayes definitely have it. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Senate Bill 276 is our annual elections cleanup bill. I am very proud of the work that has gone into this bill. Colorado is a national role model for administering secure, safe, and accessible fair elections. And every year, the state's 64 county clerks and the Secretary of State and other stakeholders identify clarifications and adjustments and improvements that are needed to make our election system even better. And so within the bill, you see some expansion of VSPC and Dropbox requirements on higher ed campuses, procedures for ballot curing, other schedules of emptying drop boxes, some great provisions with a lot of work that went into with the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute tribes to provide them with a process for automatic voter registration and some VSBCs on the reservation. Several other things, and of course, probably the one component that everyone has heard from your county clerk about, which is changing the reimbursement rate for our counties for conducting our elections. That rate hasn't been changed since 2012. It used to be a fixed amount per registered voter, and we are changing that now to reimburse counties at 45% of at the cost of conducting that election, and that is why there has been such incredible bipartisan support for this bill this year. Appreciate everyone's time and attention and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. And members, it's starting to get a little bit loud again. If we can all take our conversations off the floor or reduce them to very hushed tones so we can hear our speakers, I'd appreciate it. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. This year I brought a bill forward that went to State Affairs Committee for rural Colorado. It was a rural bill, and my good colleague from Trinidad is going to bring me that bill. And I want to explain something to my urban cousins. You hear me talk about the rural-urban divide and how different rural Colorado is. In that bill, I presented some requests of rural Colorado. Rural Colorado county clerks and recorders had some specific and unique requests that they asked for. Because we're different, very different than the city or these urban and suburban areas. Now, the first thing that I wanted to point out, thank you. The first thing that I wanted to point out is that the Colorado Clerks Association, which is the trade association for all 64 counties in Colorado, had endorsed the legislation that I brought forth. And they've endorsed the amendments that I'm bringing forward today. In fact, these amendments come from rural Colorado and rural clerks and recorders. Some of them in my district, some of them in some of your districts outside of northeast and eastern Colorado, as a matter of fact. I was unable to convince the State Affairs Committee that, and this was 1149, that we needed these considerations. After that, I went back and working with the State Affairs Chairman, Representative Woodrow, we had very good, comprehensive conversations, and I hope he comes back into the chamber because I know he was going to make some comments on behalf of my amendments. And we talked about reaching out to the Secretary of State's office. Madam Chair, I even held a meeting with the Secretary of State and the Deputy Secretary of State and the staff. And I explained to them how important these changes were for rural Colorado, and they even understood the changes. What I was told is we will work through those and get those in the cleanup bill. This is Senate Bill 276. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the House of Representatives talking about the cleanup bill. And I bring forth amendments that are unique to rural Colorado that this chamber should adopt, understanding that we want to close the rural-urban divide. You all can help me do that. And the rural county clerks will be surprised. So, I'm going to start with these amendments, and there's only a few of them, and they're very important to rural Colorado. Also, I think CCI endorsed as well, and there were other associations that endorsed these amendments. Now, I'm just going to go in order with these three amendments, and I'll explain each one as we go along. The first one is, it was a very troubling thing, and I don't know how this happened, and I don't know why we
Representative
thought this was
Holtorf?
okay, but I'm going to move, Madam Chair.
Oh, I was just going to ask if you'd like to move and have it displayed while you're
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about it.
And
Thank you.
I could hear the voice, and that's why I stepped in to move, Madam Chair, so thank you for your leadership. I'm going to move L036 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it be displayed. Here's a copy of the bill sponsor. And the packet to the Chief Clerk. Now I'm going to go to the re-engrossed version.
Wonderful. L036 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please explain your amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, if you do pull the bill, there's a whole lot of senators' names on here, but not a lot of representatives. In fact, there's only one. That means you all haven't been tied into this yet. But for you rural legislators, this is where we need to tie in and really pay attention, because a lot of times these things go through and we don't get a good look-see at them. Okay, so I'm going to go to page 18 through 27 here on the re-engrossed version, which I have in my hand, and I'm going to talk about what this does. Page 20, lines 18 through 27. Okay, this talks about restrictions. It says, no polling location or drop-off shall be located in a room in which any intoxicated malt, spirit, vinous liquors are being served, except that a polling location drop-off may be located within a multi-use building, as specified, in which intoxicating malting spirits, vinous liquors are served. So as long as the polling station or drop-off location is separate from the multi-use facility where such liquors are being served. Well, I have a problem with this. This says that you can put a polling box or drop-off box by a liquor store. That's very troubling to me. Or you can put a polling station in a building by the liquor store or a room by the liquor store, but it can't be in the liquor store. This is problematic. I don't think voter polling stations or drop-off boxes should be anywhere near a liquor store or a building that has a liquor store in it. I just don't think that's right. Nor do many of the representatives that, the clerks that represent rural Colorado. I don't know where this came from. I don't know why we want to do this. I'm not sure who even dreamed of this. But as far as I'm concerned, there are the right places for drop-off boxes, and there are wrong places for drop-off boxes. So that's the amendment, and I encourage an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So actually, Section 16 of the bill relates to a polling location or drop-off location in a multi-use building where liquor may be served. So not a liquor store, but actually what we're contemplating is someplace like, if you would imagine someplace like Union Station, which is a place where there are many people coming and going. It's a central location to a lot of people that might be very convenient. And there are establishments within Union Station that, restaurants that do serve liquor. But it is also a place where there are many other things going on and people coming and going. So we think it reasonable that you be able to place a drop box in a place like that where people are going to be able to drop it off. But it does say that that drop off or pulling location should not be in the establishment that is selling liquor, just that it can be near it.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building with a bar in it, building with a liquor store in it, a few blocks away, well, probably just a few, maybe 10 or 20 feet away. I don't know. This just has a bad look. For rural Colorado, it has a bad look. I guess if we're going to go down that road, then maybe we could just put it right out in front of the bar, maybe right outside the liquor store, maybe. I don't understand. But for those of us in rural Colorado, we think voting stations should be in places like maybe your school, maybe your senior center, maybe your courthouse, maybe an event center, maybe a community hall, maybe a courthouse annex, maybe a elementary school gymnasium, or something like that. But to put these things where there's alcohol and liquor and bars and liquor stores just doesn't pass the common sense test for us Coloradans that live in the rest of Colorado. So I would encourage us to think about that, and let's try to do what is just respectful and right here. Respectful and decent and right here. Because this is voting. This isn't partying. This isn't just going to dinner and getting a few drinks and then dropping off the ballot on the way back from a six-pack or whatever you're picking up to go home, or a bottle of wine. I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense in the world, in the people that I represent, and that's why I bring forth the amendment. So I'm going to ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. The question before us is L036 to SB 23276. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L036 fails. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we keep changing the standards of decency, I think. It's my opinion and mine alone, of decency and decorum with respect to voting. And many of my colleagues and also people in my district think the same across the rest of Colorado. But we'll go on to the next one. Now, the next amendment that I'm going to move is L037 to Senate Bill 276, and ask that it properly be displayed rather.
Excellent. L037 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about it, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this amendment is the corpus of House Bill 1149. For those of you that don't know what the corpus means, it's a Latin term for body. Not that I speak Latin, but I do speak a language derived from Latin. So, this particular amendment, and I'm going to go through the bill, the re-engrossed version. We'll start with the first line 1 and 2 there. So we want to insert this new portion here, page 19. And this is important for rural Colorado, because I have been sent here to try to close the rural-urban divide. And this will help do it, if I could only convince my urban cousins. Now, page 19, line 22. That's section 15. That's what we're going to focus on. This particular one, if you go to line 23, there's another change there, and I won't go into the numbers. We're going to add. But what we're going to add goes down to 5 through 27 now. And the issue that we have here is to man voter polling stations in rural Colorado takes manpower and money. And what you don't understand for our small rural counties, they have very small budgets. And the election budget is very small. And there is a reimbursed portion of that, but the time for the reimbursement to come in is a bit slow from the Secretary of State's office. And it doesn't cover all the costs. Now, I want to point out, the Colorado Clerks Association has endorsed this amendment. County clerks across Colorado endorsed this amendment. I had a dozen clerks, and I'm not going to read the letters because we got a lot to do tonight and we're not getting along very fast. So I want to speed things up because we have so much work to do. But what I do want to tell you is dozens of clerks in rural Colorado said, we need this amendment. We need this change to give us some consideration so our costs go down. So I'm going to get into this here. We're going to start at line 25. Okay, and what they do is they designate these voter polling stations. They say where they're going to go and what the minimum number is. So for counties with at least 10,000 but fewer than 37,500 active electors. And that's line 9 through 10. So that specifically addresses rural Colorado, rural counties. It's important that you understand that. This is for rural Colorado. Doesn't affect anybody in the urban corridor, doesn't affect the big cities, doesn't have anything to do with any municipality along I-25. Okay, on election day, at least 3 voter service and polling centers, okay, which is what they want, but we're asking for an exception. And I even went so far as to ask the Secretary of State that we just ask, and you can approve it as an exception. And the Deputy Secretary of State said, you know what? This sounds like a good idea. But there'll be about 21 to 24 counties that ask for this. And I said, I know, because they need it. Those are the ones that either can't afford all the VSPCs, they don't have the funding for the VSPCs, or they're not utilized. They're not utilized and they don't have the throughput. So I'm going to continue here a little bit just so everybody understands this. So as we go along, it says that if 50% or more of the active electors in the county reside in a single population center or within the area of a single zip code in the county, at least 2 voter service and polling centers, if approved by the Secretary of State, so the Secretary of State can still approve it. We're just asking. We're just asking for the right to ask, my dear colleagues. That's all we're asking for. And get an exception. Because guess what? In rural Colorado, there's usually one big town. And most everybody lives there. And then everybody else lives out in the country and comes to town to vote. Now here's what's interesting. In some of the towns in my district, there's 3 or 4 voting polling stations, and you can drive across town in 10 minutes. They literally are within 500 yards of each other in some cases. But because the Secretary of State says you have to man them, and you got to put them up, they do it. And it doesn't make sense. In Sterling, Colorado, in Logan County, you can literally drive between each VSPC in 5 minutes or less, and you can walk to all of them in about 15 or 20 minutes. But they've got to have them up there because the statute says so. And it makes no sense at all. None. Now I'm going to continue here on 17. We'll work a little farther down. The county clerk and recorder in a county described in this subsection must apply to the Secretary of State to reduce the number of voter service and polling stations. Okay? So all we're doing is the right to ask. And of course, the data must prove that the percentages are as they are stated. I'll try to go through this a little faster here. And after consideration of the factors set forth, the clerk and recorder has determined that 2 voter service and polling stations will address the needs of the county. And the clerks and recorders are hired to do what? To take care of the voting requirements of their counties. That's their job. And they're responsible to answer to the voters. If they don't do a good job, they won't get reelected. So they're just asking to do their job. They submit the application. If the Secretary of State approves it, and that's an if, then they're given the grace and allowed to do it. Now, I've tried to give a comprehensive explanation. This will help my rural counties immensely, and it allows for the counties to decide what is best for them and try to help reduce the cost of the SVSPCs and the amount within such a close geographical area in our rural counties. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the sentiment expressed by my colleague here and the creativity to fit the corpus of his bill into a single-page amendment here. I think that there is strong commitment from the Bipartisan Election Advisory Commission to really try to delve into this question and discuss what might be a workable solution to what was presented. But would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment because what we want to ensure is that in some of our rural counties, there are population centers where you have to cross mountain passes, and there are many obstacles to try to get to. If you only had 1 or 2 VSPCs in that county, it really could present barriers to access, and we don't want that to happen. So I think the commitment is there to continue the conversation about how we make this workable for a small number of counties, or maybe even 1, who are really trying to figure out how best to serve their voters. And also, I would say that with the new funding formula outlined in the bill, our counties will have many more resources available to actually support their election work. I ask for no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for those sincere comments. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we had people from mountain communities testify. And guess what? You live in the country and you live in the mountains because you want to live far away from everybody and everything. That's your dream. And because you've made that choice, those folks are willing to drive a little farther to vote. The irony when I presented the bill is I had dozens of people testifying from eastern Colorado and western Colorado about the uniqueness of rural Colorado. And then I had a city slicker come in and testify and said, I wish they'd bring a grassroots idea up that would solve their problems instead of doing this. And I just shook my head and I said, this is a grassroots idea from rural Colorado across this state. Why can't my people in the city understand that? These are Colorado-born solutions of Colorado citizens for Colorado communities across Colorado. And I just beat my head against the table. And I won't demonstrate, but yeah, just like this, boom, just beating my head going, you gotta be kidding me. I could show you, but I don't think anybody wants the humor. I'm telling you, these are rural Colorado solutions, and you need to think about it. So I encourage an aye vote on this amendment, and I have some more, so you're going to have more chances to close that rural-urban divide.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. I think it's called the urban-rural connection. That's what I've been hearing. At any rate, the question before us is the adoption of L037 to SB 23276. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. I'm sorry, but L037 fails. Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, now is the time you can close and connect the rural-urban connection. I'm going to give everybody in this chamber the opportunity to make that connection right now because I saved the best amendments for last. So with that, Madam Chair, this one. Madam Chair, I move L039 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it properly be displayed. Here you go. You bet. You betcha. Now, there's another problem that we
Hold
have.
on, Representative Holtorf. Just
Sure.
wanted to make sure that I note that it has been moved and properly displayed. Please tell us about L039.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for being so precise.
Got a
I
job.
appreciate that, because I want everybody to understand this, because this rural-urban connection can happen. In fact, I'm looking at the lady that's telling me to say the rural-urban connection, and I appreciate the fact that she's wanting to connect rural Colorado with urban Colorado. This amendment will help close that. Now, this is a very simple amendment. If you look at it, on page 29 of your re-engrossed version, coming out of the Senate, find that rascal right here. You know, and it's a big bill, too. It's 56 pages. Pretty good size. Page 29. If we look at lines 6 through 19 on page 29, for those of you following along at home, we talk about section 26. And this is the requirement for watchers. And this came from clerks and recorders. Okay? The county clerk and recorder of designated elected officials shall revoke the certificate of a watcher who's using a mobile phone or other electronic device to take or record pictures or videos. That's one thing. Or other place where election activities are conducted or where voters' confidential or personal information is within view. Okay, that's just through line 9 through 14. And we don't have a problem with that. You shouldn't be trying to mess with voter data in a voting station, polling station. You shouldn't be trying to, it should be transparent and open. You shouldn't be closing the curtains or pulling things out underneath tables or doing any of that mess at all. Those watchers, those poll watchers should be able to see everything that happens. You should have a representative from each party, a Republican Party and Democrat Party. Nobody should be sent out or chased out of any party. Shouldn't happen anywhere in the country, but certainly not in Colorado. Just shouldn't happen. But now we get to the part that's really important, 15 through 19. It says, nothing in this section of this section prohibits a watcher from using a phone to send or receive text while watching elections as long as the watcher is not located where personally identifiable information is within view. Now, here's why this is important to get rid of. You see, and I don't know, maybe in the urban centers it's the same way, but a lot of times you have to communicate. You're there in a center, in a small town, very small town. Your family oftentimes is 20, 30, 50 miles away. Your kids, your husband, your wife, whatever the situation is, your partner, and you've got to communicate with some people. And these things are open, 12 plus hours. And we think that they should be able to do this, send and receive text and not get in trouble for those things other than they shouldn't be messing around with polling data or voting results or statistics. It should just be for personal communication. So, and then everything gets renumerated thereafter. So with that, I'm asking for this. We've got to communicate with our family. And oftentimes there's things in the country that could be a crisis, could be a safety issue. You know, if I'm out there riding my horse, and this is true, I get bucked off my horse, a rattlesnake spooks my horse, and I get bit by that rattlesnake, and I want to text for some help. And my wife's actually the person volunteering. What am I going to do? And she can't come and get me some help. So, I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there might be some misinterpretation about what this particular section, now Section 26 in the re-engrossed bill, actually does. And it is specific to a watcher, and that is a particular type of election person that is there to, you know, both parties have them, making sure that everything is going smoothly at these election sites. And what it's actually saying is nothing is prohibiting that particular watcher from using a phone or to send or receive text messages while they're doing their watching, so they can keep texting their family members and doing those things. It's just making sure that nothing is happening where there is personally identifiable information within view. So I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L039? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L039 to SB 23-276. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. I'm sorry, but L039 fails.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Holtorf, to the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Esteemed colleagues, this is your last chance to help with that rural-urban connection. Or we may still be divided. Okay, this particular amendment has to do with, I'm just going to move it, ma'am, to get started here. I'm going to move L040 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it properly be displayed. I have a few other amendments, but I noticed that we're not having much luck here, so this is probably the last amendment I'm going to run to see if we can close the divide and connect the connection. Okay, this particular amendment.
Okay, L040 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about it.
Okay. Okay, this has to do with college campuses and these, the language that's now in here. And most of you know in rural Colorado we have little community colleges or junior colleges, very small institutions that have, you know, maybe several thousand at best students, but oftentimes there's just hundreds of college students in these small campuses across rural Colorado. But out in the western slope, they're a little bigger. They have thousands of students, of course, but in my district, our colleges are pretty darn small. But this particular, once I get into the re-engrossed version here, we're going to go back to page 19 now. And it's going to talk about that label, and then we're going to go to line 25, excuse me, page 19, line 25. Okay. We're going to change a letter there, and then we're going to go down to the next two lines, which is line 26 and 27. And this for a general election, a county clerk and recorder shall designate a voter and polling center on the campus of an institution. Now, here's the thing. You've just increased our requirements in a little town, population 3,000, 5,000, made another VSPC when literally in my rural towns, and pay attention folks, your big city college campuses are bigger than my small towns. But you're going to make us put another VSPC in this little college because you think that's just something we got to do. You don't get it. You city slickers don't get it. Why would we do that? I've already told you in this one town you want us to put 3 or 4 VSBCs, and now you're going to have us put one in the college too? We're going to have 4 or 5 now, or 6? When you can literally walk across town in 30 minutes. And if you got legs, for us leg walkers that like to run, you can be across it in 10 minutes. Or jog 15 minutes. This doesn't make sense for rural Colorado. Straight up, does not make sense. And my clerk and recorders have asked me to convey very strongly to the Secretary of State and the bill sponsors who are representing the Secretary of State's office as the prime sponsors that they need to relook the way they think because they're not making any sense. Now, I encourage an aye vote. I can go to page 20 and we can talk about lines 1 and 2, but I'm not going to waste your time. And I'm not going to go down to line 4 and waste your time there either. I encourage an aye vote. And I hope that my bill sponsors can have that rural-urban connection take place on this one, because this is the one to do it if there was one to do it on.
Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This amendment, the portion of the bill that the amendment is addressing pertains to just 4 private colleges. So we're talking about DU, Regis, Colorado College, and Colorado Christian. You may be interested to know Ames and Red Rocks Community College and CSU Pueblo already have one.
Representative Holtorf.
Well, thank you, ma'am. You just proved my point to the bill sponsor because you didn't name one of my rural colleges. Not a one of them. Because I don't speak of all these colleges in the Front Range and in a big city. How about Northeastern Junior College? How about Lamar Community College? How about Otero Community College? These are the kind of schools I'm talking about. Ames College. I mean, I could go on. I'm just the ones that are in my backyard. I could name a whole bunch of them on the Western Slope too. But that's not my district. So I encourage an aye vote, and I encourage my friends here, if you represent rural Colorado, to sound off with a loud and thunderous aye.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L040 to SB 23-276. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. L040 fails. And Representative Holtorf.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We have yet to close the rural-urban divide. If that hasn't been illustrated tonight, I don't know what other illustration I can give you. For those of you that represent rural counties, my bipartisan friends, you got some work to do. I'm trying. I need your help because we got a problem with our communication. I'll continue to work with the Secretary of State. I'll continue to try to convince those that are given the assignment to run these bills to pay attention to us. As a matter of fact, if you want us to solve this problem, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 people in this chamber right here. You give them the bill and the task, and these folks will solve it. And they'll help close the rural-urban divide and make that rural-urban connection. Thank you for your time. I encourage a vote on this. I'm going to ask for an aye vote on the bill, despite the fact that you didn't help me at all.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Bottoms.
So in looking at, thank you, Chair, in looking at this bill, trying to figure out how to make this easier, better for people rather than making it more difficult. I do agree with my previous colleague here that I do think when you start saying you must do this and you shall do this and we're going to mandate this, I think in some areas that kind of works. although I'm not a fan of that, I think those mentalities are too restrictive and there's not enough local control. But some of that, I can understand why they would be in some of those kind of situations. But these things really don't work necessarily in rural rural areas. And so I move Amendment 046 and ask it to be properly displayed. And here's
Just
the
a
amendment.
moment, just a moment.
I'm sorry.
Okay, now there we go. The amendment has been moved and is properly displayed. Thank you so much. Now please explain 046.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I made this amendment in such a way that it really is not mandating. It's not over controlling. I didn't use the word shall. I used the word may, and I actually got this from an amendment from an amendment in California. And please don't tell any of my constituents. But this is basically it. It's allowing, if the local municipality so desires, if this seems to be a central location or it can be beneficial or whatever, that a local place of worship can be used as a place for a drop box. It doesn't have to be. We'll let the local places decide. I think El Paso County would have no problem. Maybe Boulder wouldn't like this. I'm okay with that. It doesn't matter. It's the local municipality has the opportunity to make this decision, but it does give you places that usually are secure, usually have lights, usually have some type of cameras or something. Not all do, but they can choose the ones that do if they desire. So that this can be secure, so that these drop boxes can be secure and manned in a healthy way. And again, this is may establish in both sections. It's may establish, it's not shall establish. And so that leaves it completely up to local control, which I think is key to this. And it gives the sponsors the ability to have some leeway if they're saying, hey, maybe these cities wouldn't like this, or these cities would, or these rural areas would or would not like that. It really does let the local areas have the control over this and still accomplish. I think it's accomplishing what this bill is about, making sure that we're having plenty of representation so that there's plenty of opportunity to get your ballot in a box. And again, for our rural people, it doesn't say shall, it says may. I don't want to control local municipalities, but leave that a little wide open there. And so I urge and I vote for 046.
Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think that could turn out to be quite a lot of drop boxes in some counties, actually. And we do have a separation of church and state. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
This is already used in certain states, California being one of the biggest of this. And the idea that this is a separation of church and state doesn't make sense because it's already being done. The church isn't controlling this. The church has nothing to do with this except it's a piece of property that this is happening. Same concept as the post office or something like that. And so I don't see how separation of church and state has anything to do with this unless you just don't like churches. And so I would urge and I vote on 046.
Thank you. Representative Luck, are you speaking to the amendment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this. There are a number of communities, mine included. We are about 4,000 people, and the places to be, the places to find folks is often right around the church. And so the idea of being local, being where people are, being where people frequent, in many of our communities, that is the church. As we've talked about in other bills, that's the place where you have the largest center for for birthday parties and for activities of varying kinds. And so people are very active in that quadrant of town all across Colorado. And so the idea of not placing drop boxes there begs the question as to whether or not people are trying to limit a particular voice, a particular constituency's ability to engage. Is this a means of discrimination in order to engage in some sort of election interference? It's a question that I think begs an answer. I also would say that there is a lot of misconception around this whole quote-unquote doctrine of separation of church and state. In fact, that is not what has colloquially come to be an argument against any sort of religious engagement in public life. If you read Thomas Jefferson's letter, which is where that citation comes from, it is a letter that actually was written to the Danbury Baptists in order to assuage any fears they had of the government keeping them out of things related to public life. And the separation was actually vis-a-vis the government encroaching on the church, not the church being part of the civic center and being part of the public discourse and being part of society and the government and influencing it. And so I think it's unfortunate that that narrative has taken off and that we have continued as a culture to isolate an entire population of people, whether they are Christian or Jewish or Muslim or any faith, who define themselves most particularly or most completely by their perspectives on the supernatural and on faith. And so I don't see any reason why we don't give counties the ability to decide that they can put some drop boxes out in front of churches where folks can go and drop off their ballot as they go either to church or, as I said before, to some sort of community activity that is taking place in their area, because it is one of the only meeting centers for many of our towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L046? Representative Bottoms. Representative Bottoms.
I'm sorry. Again, let me explain this from using my church as an example. My church would not be a place where this drop box would be. It's not in a place that would be convenient for people, mostly for that. But in some of the smaller towns and the rural communities, the church is the place where everybody meets, even non-church people, because it's the place that has the largest communal gathering place. This is not about making sure they're at churches. I know because I'm a pastor, maybe that seems to be the sticking point, is because I'm wanting them at my church or a church or whatever. I'm just saying in smaller communities, and really even in bigger communities, there's 2 or 3 places in Colorado Springs, 2 or 3 churches that I know this would be a very good idea at. But most of them it probably wouldn't. And that is not my church. My church is not included in these places it would be a good idea at. I'm just saying this from the point of view of most communities. This is a good idea because it's the most common place. It's the place where, in most smaller communities, it is the only place that people can gather because of the size of a setting like that. So having something where people are naturally doing either this or the school is the only places that you can really meet in smaller communities. And if there was a different wording maybe that somebody wanted, I tried to make it as general as I could. But I just think that the churches, if you get outside the cities and you get out into rural communities, you understand what I'm talking about here. These are the places where people gather. They have their weddings, they have their funerals, they have their community meetings, they have all of this stuff, and to put a drop box there makes sense. It's not it's not a religious thing. It has nothing to do with being a religious thing. It has to do with the facility and usually the location of the facility, and the amount of people in the community that all know where this is. All the non-church people and the church people know where these are. And so it kind of makes sense to me that this would be a natural place, like a very comfortable natural place. So one more shot. I urge it. I vote on 046.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff, and then Sirota? Or Sirota? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that this amendment is talking about establishing a drop box at each place of worship in the county, which I think is a lot. And I think that the Clerks Association is already very comfortable that you may do this, and they do maybe place a drop box or even a VSPC at a church. And I think for each location in a county, I'm not sure that's something we ought to put in statute.
Representative Bottoms.
Two things. I agree. I didn't see the each until Representative Basenecker pointed that out. That's not the way I had verbalized it. They didn't make a mistake or anything. But that's why I put may in there. It could say, and I can change it if you like, a county may establish a drop box at a place of worship. Any. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I'm not saying the word may takes out all of the mentality of all, but I can change it. I don't think it has to be at every place. That's not my point. That's not why I did this. And in most of the smaller communities, you may only have one or two, and there's kind of the main one everybody does all the public stuff at. And so, I mean, I would be open to saying a on here and changing that, but that's why I put may in there, is because just to utilize these places makes it comfortable for the people within the rural communities. And by the way, even comfortable for the non-churched people. The churches in these communities are not seen as, they do a lot of stuff at churches in smaller communities, everything actually. And so just to throw that out there, if the sponsor is open to that, I can change that.
Representative Sirota. Oh, no, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to expand briefly on, because it is a historic context that our colleague brought up. And this was on 1 January 1802. President Jefferson, president at the time, responded to the Danbury Baptist in a letter. He calmed their fears by using a now famous phrase to assure them that the federal government would not establish any single denomination of Christianity as a national denomination. I contemplate, this is the letter, or his letter, I contemplate with solemn reverence that act of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. So that's where the quote comes from. It's not in the Constitution. Since this phrase was not recorded in the discussions of the Constitutional Convention, nor in the records of the subsequent Congress that produced the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights, why did Jefferson use this particular phrase to reassure them? Recall that he was not addressing a group of Baptists, a denomination which was not, he was addressing a group of Baptists, a denomination of which he was not a member. In writing to them, he sought to establish the common ground necessary between the author and the group he was addressing. By using the phrase, a wall of separation, he was actually borrowing the words of one of the Baptists' old prominent ministers, Roger Williams. Williams' own words had been, when they have opened a gap in the hedge or wall of separation between the garden of the church and the wilderness of the world, God hath ever broke down the wall itself. And therefore, if he will e'er pleased to restore his garden and paradise again, it must be of necessity be walled and peculiarly unto himself from the world. According to Williams, the wall of separation was to protect the garden of the church from the wilderness of the world. That wall was originally introduced and as understood to be a one-directional wall protecting the church from the government. There's also Jefferson's understanding as conveyed through the statements made concerning the First Amendment statements Kentucky resolutions, no power of the freedom over the freedom of religion is delegated to the United States by the Constitution. Second inaugural address. In matters of religion, I have considered that its free exercise is placed by the Constitution independent of the powers of the general government. Letter to Sarah Miller. I consider the government of the United States as interdicted, prohibited by the Constitution from intermeddling with religious institutions, their doctrines, disciplines, or exercises. The results not only from the provision that no law shall be made respecting the establishment or free exercise of religion, but from that to which reserves to the states the powers not delegated to the United States, certainly no power to prescribe any religious exercise or to assume authority in religious discipline as has been delegated to the general government. It must rest with the states as far as can be in any human body. So contrary to Jefferson's explanation of this intent, such power no longer rests with the states. So just clarifying that with it's a common misconception that the idea of the separation between church and state is in the Constitution. So this amendment would just take advantage, and it's a may, and I think they might be clearing up the language of this. This just is a may allow, and there's a little bit of confusion here on the wording that it would require, if you do one, I think that's the confusion, and so I'll just keep talking unless the speaker or the chair calls for a short recess while this is sorted out. Hopefully.
Representative DeGraaf, would you like to take a short recess?
I'm willing to do that.
Why don't we take a short recess? The House will come back to order. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to withdraw this amendment, please.
Okay.
Withdraw 046.
Thank you. L046 will be withdrawn, and I'm sure replaced with something. But in the meantime, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you.
Appreciate
So I would
you.
like to move Amendment L049 to Senate Bill 276 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, L049 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment was born out of one of my farthest southeast county in Colorado, and what's really neat about this amendment is it comes out of a really strong conservative Republican county. And she had Democrats coming in and saying, okay, according to statute, there's only one person allowed in the first signature verification process. One volunteer is allowed. Well, what she wanted to do is to make it fair. She wanted to change statute to allow two people to verify the first signature. When they asked her about doing this, she said she'd love to, but it had to be done in statute. Well, then the only other option was a signature verification machine, which runs between like $50,000 and $70,000. And in a small county like that, that's a heavy hit to the budget for the county clerk and recorder to purchase a machine like that. And she's really, in the spirit of bipartisanship, she's really trying to get this amendment through. That way people feel confident that with the first signature verification that both sides are getting to look at that signature. And I give her a ton of credit coming out of such a strong conservative county that she'd be willing to do this. She wants to make sure that people are confident that that first signature is being looked at fair and not putting a huge burden, financial burden, upon a small county to show that fairness. So, and another thing I did with this amendment is one thing I do, and I'm up here talking all the time, and I said it last week as I preached that a lot of times that city legislators pass legislation that matriculates and trickles down into rural Colorado, and we aren't happy with it. So one of the things I put in this is that it wouldn't affect counties over 20,000 people. So if we change this in statute, it wouldn't affect any large counties. We would be able to do business the way we want to in rural Colorado, which is fair and bipartisan, because at this point we're adding another person to verify signature in a strong conservative county. Then that way they feel confident that that first signature process is being looked at fairly without having to strain the budget by spending $50,000 for a signature verification machine. So I would urge you to, take a look at this, see that we're trying to make sure that people are confident. We're not trying to put cost on these rural counties, and at the end of the day, we're not trying to pass legislation that's going to affect those of you that are in larger counties. This is an amendment that would be passed and put on this piece of legislation that would be specific to frontier and small rural counties, which tend, the majority of them, to be conservative, which shows that this amendment is a good bipartisan amendment for fair, free, and transparent elections. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L049? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate my colleague's amendment here, though unfortunately, just looking at this for the first time just a few minutes ago, I don't feel comfortable accepting this amendment today, though express my absolute willingness to share with the clerks and folks so that we can take a look at this for next year's cleanup bill. So I ask for a no vote, but appreciate the amendment.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on L049 to SB 23276? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L049. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. L049 fails. To the bill, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, rural Colorado, between myself and the representative from Akron, we came up here and we made asks of our districts. These were things that clerk and recorders within our districts asked us to come and run as amendments. The representative from Akron ran a bill this year to try to get some of these things through, and the Clerk and Recorders Association backed some of these things. And it just, it's unfortunate that, we're not able to come together and try to solve these issues. Once again, most of these changes are changes made for frontier and rural counties. Back to what we speak about all the time is we understand that you have to sometimes pass legislation that affects the areas that you live in. And I wish we could come to the point where we could work on passing legislation that our constituents are happy with that don't affect you. Hence the amendment I ran just a few minutes ago. We're going to talk about that amendment again for a second because it was born out of a conservative county to make the signature verification process fair for those on the other side so they could be in there and feel like they're part of the election process. And I also made the amendment for 20,000 or less. 20,000 or less people. That way it didn't affect your districts. And I wish we could get to a point in this chamber where we could find that space where you could respect the wishes of our constituents. And I think that we're very aware, and I think we're very meticulous when we draft these amendments to make sure that the amendments that we're putting on to this legislation don't affect your districts, which we ask you to do for us. So, I think there was a lot of good amendments proposed today. I think the representative from Akron was correct when he said that there's going to be some space next year. There's rural legislators on both sides of the aisle in this chamber, and I think there needs to be a place where we can come together, put partisan politics aside, and try to do what's best for these rural counties. Try to get some of these amendments put on legislation that satisfies the wants and needs of rural counties, all while we try to not infringe on your counties based upon the language we put in these amendments. So, I ask you to think about that before we get into next year's session. That way we can pass good legislation and have good governance. once again, since the first day I've been here, and out on the front steps, the quote was made, "This is a Colorado for all." And I think with some of these amendments, we could find that space where each district can get what they want. And we can truly make true the promise of a Colorado for all. And it's disheartening on days like this when we try to get to that space that the voices of rural Colorado are once again left behind. So I will be a yes on this bill because at the end of the day, a lot of my clerks and recorders, they support this bill. There's things in this bill that they support. There's things they wanted us to do to clean this piece of legislation up. That way it would help them out. But we can't get to that space yet. So I urge anybody that's a rural legislator, please get with myself and the representative from Akron, and let's try to do the will of the people outside of the Metroplex. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I am back.
Welcome back.
And I move Amendment 050 and ask to have it properly displayed.
Wonderful. L050 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed to tell us about it.
Thank you. So, in working with the sponsor, I wanted to make sure that I'm not trying to make this a religious thing. That was not my intent. I've pastored churches in rural communities, and I've pastored churches in bedroom community, and I've pastored a church in urban settings. And I know specifically in the middle-sized to smaller towns, the churches are the center of everything. And I pastored one of those churches where the church was the center of the focus for quite a few miles in every direction. It had the space where people could do things. It was a gathering location, and people recognized it as a gathering location. Even people that did not like church recognize this. And so to me, this kind of makes sense. This is where we changed some things. Making sure that at the beginning, plus we put it in the right place. That's one of the things that the sponsor was trying to get right, is make sure it's in the right place, because it wasn't. So making sure that it says in addition to other Dropbox locations, because we don't want this to be forcing people to walk onto a church property. I know that some people don't like that. They don't want to go to a church. I mean, even the property. And so, okay. So in addition to other Dropbox locations in the county, a county clerk and recorder may, again, may, not shall, may establish a Dropbox at places of worship in the county, making it just a good opportunity in case, and the discussion back and forth has been, is this already being allowed in places? And I think in some places it is, but I know in other places it isn't, and I think that's a local municipality making that decision. And again, I believe in local control. So if you have a local municipality that says we will have no drop boxes on any church property, this amendment makes that okay. They can choose that. But we want to make sure if a municipality says, hey, this is the most common sense location in our area, we want to make sure that there's no hindrance to that. Because it has a church name to it. And so I'm trying to make that as generic as possible here. And again, with the word may, so that it's not a controlling, you have to do this kind of thing. And so I urge an aye vote on Amendment 050.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we finally figured out where actually it should go in the statute book. This is already something that is done. It is permissive, and now it will say so in the statute book that a drop box may be at a place of worship. So I ask for an aye vote.
Excellent. Is there any further discussion on L050? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L050. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. L050 seems to be unanimously adopted. To the bill, is there any further discussion on SB 23-276? Representative Bottoms.
First, I want to, thank you, Chair. First, I want to thank the sponsors for working on that. That worked out good, I think, for hopefully everybody. Hopefully it doesn't hinder anything or cause a problem or anything like that. I do think, again, some of this stuff again is, I think there's a different mindset sometimes to, I know one of my representative from Akron gets up here and is always talking about the urban and rural connection, divide, chasm, whatever. And, but I have noticed, I've been a pastor in both settings, in actually other than just rural urban, there's actually some other settings. And I've recognized that there does sometimes seem to be a little bit of a disconnect there, and that that we don't always think. I knew when I was pastoring in a rural setting, I would never have thought of how the urban setting would be involved in the different election mentalities. It wasn't that I was against any of them, I just didn't process that. Many years ago, I was also a very young man, but I was processing that in a little different ways. But then when I went to more of a bedroom with urban influence, I began to look at some of these election things a little differently, and how you navigate that, how you process through that, how the different people in the communities look at this, and then going to urban settings. It's very different. Larger cities, and now the Colorado Springs, quickly becoming the largest city in Colorado. It's a different mindset, and how people process stuff, and how they do things like elections, and what does that look like? Some of these representatives have, you think about their space, not the amount of people, but the space that their district covers is mind-boggling sometimes, the amount of square miles that they have, this is their district, and they have to get to every bit of this. And when you're talking on election night and even processing some of this stuff, that's a big thing. My district is all just the east side of Colorado Springs, with almost 100,000 people. So that's a different dynamic. How you're looking at things like voting places and drop boxes and people getting to these and having access. Even the way we'd use that terminology, having access to these ballot boxes, that means two total different things in different parts of the state. And if you're from one part, you see that and you go, well, that's what it means here. But not to realize that means something extremely different to people that are in some of these rural areas. And I wouldn't even say rural communities. There's a lot of people in rural places that would not consider themselves part of a community. In fact, that's not what they want. They don't want community. They want what that isolation brings, and that's fine if that's what they desire. What we got to make sure is when we're doing things that have to do specifically with elections, because this is obviously elections are the foundation of what our country is built upon. That without free and honest elections, what do we have as a country? I really believe we don't have anything, because you can't, once that ability to have that election is taken away, you don't really get that back, unless you have like a major revolution or something. And so, making sure that we get bills like this really right, really narrowing down, honing in, and saying this is the way we're going to do this in order to accomplish the ability for every single person to be able to vote. And to be able to vote, now this is where it becomes different for different settings, is to be able to vote within the context of their setting. To be able to vote, if you're rural, driving means something different than people in the city. I've been in those different situations where that transitions. Driving 30, 40, 50 miles for something in the rural setting to vote is not the same thing as if you make somebody in Denver or Springs do that. They feel put out if they got to go more than a mile or two. These are just different contexts. They're not good or bad, they're just different. And so to make sure that we're really doing the election process properly, drop boxes properly, how they're being structured, where they're being put, the security of them, I think that's kind of important too, is making sure that they are secure. That's one of the things that we actually had happen to us in El Paso County was some of our drop boxes were not secure or is not as secure as people thought that they were. And we saw the police were having some problems with people coming and popping drop boxes open and taking ballots out and stuff like that. We got to make sure that we get this right. In rural areas, what this looks like is going to be different than in bigger city settings. And so we've got to process all of this as we're walking along through this. And in the conversation, I think as we're having that conversation, I think it becomes healthy for all of us. The more we have the conversation, the more it makes it easier for us to recognize certain things that may not be considered a problem in one setting, but all of a sudden becomes a problem in another setting because of the dynamics. The amount of people, the congestion of the areas, there's a lot of different elements that would be included in this that it would be important for us to make sure we're investigating and processing. And that's also part of some of these amendments is we're trying to say, hey, there's some different answers to questions that you're not asking. We already have the answers because we not only have asked the questions, we've gone through the process. We know what this looks like in our communities, and here are the answers that you have not even seen the questions to yet. And that's where some of these amendments pop up in the process, is making sure that we've figured as much out as we can so that we can really have good, healthy. I know we throw this term around sometimes inadvertently, and sometimes we throw it around intentionally. But to have really good equality when it comes to elections, that's vital to the life of a republic. This is important to the life of a republic. And so I just want to make sure that we're processing some of this and looking at every particular option that we might need to look at in forms of ideas. And that's where our amendments come in, is we're looking at the potential ideas to say this might be a good idea if we did this, or it might be a good idea if we did this, in order to guarantee that, okay, this demographic, we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to be able to voice their small voice but important voice in the context of elections, which covers a lot of people, a lot more than obviously just that one voice. But if you don't look at it voice per voice and you look at it in the masses, sometimes I think we do that with the rural-urban differences, is instead of just looking at it in the masses, you got to look at it in the individual and say, okay, are we making sure that there are communities that have 150, 200 people? Are we making sure they have the ability to vote just like we're doing in Colorado Springs? And when we're doing that, then as we broaden this conversation out, we know we're going to be successful, we know we're going to be healthy in the process of this to be able to have this conversation. So, are any of the other Republicans wanting to have a conversation like this? Maybe not? Okay, so with that thought, we do need to care about places like Lyman, Los Animas. We need to care about places like that. Sterling, Burlington. We need to make sure that places like that have the ability to vote, just like, let's say, Fort Collins or Denver or Colorado Springs. Elizabeth. Elizabeth's a big one, not size-wise, but importance. Elizabeth is vital. And so we want to make sure that they are also represented in these different mentalities. Sure. Okay. And that's all I have to say.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to come down and talk as I was sitting in the chamber, but then my colleagues asked me to come and opine on this bill. And everybody knows in my caucus that I can't opine with the best of them. Now, I'm in full support of modifying laws regarding elections. There's a lot of good things we can do, and there's some good things in this bill, but there's some things that are really lacking. Now, I want to close the rural-urban divide and create a rural-urban connection. So I got to thinking about some other ways, because what we really want to do is have the maximum opportunity to vote for our citizens, right? And make it as easy as possible. And my good colleague there from District 2, well, I'm glad to see him finally come in. And we've been talking about ways to do that. But I thought, if we can, and I was thinking about the amendment, but I don't know if we want to run more amendments tonight. I was thinking if we want to go ahead and have VSPCs and drop boxes in front of liquor stores and bars and alcohol establishments, why not have them where we have those marijuana stores? Why not put them there too? Yeah, people go and they go there to buy the devil's lettuce. Why not? That way those folks too, and churches too. Churches, how about synagogues? How about mosques? Any place of worship. Buddhist temples. I'm a pretty open-minded country boy. I think everybody in this great country, with our eclectic character and our diverse population, should be represented. And I got some folks in the back, they're like, yeah, we ought to do stuff like that. See some heads going up and down. So with that, I'm sorry that I cannot opine any further. But I'm back in the back. If you need any more good ideas, just wave me up, and I'll come up, and I'll share those with you. And thank you for your attention, Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have an amendment, and so I move Amendment L051 and ask that it be displayed.
L051 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed. Tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Colorado, we have both volunteer and paid circulators who go around and get signatures for whether for ballot initiatives or for candidates. And many times, those individuals are paid by the signature. This year, or last election cycle, I heard from some folks who were actually serving as these paid circulators and had a situation wherein the company or the group that they were working for didn't pay them for a signature if it was determined that signature was invalid. Even though they went and got that signature from someone, it was decided that that didn't satisfy whatever requirement. I know it's crazy, right? That it didn't. I'm with you. I'm with you, dear representative from Manitou Springs, where there is the best penny arcade in the world. Yep, little plug there. I agree, it sounds sketchy, but I want to make sure that that doesn't happen, and so I'm moving this amendment in order to say that if somebody is being paid to circulate petitions, whether for ballot initiatives or for candidates, they need to be paid by the hour and not by the signature in order to avoid any of those types of problems. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment, having done a lot of walking. I think it is wearing and it is time consuming, and the people that are making the workers that are doing the job, going door to door, and putting in the work shouldn't be shorted on their efforts. So I think they're doing a valid job, and I think I recommend an aye vote to support the workers that are supporting the election.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an interesting amendment for my colleague. My understanding is that there was a law about initiative petitioners that was struck in around 2010 that where the court said that the law prohibiting pay by signature was a violation of the First Amendment. I am curious about this concept, and I've committed to Representative Luck that we can investigate further in the interim. I would be very hesitant to put something in the statute books before having a chance to vet this with all of the folks who work and regulate in this space. So I ask for a no vote, but appreciate the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L51? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L51. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Graff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Security is a big deal, and I think this goes a long ways to tightening it up. I have 3 letters from clerks that are in favor of this. I hope it's not only because it's improving their pay and reimbursement. One of the issues that we've seen is the issue of, and I think this just reinforces what is stated in the paragraph. So I would like to move that L052 to SB 276 I move it and ask that it be properly displayed.
Apologies.
As opposed to
colleagues, we are
inverted.
still in debate. Okay, L52 has been moved and properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Voting systems are notoriously, if you go back to the archives and let's see, a lot, certainly some on the Republican side, but very many on the Democrat side, as far as I think even Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. I'm drawing a blank, but lots of discussing the hackability of these machines, and a lot of that rolls around the wireless connections. And some machines, if you know, like with your phone, you can't just turn off the wireless. You have to, and the clerks did have an amendment to this to say that the wireless devices that were on it that were turned off had to be checked periodically to ensure they're turned off. So there are ways to turn on. The only way to actually have a wireless device disconnected is to have it physically disconnected, and the only way to do that. And these machines are all to be certified. These machines are not allowed to have any wireless capability. Not wireless turned on, but they're not allowed to have wireless capability. The problem lies with that the wireless capability can be installed after the fact. So the certification requires that there's no wireless devices. So that would be the certification of the machines, but you also have to make sure that the machines have not been tampered with and a wireless device added. The other part, the universal serial bus access, comes from the fact that the Department of Defense discontinued the use of USBs probably about 10, 15 years ago. So even if they were, yes, USB, even if you're not allowed to use a USB drive at all, even if it was issued by the government. because a USB drive, the reason that they discontinued those, and this was especially going back and forth between classified and unclassified systems, was that the USB drives were all found to contain malware. Not malware in the software, but malware in the hardware. And the hardware was in fact shipping the data someplace else. So if you used a USB drive in a secure capacity and whatever it loaded up, as soon as you put it on a unsecure system, that secure system would connect to the internet, and then the software that was embedded in the hardware, so you couldn't detect it and you couldn't delete it, that would ship that off to whoever was receiving it, whether that whoever put the malware in the. So we had lots of even had a thumb drive protected, or a thumbprint, whether it had a security code on it or a thumbprint access. All USB drives were immediately dropped. And in fact, one time I connected my government issue BlackBerry, Shackleberry, to my government computer just to charge it, because I thought, well, it's a government computer and it's a government BlackBerry, so certainly I can connect it to charge it. And as soon as I connect, now why the government did it this way, I don't know, but as soon as I connected it immediately froze, and then in order to unlock my computer and get access again, I had to do 3 hours worth of computer-based training. So the military is very serious. The Department of Defense is very serious about not using, not allowing the use of USB drives or any sort of data, anything that can exchange data. Of course, you have to use them for mouses and things like that. So this is just for the to make sure that nothing is accessible from external, that you don't have access via the, because the data in an election machine can be uploaded in a matter of seconds, and it can be changed in a matter of seconds. So as soon as somebody puts in a flash drive, or you could even, and a flash drive can be the size can be completely invisible and store gigabytes of information. So, and that can be used to go back to just bypass all of the security. So in order to be certified, there can be no wireless capability on the, so this is really a complementary amendment to the statute to make sure that whatever happens on the, so once this is done, as the sponsors say, that the compliance with federal requirements that on or after 2004 and then the 2008 standards, those require that there are no, my understanding is they require that there be no wireless capability, no wireless capacity. And so again, that's not just having the wireless turned off, that means that you have to have no capacity for the wireless, no capability. And the only way to have that is to have it physically disconnected or removed. And if somebody did access the machine, they could add a wireless capability, and you can then interact with a computer wirelessly. So this is just a companion to the work that's already been done. It just backs up the fact that it's certified. The machine is already certified per these standards, and then some assurance of a certified individual that would have to come in and then go over the machines to make sure that they are, because yes, because first and foremost, obviously we want to have, the electronic voting does allow things to be done perhaps in a little bit less expensive way, but first and foremost it has to be secure. And the standards recognize that any wireless capability is not secure, so therefore if it is not, so we have to make sure that it is, after the certification process, that it remains secure. So for the sake of security of our elections, and then as a backup to the work that the sponsor's done, and ensuring that making sure that the election integrity standards are met, I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Sirota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We already have robust certification process, and outsourcing it would cause us security concerns. So I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Bockenfeld.
I would ask that, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you,
I would ask that
Representative.
you would consider this amendment because it is not necessary to have this Wi-Fi capabilities in these voting machines. And I know that you, or many of you, might think that this voter integrity issue that we discuss sometimes is all in one direction, but it is not. It's been on both parties have had concerns about voter integrity in the past. Having Wi-Fi capabilities only enhances the concerns that people have that somebody's going to be able to get in and hack or do something that's improper in the voting machine. So I'd ask for an aye vote, and it's not necessary to have them in there. The clerk and recorders acknowledge that it's not necessarily to have them in there. Colorado Springs has made an investment to remove all Wi-Fi capabilities from their machines. And if you talk to the former clerk and recorder, he was able to accomplish that very, very efficiently from a dollar standpoint. So I would ask and encourage you to please vote aye for this amendment, and let's move forward and start restoring voter integrity in our systems. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L52 to Senate Bill 256. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 276? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 276 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representative Story and Parenti, also Senator Marchman, concerning the scope of the Independent Ethics Commission's jurisdiction over ethics complaints against local government officials and employees.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1065, the Appropriations Report, and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we properly appropriated the appropriation that we needed to be appropriated, and we also passed an amendment that satisfied ensuring that we were not in conflict with the state constitution. The language of the bill was not in conflict.
Thank you, Representative Story. Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Frizzell.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Thank you. I move L004 to House Bill 1065 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. The amendment is before us. That's a proper motion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is very simple. This amendment strikes the House Appropriation Committee report dated April 28th, 2023. And thereby eliminating the appropriation for financing for this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this amendment is really important. I know this bill was stripped a ton in appropriations. This bill is not necessary and is actually going to thwart the ability of these special districts and school boards to get volunteers for their accountability boards and their fire boards and all of these different things that are very important for our communities. And so this bill really just needs to go away, and not appropriating the money would help us effectuate that. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is an important amendment. This bill creates an appropriation for funding that we disagree with. Further, okay. Thank you for your attention, and I appreciate an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L4 to House Bill 1065. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also moved the transportation, housing, and nope, we didn't. I'm sorry.
And we're still on the Appropriations Committee report,
we are.
Representative.
My bad.
All good. Representative Wilson, looks like you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appropriations report changed quite a bit in this bill. In fact, it changed most all of it. And it's the second almost all change of the bill. So we went from counties, municipalities, and special districts and school districts down to special districts and school districts. So, you know, this creates a lot of concern when you talk about the makeup of your special districts and school districts. And at this point, I question what the bill sponsors are trying to accomplish. Our school boards and our special districts are already subject to the Code of Ethics, the same code which applies to other elected officials, such as cities, counties, and the General Assembly. This is all in CRS 24-18-109, Rules of Conduct for Local Government Officials and Employees. That was effective August 9th, 2017. And it has, I mean, everybody's subject to the same thing. So why are we picking out these two groups, school boards and special districts? Is it because we might have an issue with people volunteering? Because when you think of these two boards, these boards are usually filled by volunteers. Excuse me, is there an issue?
Representative Wilson, it's okay. Go ahead and continue.
Thank you. So what this bill does is it simply lessens the standards of making our school board members, volunteer fire board members, volunteer water boards, volunteer park boards, subject to independent ethics commissions who have adopted their own code of conduct. What else is troubling about this is this bill would make the appeal process for any claim that is filed with the Independent Ethics Committee subject to the district court in the city and county of Denver, rather than a jurisdiction that your school board is in the district of. So no judgment by your peers. It's somebody in Denver talking about the Palmer Lake Volunteer Fire Department. Kind of concerning, kind of embarrassing. That would mean that if a volunteer fire board member in Colorado Springs were to get a frivolous claim against them and they needed to appeal it, they would be relying on a judge in the city and county of Denver to evaluate the merits of a case for a fire district they've probably never even heard of. So, I would like to offer amendment to this.
And Representative Wilson, just to be clear, are we amending the amendment?
We are amending.
Oh, sorry, we are back to the Appropriations Committee report.
We are-
My apologies, go ahead.
I'd like to move L005 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us 1 second, we'll get it displayed. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Okay, often it's very difficult. I don't know, I mean, if you've ever served on a local board or a school district board, you would know that it can be difficult to get people to volunteer for these positions and to help out in their community. A lot of people want to volunteer, but this bill actually says, hey, you volunteer to help us out and you're subject to the State Ethics Committee, which is going to drive people away. So what this amendment does is it exempts volunteers. So if you're a volunteer on a fire department, serve a position on a fire board, you would not be subject to, I don't know why you'd be subject in the first place if you're a volunteer, to the State Ethics Committee. But this amendment just clarifies that you are not subject to this, what's going on in this bill. I ask for an aye vote on L005.
Further discussion, Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we urge a no vote on this amendment. Let's be clear about the scope of both current law and the bill that's before you. I want to commend my colleague. He's correct that under current law, all public officials and employees of the state of Colorado are subject to the ethics code. That includes state, county, city, special district, school district, municipal. We are all subject to the same ethics code. And under current statute, when we enacted the Independent Ethics Commission, we gave the commission authority over state, county, city officials. They already have authority over all of the public employees of the state of Colorado, including every municipal employee in every Parks and Rec department of every town in the state of Colorado, all of them, except we forgot to include special and school districts. That's the oversight. That the special and the school districts must adhere to the code, but there's no one to hear their complaints. So if there is a problem with a member of a school board who is suspected of taking an inappropriate gift, or if there is a problem with a member of a special district board personally financially gaining from their position on the board, there's nowhere to go with that complaint. We're just closing that loop. That's it. And so, as we know, a lot of elected officials, and mind you, these are all elected officials that we're talking about with this bill, elected officials and those really high-level employees that report to the board, like a superintendent of a school district, a lot of these elected officials are unpaid, right? So we would be exempting a huge number of people potentially simply on the fact that they're not paid, but that doesn't mean that they can't personally financially gain inappropriately from their positions. We certainly wouldn't think that anyone would come to the well and suggest that any elected official in the state should be able to personally financially gain from their position without accountability to the taxpayers. And that's all we're asking for with this bill. And so we would urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's just be clear here. These people are volunteers. They raise their hands at their school board meetings and say, I want to be on the accountability board. I want to help my school district. I'm a volunteer in a rural district where I will tell you, as I drive through Southeast Colorado, there are signs everywhere saying we need volunteers for the fire department, right? These are these people. They're not serving on these boards to profit. They are serving on these boards to serve their communities where there is need. And it is not easy to find these people because not everybody's willing to raise their hands anymore. And you want to know why? It's because of legislation like this that says we are going to penalize you and we are going to try to hold you accountable for ethics violations by serving on your local accountability school board. Like, come on, people. What are we doing here? Honest to goodness, we need volunteers. We need our citizens engaged. Not everybody can run for office to serve their communities. And if they want to serve in any little way, we are now going to put these raised levels of accountability and ethics that they're already subject to. Nobody is profiting from these positions. They are doing it for free. They're not doing it to gain some sort of advantage or game the system. And so I find it so troubling that we need this legislation. And when it was introduced, it was much broader. And they have narrowed it to the point where I don't even know why this legislation is here. And so I think that we have to take a step back, have some real discussions about what it takes to run our communities, and allow our volunteers to do their jobs and serve their communities in the way that they do for no compensation for the goodness of their communities. We cannot continue to put all of these restrictions on them in this idea that they are somehow going to game the system by their position serving as a volunteer in their communities. And in these small rural districts, and I know my colleague from Los Animas can talk about this, it is incredibly hard to find these people. There's just not many of those people out there. So why do we continue to penalize them and trying to punish them for things that they're not doing right now? This is not an issue, and this bill should just go away. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Wilson. Representative Frizzell, Wilson. Representative Frizzell, keep me on my toes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I look at this bill and try to really understand what problem it is that we're trying to solve here. Other than creating yet another vehicle for the state of Colorado to usurp local control. I have served on countless boards. I've been a director of a metropolitan district. I have served on HOAs, Chamber of Commerce boards. I've been elected to many different positions. And I will tell you that every single one of those organizations, paid or unpaid, have had a code of ethics that they have adopted that's particular to that organization. That is right and appropriate. I completely agree that we should have codes of conduct for an organization. We should have a code of ethics for an organization. I'm on board with that. But those should be determined by those organizations, and any potential infractions should be dealt with by those organizations, or the good people that put you on that board put you in that position. That's where the responsibility lies. It is not okay for the state to step in and, in a heavy-handed manner, oversee organizations that they know nothing about, impose the state's will on an entity that they know nothing about. It is not okay. I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Kipp, and then we can go to Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, I really wanted to speak to this because I served as a locally elected member of the Poudre School District Board of Education for 7 years before I joined the legislature. And in that position, if a board member were to act unethically or to essentially self-deal, there is really nothing you can do as a board except to say, bad board member, right? There's nothing that you can do. You could try and recall them perhaps, but that's a pretty high level. And I really think that in this kind of position where, as a school board member for the Poudre Board of Education, I think as I was working on the School Finance Act, I noticed that we have a budget of like $328 million or something right now in my school district. There's a lot of money out there. And there's mill levy override money and bond money that if somebody wanted to say you were worked for a construction company, say you had a job with any kind of company that your school district might partner with or hire, you could potentially financially benefit. Is that appropriate? I don't think so. So I think that oversight of anybody who serves in an elected position where you're elected by voters in the state of Colorado should have some oversight. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it was a race up here.
Looks like you won. Go for it.
You know, it's interesting. Words have very specific meanings. And I assure you that the Ethics Commission does not have authority over anyone. They can investigate. They can make recommendations. They can assess fines. They have jurisdiction, but they don't have authority. They don't get to come tell you and me what to do and what not to do. So I suggest we pay attention to words. They have jurisdiction. And you know, local communities, if you don't have your own ethics, your code of ethics, well, then shame on you. That's the incompetence there. That doesn't mean the state needs to step in and make a state rule telling everybody how to do everything the state's way. Because there's more than one way to do something. And that's why local boards, local communities have their ethics. I don't know that there's anyone that's going to say, oh, we're taking this job so we can do something illegal and make money. Obviously, there's bad people in the world. Jail's full of them. That doesn't mean we need to impose the state's will down to these local communities and these volunteers that are simply trying to help their community. They're volunteering because they want to help, because they want to serve. And now suddenly, we got a bill that says, oh, no, you're going to fall in our jurisdiction, and we're going to make you do these things. Wow, that sure helps with the recruiting of volunteers. This amendment says, no, let's exclude them. We shouldn't be telling the volunteers at a local community that are trying to help that school board, that planning commission, that whatever, at that local level, what they should do, how they should do it, and everything else. That's not our job. And to sit up here and preach that we have authority is ridiculous. that power-hungry trip that the state gets on at telling local communities and volunteer organizations, you're going to do things my way because I'm the state and I tell you how to do things? That's arrogance. And we should not be doing that up here. They should have a code of ethics. They should follow their code of ethics. I've served on some of those boards, and you know what? If you don't like somebody, then you can vote them off. If they do something illegal, then you refer it to the proper authorities. We don't need the state sticking its nose down on the local level and telling volunteers what to do. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L5. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of concerned that we have a school district that does not have an ethics, code of ethics. I've never heard of a board or any sort of organization of that kind to not have a code of ethics. Under Article 2410-109, any conduct for local government officials and employees includes engage in substantial financial transaction for his private business purposes with a person whom he inspects or supervises in the course of his official duties, perform an official act directly and substantially affecting to its economic benefit a business or other undertaking in which either has a substantial financial interest or is engaged as counsel, consultant, representative, or agent of. Those two, if you had a school board that didn't have its own ethics committee, those two alone, you could go to the state ethics board. You could go to your DA and bring that up. So now what we're trying to do by this bill, and the reason we would like to exempt volunteers, is now we're going to subject the men and women who are doing their best to represent their students, their teachers, their school boards, to a litany of frivolous claims from angry parents who didn't like the way they voted. And this bill also goes for employees. Now, that's not in this amendment, but it also goes for employees. So if you don't like the lady that's taking attendance and keeps marking Tommy absent, you can send a complaint to the Ethics Commission. So I ask that you vote yes on this amendment and wait for further entertainment.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to clarify that, first of all, teachers are not included in the definition of employees that we're bringing forward, so we don't have to worry about teachers being harassed through this policy. I also want to point out the Independent Ethics Commission has already received 3 written complaints and dozens of email and phone inquiries over the past several years related to special district employees and special district and school district officials that they had to dismiss.
And just for maybe the good of our entire conversation, I just want to direct us back to the amendment and volunteers being the focus of that amendment. I think it's good for us to just stay focused there before we move to the rest of the bill.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And so just to address, the concerns about volunteers being weaponized and harassed through this, the Independent Ethics Commission is extremely conservative in the cases that it decides to hear. In 2022, it received 33 total complaints from all of those employees statewide that we discussed already. They only heard 3 of them. They dismissed the other 30 outright. And so we're not really talking about a litany of complaints going out against various members of local governments, special districts, and school districts, and we again urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Wilson? Okay.
Thank you. I'd just like some clarification from the bill sponsor. What exactly is meant by School district employee means a temporary permanent employee of any school district who is appointed hereby directly reports to and is subject to the direction of the school district's board. That would pretty much include everybody.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you. So here again, school district employee means a temporary or permanent employee of any school district who is appointed or hired by the board, right? Directly reports to the board. So what we're talking about, superintendents, right? We're maybe talking about a chief financial officer, a contracting officer. We're really trying to narrow the scope here to ensure that when it comes to complaints filed with the Independent Ethics Commission, that we're just talking about elected officials and those very high-level district employees who might be responsible for fiscal policy, contracts, and other decisions that directly involve large amounts of money. So again, here we would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L5. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to come back to a couple of statements that were made a while back by my colleague from Fort Collins, and her concern in particular about a conflict of interest when it comes to a ballot item or a mill levy item. If you've not been in this situation before, you need to be aware of a couple of people that are very heavily involved in ballot mill levy items. First, an attorney that represents the school district goes over every single word having to do with the ballot item and reviews that information with the board and those folks being volunteers. There is absolutely no chance that there could be a conflict of interest because that attorney is very, very careful. Secondly, because mill levies normally are done in relationship to a bond issue, the bond issue may also be on the ballot directly below the mill levy, and bond counsel is never going to allow for a conflict of interest.
And Representative Taggart, I am sorry to interrupt. I just want to direct us back to the volunteer portion of the amendment
Okay,
because I think
but
that's the thrust. So if you can get there, I'm all yours.
This has to do with the volunteer
Great.
because of the fact that another member of this House raised that this needed to be done because of a conflict of interest on a potential mill levy and a bond.
Great.
And I just bring to everyone's attention that between an attorney and bond counsel, that could never happen.
Thank
and
you,
it is
Representative.
not a good example to justify this bill. It just couldn't happen. Thank you. And I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 5. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L5. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L5 to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L5 to House Bill 1065. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L5, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Even without the assistance of Representative Taggart, the amendment is lost. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that we do not need to address the Transportation, Housing and Local Government Committee report because it was stricken in the appropriations.
That is correct. We're on the Appropriations report. Once we pass it, we'll go to the bill.
Okay. We urge an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Story. Representative Parenti.
I yield to my colleague.
Representative Story once again.
Jefferson County. Thank you. You want me to start? Yeah, you got it? Yeah, I got it. Okay, no, I don't. Okay, I'm going to go ahead.
Representative Parenti, kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, government transparency and accountability are hallmarks of a healthy democracy at all levels of that democracy. And it is in that spirit that we brought this bill forward for your consideration. As we've alluded to, the state of Colorado has confirmed, both through this body and the direct vote of the people, that we expect our government officials to behave ethically, to put service before self, and to act in the best interests of the people. Indeed, it was by constitutional amendment voted by the voters that put special districts, school districts, cities, counties, statewide officials under the jurisdiction of the independent, or under, adherent to the ethics code. Unfortunately, due to an inconsistency on how we created the statute related to the Independent Ethics Commission, today there exists a gap in the ability to enforce these standards for the officials and employees of the thousands of special districts and school districts that operate in our state. These districts exist everywhere, have officials that are both elected and appointed, are paid and volunteer, control billions of dollars of taxpayer revenues, and currently enjoy an environment in which there exists no clear avenue to hear complaints of potential violations of our state ethics code, including the use of their positions for personal gain. So I would ask for a yes vote today on this bill, in favor of good democracy, in favor of giving a voice to the people, and in reminding all of us at all levels of government that we are first and foremost servant leaders and should all be held to account when we betray the public trust. Thank you.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Additionally, along with the comments made by my co-prime, I really appreciate the collaboration that we have had together. Just for additional background, ethical standards of conduct for public officers, local government officials, and public employees are of critical importance to preserving the public trust, promoting transparency and accountability, and preventing either actual or perceived corruption in government. The General Assembly adopted ethical principles and rules of conduct for local government officials and employees. And according to the definition of local government, these ethical principles and rules of conduct are applicable to special districts and school districts. The General Assembly established an independent ethics commission in the Constitution to investigate and enforce rules of conduct for public officials and provisions of Article 29 of the state constitution. However, in so doing, the General Assembly did not expressly include special districts and school districts in the definition of local government. As a result of this inconsistency, the IEC believes it currently has no jurisdiction to investigate ethics complaints against special district or school district officials. So, under current law, there is no independent agency that can investigate or enforce citizen complaints of ethics violations by public officials of special districts and school districts. Therefore, complaints and violations of the rules of conduct by such public officials go unenforced. So the solution here is 1065, which we are bringing today, which would allow the existing IEC to investigate and enforce complaints of ethics violations by public officials and employees of special districts and school districts that are direct hires or appointees. This would harmonize the definition of local government in the two statutes so that the code of conduct for these officials and employees may be investigated and enforced in the same manner as for other local government officials. It would confirm the IEC's authority to investigate and enforce citizen complaints of ethical violations by such public officials and employees under existing state law. And we urge an aye vote on this policy.
Further discussion, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, like many of my colleagues over here on the right-hand side, seriously question why this is needed. All boards that I've ever sat on, whether they be public or whether they be private, have a code of ethics. And whether we're volunteered or whether we're paid, we have code of ethics. And we need to abide by those code of ethics. But having said that, with this bill having changed fairly significantly from its introductory version, I would ask, or I would move Amendment 006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Taggart. We'll get that displayed. Give us 1 second.
This amendment.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. If I get the technical term correct from our legal team, this is a trailer to the title. And because of the fact that this bill now is strictly about school districts and special districts, this trailer just kicks in after the word employees, and in connection therewith, expanding the Independent Ethics Commission's jurisdiction to include school districts and special districts. And you might ask, Rick, why do you want to add this? And the reason being, if this trailer is not there. The term local government officials, in most people's mind, includes city councils, mayors, and county commissioners. And this trailer just tunes it in to what the bill is all about at this particular writing. And I would ask for an aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Parenti, okay, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier it was said that we wanted to be open and transparent, and I think by adding this language, that follows in the spirit of what you said. You're being transparent about the legislation that you're passing, so I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion, Representative. We'll take a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have had counsel, and we are accepting of this amendment, so we would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006 to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. We are back to the bill. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is so concerning. You know, the Independence Ethics Commission, the big thing that bugs me about this bill is it opens people up to complaints, frivolous complaints, and that's the majority of what the Ethics Commission already gets. In fact, this year, they've gotten 8 complaints. That doesn't include any special districts, any school boards. It doesn't include any fire district. It doesn't include any of that. And this year, they've had 8. Now, we're only in our 4th month of the year. They've had 8 complaints in 4 months, and 7 of them were frivolous. Can you imagine if that included all the school districts, all the fire districts, all the water districts, all the school boards in the state? How many frivolous complaints are you going to get? Every time, and I will stand corrected on the going down the employment line with the teachers, but anytime a volunteer, board member, or some subsection of that is upsetting to another individual in that community, we're going to have an ethics complaint. So, what about last year? 33 complaints were heard last year. 2 were found to be non-frivolous. So we're creating more work for something that the majority of the time is nothing. We're going to create, what is it? I think it's half a position or something, or 0.8 of a position. 0.6 this year, 0.7 next year. So almost another whole position to sort out frivolous complaints. Let's look at 2001. Same thing. 31 complaints to the Independent Ethics Commission. How many do you think were actually legitimate complaints? 4. But no, we want to stack more of those frivolous numbers up. That means less than 8% of complaints heard by the Independent Ethics Commission were found to be non-frivolous. In 2020, when everybody was working at home during COVID, there was 80 cases. And out of those 80, which is interesting because how can somebody on your school board bother you that, or how can somebody, when you're working from home, bother you that much that there's 80 complaints? But guess how many were considered non-frivolous? 5 of them. 5 out of 80. This is just basic stuff on the Ethics Committee website. So, for that reason, I'd also like to offer Amendment L08 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. We'll get the amendment displayed. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed. Representative Wilson.
So this amendment would ask that we add language to the bill that would, well, I'll just read it. To have standing to bring a complaint against a special district office official, special district employee, school district official, or school district employee under this section, the person asserting the complaint must be a property taxpayer or resident in the special district or school district that is related to the complaint. Now, we talked about how some of this can be abused. This is one area you could see it abused, is when people outside your district can file a complaint with you, and then the Independent Ethics Commission doesn't release the names of those people that have a complaint against them, but it doesn't keep the person who filed the complaint from running to the news and say, hey, so-and-so's got a ethics complaint against them with the State Ethics Commission. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L8. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. This element is not part of the IEC for any other segment of local officials, elected officials in the jurisdiction of the IEC, and so we see no reason to apply it for this piece of the policy that we're adding. We urge a no vote.
Representative Wilson.
So the IEC covers, if I'm correct, covers state officials, which that would be their district.
And Representative Parenti, we'll keep the conversation to the well, and certainly you can come up and give a rebuttal.
So, okay. So why have the bill?
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo the comments we were making off microphone, the current jurisdiction of the Independent Ethics Commission, again, is all statewide officials, all county officials, all municipal officials. And we do not put these constraints on any other levels of government, and so we would urge you not to do it here. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also don't have any legislation that covers volunteers, and this bill is quite expanding what the IEC currently has as their jurisdiction. I don't understand why we'd be afraid of giving the people who live in that district who are aggrieved, potentially, the only ones that have the standing. Why would somebody outside of the county want to file an ethics complaint against a volunteer accountability person in a certain special district or a fire district if they don't live and aren't directly affected? So if we're going to expand this bill to volunteers and people who raise their hands, there should be at least be good legal grounds to hold them accountable from the people who are actually potentially aggrieved. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8 to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. The division has been called. You called it before I gavelled it. So the House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be properly displayed.
1 second. That's a proper motion, and the amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would really like to amend the printed bill. That's what this amendment would do. Page 3, line 11, and insert persons filing claims found by the commission to be frivolous must be assessed a fine in the amount of $1,000 and must pay the reasonable attorney fees incurred by the special district official, special district employee, school district official, or school district employee against whom the complaint was filed. If we are going to, again, expand the scope and include all of these people who raise their hands and want to serve their communities, if they have a frivolous complaint that's filed against them, I don't know if people really understand how much trauma is inflicted on a person who is being accused of an ethics complaint. I mean, that's pretty serious, especially for a person who is just raising their hand to volunteer, and now they're subject to this ethics commission complaint when they have done nothing wrong, and they are found to have done nothing wrong. But there has to be some penalty to stop these frivolous complaints from being assessed. And so making sure that there's a penalty of $1,000 and that they have to pay reasonable attorney's fees for these average citizens who are just trying to serve their community is only fair to deter frivolous complaints and also make sure that the trauma that we are inflicting on our volunteers who are raising their hands is well compensated. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we urge a no vote. We understand the sentiment where this is coming from, but the way that this amendment has written, it would incur this $1,000 fee on any frivolous claim filed against any employee, any person who falls under the Independent Ethics Commission's jurisdiction. The word frivolous does not mean what you think it means in the context of when we talk about Independent Ethics Commission's findings. A claim could be deemed frivolous because the IEC decides it doesn't have jurisdiction. Are we going to charge somebody $1,000 for that? A claim could be deemed frivolous if it's determined that the thing that somebody did wrong was a violation of criminal law, but not a violation of the ethics code. Is that going to be fined $1,000 just because that person didn't actually understand the finer readings of Article 29? A lot of claims are made to the Independent Ethics Commission in good faith and are simply found to be frivolous for one of these administrative reasons. It does not mean that the claim was malicious. And therefore, again, we would urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you. Sorry, I did trump all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That conversation didn't make much sense to me. If this is a frivolous lawsuit, if it's criminal, then there's going to be criminal charges. That is a whole different purview. That is not the purview or what the Independent Ethics Commission does. That is not what they do. If there's a criminal act, that is under criminal law. If there's a civil act, it's under civil law. The Independent Ethics Commission just deals with ethics. That's not criminal or civil, that is ethics. These are ethics complaints. And if you frivolously file against a volunteer who raises their hand,
you should, and you're deemed frivolous, you should have to pay for the trauma you were inflicting on these volunteers who are raising their hands and helping our communities. And so I absolutely believe in this amendment. What was said on the record is not accurate, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had to come down here. This is actually humorous to me. It's like we've lost concept of what is going on in our schools and against parents. We are as divided as we possibly can be in this country, in this state. The best thing we can do is not allow parents to go after parents for their belief system. If you want to protect everyone for their belief system, you should vote on this amendment. What you're going to have is parents that are volunteering that maybe believe in certain things, and parents that don't believe in those things coming after them and filing ethics complaints. Is that what we want? We are divided. I think some of you have lost concept.
And Representative Bradley, let's
Yes.
refrain from language that suggests somebody doesn't understand or doesn't know where we're at in the moment.
I'll try. Thank you.
And I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leadership, and you look nice up there, too.
Well, thank you.
I think that maybe we don't, maybe we're not in the schools. Maybe you guys should come with me. I've got 4 children in 3 different schools. Maybe we should walk around the schools. The schools are completely divided. And the parents that are stepping up to the plate to be on SACs and PTOs, and do it whichever way you want. Maybe conservatives are going after LGBTQ parents, or LGBTQ parents are going after conservatives. But I'm telling you, we're divided. And this is opening the door for more fraudulent claims to be made. And the way that we solve it is we vote yes on this amendment. It's going to get bad. I'm living proof. I'm in it right now. It's going to get bad. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a aye vote as well. I think if somebody is going to file a claim, they should do their due diligence and make sure that the claim is correct, make sure that they have as much evidence as they can. I think it's the responsible thing to do. I think this will stop people from throwing something at the wall and hope that it sticks. I think that those making claims should be held to the same standard of those that are being accused. I don't know why that would be an issue. I think that this is a good amendment. I think it'll stop people from making frivolous claims. And from my colleague from Douglas County just said, things are crazy right now. Things are divided. I mean, we had the Department of Justice basically in memos that they found called parents that were basically arguing at school board meetings domestic terrorists. And if that don't show you that the top law of the land can make judgment on people, if you don't think that's going to trickle down and matriculate into smaller school districts, smaller counties, I think it's disingenuous to think it won't happen. I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to try to stave off, first of all, to backlog the commission's investigations. And I think to think that these things can't happen or wrong, I think that we should take a good hard look at it and hold accusers accountable if they're wrong. I mean, that'll cause people to do their research. That will cause people to look into it themselves before they can just fill out a form and, like I said, throw something into the wall and hope that it sticks. And at the end of the day, there's a person on the other side of that. There is a person on the other side of this claim. And if they're innocent, they've been drugged through the mud, especially in a small rural county. They're the talk of the town. And it's kind of like the press. Nobody remembers the correction in the press. And at the end of the day, once it blows up in a small community, even if that person's correct, it don't hit as hard as the first headline. And I think that, you need to look at those things, especially in small communities, and holding people to the same standard of the people that you're making accusations of. I think that that's only fair. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Okay. This is really serious. I know that some of y'all think that we're just up here blowing smoke and talking, and you hate it that we're doing that. But this is a serious topic. I come from local government. I have had employees wrongly accused, frivolously accused of doing the wrong thing. And they were investigated and they were cleared and it was frivolous. And the pain, the mental suffering and pain that those folks went through was atrocious. And it was unfair. This happens all the time. It happens all the time. Frivolous complaints happen all the time. It is important in this chamber that we appreciate the rights of people who are being victimized, not just on this front, but on many different others. But we're not going to go there on those. We're just talking about this particular bill, Mr. Chair. I have had experience with appraisers who work for assessors' offices who have a citizen who gets PO'd because they don't like their property value and they report them to DORA. And DORA investigates them and they find nothing happened. And that employee is afraid for their job, for their appraisal license, and they're put through the ringer. That happens every day. So we're not just up here messing around. This is a serious matter, folks. This is a serious matter. No. But I appreciate the sentiment. At some point, we have got to respect the people who raise their hand and work for us. We have got to appreciate the people who are making sure that our society stays civilized. We have got to appreciate the people who sometimes, you know what? Sometimes you do make a mistake. You're human. Does that mean that you need to be brought up before some state board of ethics on some suspicion that you've done something wrong? I stood up here earlier and I talked about local control. I talked about the remedies that are already in place. Because those are important. And those remedies, those rules and regulations, those policies and procedures must be acknowledged. The state should not oversee this. And I respectfully ask for an aye vote for this amendment.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a great learning opportunity to discuss how the Independent Ethics Commission works. So what happens is when someone files a complaint with the IEC, the first thing that they do is they look at the complaint and they decide, does it deal with an issue of ethics? Yes or no? Does it deal with an entity that's under the jurisdiction of the IEC? Yes or no? Did it happen sometime in the last 12 months? Yes or no? And if any of those questions are not, if any of those conditions and some others make the claim invalid, it is deemed by the IEC as frivolous. That is the meaning of the word frivolous when we talk about the IEC. And that claim is dismissed before anyone knows it was even filed, including the people it was filed against. So this decision of frivolous or unfrivolous is determined before anyone even knows there's an issue, before any attorney's fees have been paid, before any hearing has been conducted. And in the past year, as we already heard, for a commission that currently has jurisdiction over tens of thousands of employees in the state of Colorado, they received 33 complaints, and 30 were dismissed as frivolous. Not because they were malicious, not because they were poorly intended, ill-intended, but rather simply because the jurisdiction wasn't there, or because it was outside the scope of the IEC, or because it was for a violation that occurred earlier than 12 months. And so here again, we're just asking for a no vote on this amendment. It doesn't fit into the processes of how the IEC currently works or operates. And so, again, please vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. One of my closest friends in my hometown has done more for the city of Grand Junction than anybody I've ever met, and did it totally as a volunteer all those years, and actually talked me into many of the things that I do today. This gentleman 10 years ago, through an ethics claim, and then subsequently a CORA request, was in fact plastered all over the front of the paper for an ethics violation he never did. He never did. And this was a man, to put it in perspective, for those of you folks that know the boom and bust that takes place in western Colorado, depending upon what's happening in the extraction industries, he founded the Economic Development Council that helped pull Grand Junction out of the depths of a depression. And I mean it was a depression. And proceeded to serve our community as a volunteer until this ethics claim, until it was plastered all over the paper. And that good name was completely destroyed. He has never, ever volunteered for our community since that time. And as I just explained to my colleague, this particular man knows more about Grand Junction and the needs of Grand Junction than I will ever know. And an ethics complaint ends up on the front page of a paper because of CORA requests, and that individual doesn't have any ability to defend themselves with the exception of this amendment. They do, once and for all, and they need to have that ability to do that. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L9. Seeing none, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the point was made that there needs to be retribution for people that want to make frivolous or false claims just because they want to harass or they want to seek to do damage or injury to other people because of whatever conflict, whatever criticism, whatever personal or political misalignment may take place. The thing I like about this amendment is $1,000 has a little sting to it. In fact, I might just go over there and do another amendment. I might make it $10,000. And I'm going to tell you why. Or $5,000 or $100,000 or any variation thereof. How many amendments would that be?
Why don't we talk about this one first?
It's a good idea, Mr. Chair. But I'm telling you, people want to go with this particular thing, people want to just throw this stuff around, ethics complaint, and no retribution, no consequence for the person that's throwing it out there. Fact or fiction? I don't know. Doesn't matter. You can lie about people and you can lie about a lot of things. Happens all the time. And there's no consequence. But the person that's the recipient of that has a lot of problems. And there are a lot of consequences for them as they have to defend themselves for something maybe they didn't do. Something that was completely misinterpreted or misunderstood. There may be nobody in this chamber other than me that understands that better over the last 4 years. Because I've had a lot of people come after me, all of them unsuccessfully. It's no fun. I wish there were fines for that. I wish there were fines for people making up lies and trying to say things and exploit and misinterpret and file some kind of complaint or say something that wasn't true. Boy, that'd be nice to stick them with a $10,000 fine. Of course, that person might not even pay their fines. I don't know. Some people don't around here. But I'll tell you, right here, this has some sting to it. So, let's just go over it again for the bill sponsors to understand this amendment. I'm going to take my time, ma'am. Let's just take our time and go over this thing and smile the whole time while we're doing it.
And Representative, we'll just keep our comments to the amendment and not to individuals or what they do or don't
Yes,
understand.
ma'am. I'm just talking about how happy we are tonight. We're going to get a lot happier in about 4 hours. Persons filing claims found by the commission to be frivolous must be assessed a fine in the amount of $1,000 and must pay the reasonable attorney's fees incurred by the special district official. Now, Mr. Chair, that's what I like the most, because people like to throw this stuff around. Oh, that's fine, sir, but thank you. Oh, well, you're too kind. I was using my good eye, though, but now I got both of them. So these attorney's fees, because what happens in these things is lawyers get involved. We've had so many pieces of legislation that involves lawyers. And, but now, not only do you have that $1,000 hickey, remember that's a country term, don't get nervous, but you're going to have to pay the reasonable attorney's fees too, if you lose. Now, some of these attorneys, I was listening to an attorney today, that was $500 to $1,500 were the rate, depending on the high dollar ones or the low dollar ones. That's per hour. Chew on that a little bit. $500 to $1,500 an hour. So I really like that reasonable attorney's fees. The district official, the employee, the school district employees. Well, I tell you what, that'd wipe a smile off their face unless they were serious. Because they better have their stuff together if they're going to make this complaint, or it's going to cost them big. Because if it was me, and you want to play this game with me, and I knew you were going to end up holding that bag, as they say, That bag of horse hooey, I'd get the most expensive lawyer I could find, $1,500 an hour, and we'd have a lot of fun. Then your bank account would go dry when the lawyers got done with you. Now, I'm not trying to be vindictive. I'm just trying to say that before you start throwing this stuff around at people, because this is so good for Colorado, you might want to think about what you're doing. And you might want to think about these amendments that we're putting up there. Because the way you guys present this, although the bill sponsor even said it, only 3 out of 33 were even legitimate complaints. The way you guys present this with this solution looking for a problem, that this must be happening everywhere. Maybe I got the statistics wrong. Is it 30 were legitimate complaints out of 33, so we really got to get this thing tooled up? Or was it 3 out of 33 and it really isn't that much of a big deal, but we got to give state more authority as we continue in this chamber, this session, and Colorado pay attention
And
to
Representative,
take
before
away,
you offer these next words, I'm just hoping they're to the amendment.
and they will be now.
That's wonderful.
By putting this amendment on, you got to be serious about what you're doing. You can't be out there just playing around or trying to poke the bear or be vindictive or divisive, or you have a different position on something, or you have a spat or a little feud. It has to be something serious. And that's, Mr. Chair, is why I like this amendment. That's why I really like this amendment. And the others that are going to come. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the bill sponsors were so intensively concentrating on Rep. Taggart's testimony, I'd like to know how destroying a man's 30-year career giving community service over a fraudulent claim that landed him on the front of the newspaper. I want them to come up here and tell us, by accepting or saying no to this amendment, how that prevents another person from being raked through the coals since they were so intently listening to my friend. Come on up. Come on up and explain that.
Further discussion on Amendment L9. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was actually outside the chamber grabbing some dinner when I heard this dialogue start, and I got a half-eaten sandwich that's left on my desk because I wanted to come back down here and share a thought with you all. I think my colleague from Douglas County highlighted something really, really important. And what that is that right now we have a lot of emotional tension in our community, in our state, and in our society. And I know that because I lived it. Whether we're talking law enforcement, whether we're talking school boards, whether we're talking special districts, there is a lot of tension. You know, and we can talk all day long. Did it start with COVID? Was it before? Where did it come from? But the fact of the matter is, there is tension. And I think we all know that. And so, when I read this bill and I look at this amendment, what immediately pops to my mind is what my colleague from Douglas County highlighted, which is that with the amount of tension that we have in our communities today, a bill like this really opens the door for folks to have a mechanism by which they can channel that tension, that frustration, that angst, whatever their driver is. They can they can channel those tense emotions into an ethics complaint against whoever it is that they're not getting along with. And I can speak